Evermore, Lord of Death, keep our souls, lest they fall prey to him.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all doing well. It's tournament time, so we're going to be jumping right into a best-of-3 match. It is not the first round. Started casting a little bit later today, so it wouldn't be like a 10-hour stream like it was last time. But yeah, life's good, man. How you guys all doing? First one is going to be Roflin, who I believe is he was a top 16 player last season. I think he was like number 8 or 9 last season, and he's at the top of the leaderboard right now. I think he's in the top 5 as well. So certainly doing himself as well as his clan VM proud. And we're going to be casting his first match. His opponent should be here in the next like 10 to 15 minutes. We're just kind of hanging out. Figured I'd get on here, chat with you guys a little bit before the first match goes. Yeah, you guys like the intro? It's pretty fun. I'm not playing today, no. I will be playing in some soon, for sure. Just kind of hosting, working on some stuff at the back end. Been doing some updates to the website, testing the Swiss leagues out, and a couple other cool features. And of course, recording videos as well. We got videos, daily videos. So even if we're not streaming, don't worry, there'll be a little bit of a taste every day via some basic battles and whatnot. Yeah, there will be some sweat today for sure. This is a best of 3 tournament, so that usually brings out the sweatiest. It's a good format. I like best of 3, single elim. I also like best of 1, double elimination. I think they're both very viable formats for competitive, which is going to be good. What's up? How you doing, Michael? How you doing, Spartan? Were you playing today? Amazing to be able to catch your live stream. I could have sworn I saw you signed up for the tournament today. Did you actually end up playing? Post your mini painting. I know I got to do that. I haven't been painting minis for the past like couple months. So I finished my Empire army for the most part, and I'm just kind of chilling right now, waiting for some updates on the old world. Yeah, just waiting. I know it's going to be a while, but at least we got those recent art pieces. Did you guys see those, by the way? Oh my goodness, it's so cool. Let's actually pull it up. We can look together right now. So. Okay, so for those of you guys who don't know, Warhammer Fantasy as a game was discontinued by Games Workshop in 2015, and then Total War Warhammer came out, and they're like, oh man, okay, maybe we should reboot it. So what ended up happening was Games Workshop is bringing back Warhammer Fantasy as the old world. It's going to be its own game, very similar to like Horus Heresy. And yeah, it's going to be very, very hyped for sure. So I'm heading to their website right now. Let me go to the front page, see what I can find here. Hopefully it doesn't play any loud, scary sounds that frighten me. I don't really know how to navigate through their front page. Let's see if I can find it. If one of the mods, if you guys have a link to that, you could send it to me in Discord. That'd be helpful as well. I'm such a... Man, I used to be so good on the internet when I was like, just maybe like 6 or 7 years ago, man. Did you know the YouTube channel Mini War Games? Yeah, I love them, dude. I used to watch their channel all the time when I was first getting into the games. 100%, they're great. Okay, articles, here we go. So let's see what we can find here. And we can search here probably, okay. Almost ready, guys. This boomer's almost found it. I'm tracking. There we go. So it's coming back. I got the link. I got it. So we're gonna switch and look together. So yeah, like I said, Games Workshop is bringing back the old world, which is super exciting. And I'm gonna be starting a second YouTube channel when that happens, where I do battle reports and painting guides and tactics and stuff for that tabletop game. I plan on hitting it very heavily. So yeah, Warhammer The Old World, Orcs, Bretonnians, Tomb Kings arrive. So it's pretty exciting. So yeah, you can scroll down and see some of the new concept art. And dude, this is like everything you could want. This is just... I love how just this simple peasant just holding a bow. This is a new concept art that they've been doing, which is obviously going to be filling up the codexes, and so they're doing. This is really encouraging to see because it's showing that they're at least going to be having these cool new books that we can buy with all the art, even if you're not going to play the game. I think it'd be very cool as a collector. So this is the Bretonnian Archer. This is the Tomb King's Chariot, so pretty cool stuff. We'll look into some of the details as well. Here's an epic Bretonnian knight. I just love it. Like that kind of more grounded fantasy feel compared to Age of Sigmar is just so awesome. I mean, to me, this is Warhammer Fantasy, right? Yeah, it's great. And also you can see the orc riding the hog. Dude, that art is really good. Yeah, it's amazing. And of course, they have their world map here as well. Yeah, you can see all the details. If we zoom in, you can see beloved Bretonnia over here. But this is, I believe this old world's taking place like a couple hundred years before our current timeline, so it's not going to have the same mortal characters, although I would expect the elves to mostly be the same, like Teclis, Tyrion. All those characters will probably be playable in the game, I would imagine. All right, so yeah, this is illustrators, and they have new art. I don't know if it says anything about here about like those. I would imagine like if they're showing new models, like the Bretonnian Archer and Knight models are like 1,000 years old. So I would wager at some point, maybe if not on launch, they're probably going to have new models. I don't know about if they did a full Tomb King's line rework, oh my God, that would just be insane. I feel like it wouldn't be that hard to do, honestly. They could even just do upgrade kits for the other skeletons. I'm not sure. Yeah, let's see. King that wears the black and red of Duke Gastile. Yeah, so see, there's going to be like new mortal characters and whatnot. Anyways, I'm super excited for that. That's going to be really fun. Yeah, dude, if we're getting new models for all these factions, that's just going to... I would love for Warhammer Fantasy to come back in the old world and just like karate chop, just like do super well and make it like one of the premier kind of platforms for G-dubs again. That'd be really cool. Because I personally love the setting. It's just so great. I love the setting. Wonder if Azag and Rapunzel show up since it's an earlier period. Oh, it's possible. I'm pretty sure this one, I think in one of the earlier articles they said that this version of Warhammer Fantasy is going to be taking place in the what's it called? And during the first big Chaos invasion with the Everchosen at that time, I think his name was like Azavar Cool, and it has Magnus the Pious is probably going to be the Emperor at the time. So he's like kind of this, and he has this like epic duel with all those characters and Teclis. That's like, I think that's before Teclis introduces magic to the Empire in a traditional sense. So there still are Imperial wizards, but they're more like hedge wizards and renegades and things like that. It's not like a structured school. So that'll be really interesting to see how they do that. Like even if they don't update like all the models, if we got new characters, that would be really cool. Just like new centerpiece models. It's the War of the Three Emperors. Empire didn't have mages. Yeah, well, they technically... I was actually talking to someone about that, Samurai. They do have mages, but they're not like traditional. They're like hedge mages. They're more like kind of wild. Yeah, so the Empire will probably have some magic, but not like... You probably won't have like big, crazy, Celestial Huracanum type things, yeah. The fact that the old world is so popular despite being literally thousands times smaller than 40k speaks that, yeah. Well, it's a fun, grounded universe. Let me just check in to see how this other match is going on Total Tavern. We'll take a look at the brackets real quick as well and give you guys a taste of what's going on today. So switching on over, this is today's tournament. So we had about 50 people sign up, pretty short notice, which was exciting. Roflin is who we're going to be casting right now. So we had a victory over Hanadins, who's a very strong opponent. It looks like his opponent maybe dropped in round 2. But he's going to be facing either Chromo Sumo or Papa Palpatine, both of whom are very, very solid players. Chromo Sumo, I believe, is a Wood Elf main, so going to be a very, very strong Wood Elf play, I would imagine. Papa Palpatine is a competitive player from Warhammer 2 who looks to be getting into Warhammer 3 and doing very well. Papa Palpatine back in Warhammer 2 was a very good Beastman and Chaos player. So I'd love to see some Beastmen play. Chaos is usually globally banned just because they're just stupidly broken. So I would imagine that's going to be the case. Now, this is a really heavyweight match right here. These are two players who are on the top of the leaderboard, I think, right now. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Voidlaws versus, unfortunately, I don't know how to say his name, but pretty fun. We got more matches going on down here. Reginald Puggington, he was a Season 1 top 16 player. I don't think he attempted for top 16 in Season 2 because of school and real life stuff. But Reginald Puggington appears to be back playing. Certainly someone who can win tournaments. Very, very strong. And down here, of course, we got some great players as well. People still getting their matches going. Some people started in the earlier rounds. So, no surprise, they're gonna take a little bit longer. Now, if we head to the first page, some cool stuff I want to share with you guys. Did I miss your super chat? Sorry, I was looking at something else. So, Samson, I've been using the console mod to cheat in Warhammer 2. Because I'm not sure what you mean. How have you been doing that? Thank you for the donation. Are you just talking about in, like, campaign or something? Obviously, I don't think there's any way you could really cheat in multiplayer. But do you think we could get Wizards or Knight Great Masters as Lord options? Yeah, the Empire has a lot of stuff that's actually missing. I think eventually Creative Assembly will do an Empire FLC and they'll add a couple units. 100%. It's going to happen. So looking at the leaderboard, we're currently on Season 3. So Season 3 just started. The Season 2 Grand Finals. I'm waiting for news from Creative Assembly pertaining to a hotfix for the resurrection bugs before I could do that, so we can include the undead and different factions. It's just kind of, we don't want to play in a broken version of the game, really. So we're going to wait for that. But nonetheless, Void Laws is number 1. They're playing right now. The number 1 and 2 player are playing right now, actually. They're in the middle of their match when I started the stream, so I didn't want to interrupt that. But again, it would have been a really good one. Yeah. True Bretonian Void match. That's a heavy hitter for sure. Heavy hitter. So they're the number 1 and 2 players. And yeah, we have a lot of familiar faces. We're going to be casting Roflin's game. He's got a 12-2 record this season, so he's really, really off to a huge start here. And again, these brackets are still being solidified, but as we get a little bit further on, they will. This Chad down here, this True Dowie main, he's got a hell cannon or a flame cannon as his picture, which is very exciting. So. All right, so taking a look over here, a couple other updates. If you guys followed the World Championship for Warhammer 2, it's happening again for Warhammer 3. So on TotalTavern.com, you can go. There's an article which will be explaining all the details. It was written by Samurai Warrior, who's one of the main admins for it. So I will be casting one of the qualifiers, one of the 14 qualifiers for this event, and I'll also be casting the grand finals. So we do have the Warhammer World Championship, the first qualifiers being hosted. And all the tournaments are going to be hosted on Total Tavern. So you can see when they are, you can see where they are, where they're going to be casted. So if you want to follow the World Championship and see who's going to be qualifying for that, you can head on over there. So first one's being hosted by Logic RTS. If I'm not mistaken, isn't Logic Rubber Duck of War's roommate? I could have sworn. Maybe I have that backwards. But yeah, a lot of people have already signed up. So get in there. We got a Koi signed up. He's going to be bringing his Ogre Kingdoms, which is going to be fun. So that's what's going down. Thank you for the translation on the Korean player's name. It basically means for the love of the battleground. Yeah, makes sense. He's certainly a very apt description. That man knows how to battle. So those are just the updates, kind of the pregame show. How's it going, Hadries? I'll be back from vacation tomorrow. Looking forward to playing in the new patch. Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing you, Hadries, get back in action, win some tournaments, do all that sort of good stuff. So, yep, Chromosuma and Palpatine should be finishing soon. They've been playing for a while, so I would imagine they'll be wrapping up here in a couple minutes and we can get our games started. So that's it. Do you think GW will introduce new units in Old World? Yeah, I do. I think they will. Not like new units, but I think they'll do remodels of like, because some armies look pretty good, right? Like, let's go to Games Workshop here. All right. So let's load this up. See if it wants to load. Well, hopefully it'll load there in a second. We'll take a look at some of like the models. I'll show you guys what I mean, essentially. Who is the the Korean player is the Bretonian player. So if you go to like Age of Sigmar stuff, so we're looking at like Order, and basically they threw like Warhammer Fantasy players a bone by giving them the Cities of Sigmar. But like some of the models aren't bad, right? Like if we look like the Empire Pistoliers, sure they look their age, but they're still good models. Like the Great Swords, I own these models and have a full kitted squad, painted squad of them. They look really good. Like Longbeards look great. Eternal Guard look really good. Like Handgunners probably look totally fine, to be honest. Sisters of Watch, Sisters of Avalorn here. These are Sisters of Avalorn, just kind of re-kitted. Like some of these look real janky, but like all of these models that G-Dubs is still selling are pretty passable. Like the Dark Elf Assassin is cool. The Rune Lord's good. The Wood Elf Lord is really good. The Flagellants are a little bit haggard. These guys are certainly showing their years, but like really, like most of these are fine. So these will probably just be re-released as their original model names, and then they'll maybe do, I don't know how they're going to do it, because the rosters are pretty big. Yeah, I wonder how GW is going to do that. It's going to be really interesting to see what they do, yeah. Here's Karl Franz. Franz looks really good still. The dragons in Warhammer Fantasy look really haggard, but there's kind of like a nostalgic look about them. Like, it's funny, if you click on Karl Franz's page, he's a Free Guild General on a Griffin right now, but this is Franz. And you can see the tooltip at the top, the URL still says Karl Franz on Deathclaw. Games Workshop's just like, we're never going to update that. I know it's been 7 years, but let's just leave that one URL as Karl Franz on Deathclaw. Painting Arbingers in Turin is a nice end, yeah. It's pretty fun. But yeah, like, here's the thing, guys. Here's my conspiracy. Games Workshop has been like slowly releasing things into Age of Sigmar that are more grounded in fantasy. Like if you look at the Soulblight Gravelords and their new units, these units could all totally be used in Warhammer Fantasy, like lore-wise. They look fine. Like here you have the like this cool Vampire Lord. That guy could totally just be a corrupted Kislev Vampire Lord character. They could just rename him to like something in Warhammer Fantasy. The new skeletons. Dude, the new skeletons are freaking sweet. These things are awesome. So these are made for Age of Sigmar. You take these right into fantasy and you're good to go. You put these bad boys on square bases, you're golden. You're golden, right? You got some Deadwalkers, the new Blood Knights. These things are a little bit different than the old ones, but honestly, totally ready to go for fantasy. So, like, I'm of the conspiracy that a lot of this stuff they've been making for Age of Sigmar, they're just going to kind of switch directly over to Warhammer Old World when it comes out, and just like call it a different name, right? That's my 2 cents. Yeah, they just need square bases, exactly. So I think that's what's going to happen. Oh, do we have a new map? Oh no, he's on land battle maps. I was like taking a look here. Anyways, guys, there you go. Yeah, those skeleton models are really good. Yeah, the CA dragons definitely, not the CA, you're talking about creative assembly dragons, look a lot better. Yeah, dude, the Warhammer Fantasy dragons are so ridiculous. But there's like some factions, we have a little bit more time to kill before the first match. So this is, just consider this like the pre-game show here, where we just kind of talk shop a little bit while the players get going, and it's good. It warms up my voice a little bit, so before I start casting. So this is where I get all my fantasy miniatures. Shout out to Troll Trader. They don't sponsor me or anything, but the guy who runs the site's really nice, and they help keep the game alive. So there's some factions that are gonna like Tomb Kings. Like, they are drawing new art for Tomb Kings, but Tomb Kings need some milk, man. Like, look at this Lich Priest right now. Just look at this thing. Look at this absolute unit of a model, right? Like, they're pretty dated. Like, Tomb Kings, Queen Khalida looks actually pretty cool. Like, if you strip the paint and gave this thing a nice paint job, like, yeah, Khalida looks pretty rad. That model's actually still, I would say, could hold up maybe. But the Tomb Kings look really jank. Like, look at the Ushoptis. Oh my god, and the Skeleton Horseman. The Tomb Scorpion is like some metal monstrosity. Made of like oh my god, Tomb Scorpions are just, these things probably weigh so much. And look at the Bone Giant. They actually had melee Bone Giants in tabletop as well. So you can see the Bone Giant here. Tomb King Skeleton Warriors. We have the Chad Necro Sphinx here. And then, Lich Priest, all this stuff down here. Carrion. It's like, Tomb Kings really show their wear and tear. Like, with a good paint job, like, some of their models look good. I think Tomb Kings, like the Necro Sphinx, looks rad. They could just update this model. They don't even need to redo this thing. Like, honestly, this model's cooler than most things you're going to run into in Warhammer Sigmar. Like 100%. Like, that thing is really, really cool. But they look really, really janky. Oh my god, you want to look at the old Saurus? Yeah, so like Tomb Kings are going to need a facelift, or they're just going to be like a meme army that like looks-wise that just always looks kind of haggard. Yeah, you want to see old Lizardmen. Now, Lizardmen aged pretty well with most of their dinosaurs, but the things that didn't age well are their Saurus Warriors. You ready to see these monsters? Hold on. Here they come. Oh. Temple Guard look way better. The Temple Guard look way better, but these guys are just, oh my god, look at these things. They're so ridiculous. There's something charming about them though, There's something definitely charming about like the old Lizardman models, 100%. Yeah, the Sphinxes are 8th edition plastic. Okay, so Tomb King's got some new stuff in the 8th edition before they canned it, huh? It's nice having some tea and sitting back with you guys. So taking a look here, let's see what other factions just have absolute jank. I bet you the Ogre Kingdoms are pretty potato looking. Yeah, Tomb King's definitely got it pretty rough. Empire models, honestly, guys, like, I don't think they really need to update the Empire. Like, when Old World comes out, like, all the Empire models are pretty fine. Even the Empire Knights, which are a little bit dated, look good. I have a fully painted squad of Empire Knights, which I really like. I think they just maybe give them some new, like, characters, and the Empire's good to go. Like, yeah, like, the Bestigors don't look bad. I like the Bestigor models. They look pretty cool. The Ungors definitely look really janky. Chimera looks, oh, that's a badass model, the Chimera. And the Gorgon looks great. Like, the Beastmen have been getting, and that's the thing, Beastmen have been getting updated in Age of Sigmar. So they actually have their own faction in Age of Sigmar called Beasts of Chaos. So they're probably fine. They're good to go. I don't think they're going to need too much loving. Let's just head here, make sure they're not waiting on me here. Yes. Let's see what's happening here. All right. So how are we looking down here? Surprised that previous match has taken so long. Geez, yeah. And there's no other matches ready to cast yet. So we're just kind of hanging out for a couple more minutes, guys. Sorry about the delay, but, we're here. We're having a good time. Goros Warhoof. Yeah, so this is a character that actually isn't in the Total War Warhammer yet for the Beastmen. He'll probably be an FLC. Goros is, he was a Warhammer Fantasy Centaur hero or character, I think. I don't know much about him. I never really looked into Beastmen, but Slanesh in here dropping some hot action in chat. That's pretty funny. I actually played against the Chimera last week. Oh, that's cool. Is your win to give Darktide a go? I'm not like... I'm kind of interested in it because it's Warhammer 40k, but like it just... Those kind of like button mash type games, you know, don't really call to me that much. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Look at these guys. Jeez. What about the Dukes of Haggard faction? I know. I thought about trying to get a crew of you guys together to play Ultima Online with me, and we can make our own guild, but I think I'll wait to do that until I'm able to save up for a house in that game, and then we could have like a guild house where we all hang out. It'd be fun. But yes, these are some old models. Did I tell you in the last city we lived in, there was an old man across the street who was probably in his like late 70s. I think he was like 77, 78, he told me, and we were moving into our house at the time, and he saw us moving in, and as we were moving in, the old man saw my Warhammer Fantasy models, my like Empire, and he's like, "Oh, I used to play Warhammer." I was like, "Oh yeah?" He's like, "Yeah, I played Warhammer Fantasy in the 90s and 80s." And homeboy had a fully painted retro Beastman army. So he must have been like, what, in his like 50s when he was playing? So he got into Warhammer Fantasy in his 50s and had played, and he still had the army in his house and everything across the street. Pretty cool stuff, yeah. Yeah, Beastmen look okay. Oh my God. Look at this Minotaur Lord. He's a Centaur that has lots of... Okay, the ROR version. Got it. Okay. Sons of Goros. Look at this absolute Chad. This is a Minotaur Lord. Yeah. Croxagore models. Yeah, Croxagores look terrible. You guys want to see what those looks like? Oh my God. Those things are monstrosity. Yeah, I know. Oh, holy shit. These things are terrible. Oh my, look at this thing, dude. This thing looks like a Fisher-Price toy. It's like something that like a 5-year-old would buy and just paint it. Oh my God, look at that thing. That's so horrific. Oh my God. You checked out Conquest? No, I haven't. I haven't checked it out. I've been really basically just playing Total War and Ultima Online. Those have been my jams lately. Yeah, these Croxagores are pretty horrible. Yeah. Hey, wait, that's accurate. That's me summed up in a nutshell there. Yeah, and let's look at some, who else have we not looked at? Lizardmen, Ogre Kingdoms. Ogre Kingdoms probably have some monstrosity of models. And for anybody just waiting, who's just joining, we're going to be starting the tournament matches in a minute. We're just waiting for the players to be ready. I started a little bit early, but I didn't want to start late today. Oh my God, look at that butcher, Jesus. Oh man. Oh man, the Ogre's got some Haggard models. Noblar Trappers, I always wondered what these little guys looked like. $36 for these? Yeah, Jesus, they're out of print. Oh my God, look how haggard these things are. So these are the Noblar Trappers that we see. They have like, what do they have? Like twigs? Are those like slings or slingshots? They have like little wolf pelts on their head. Those are actually kind of funky models. Those are funky models for sure. You need to bully Professor Pone into doing Ultima. He won't do it. I tried. I've been working on Pone every day that we were chatting, trying to get him to play. The Firebelly actually looks kind of cool. Yeah, he doesn't look too bad. Oh, Jesus, look at this Gorger. Oh, God, that's horrific. Look at this. Look at this thing, dude. Look at this Gorger. Oh. This is like, this Gorger is like the perfect analogy for how Gorgers are in Total War Warhammer. It's like a manifestation of how terrible they are. Oh my God, that's so funny. And then over here we have, oh, this is pretty cool. Yeah, Skaven are already like fully good to go for Old World guys. They have like a nice model range, I think. Dude, look at this Imperial Ogre. This must have been like, yeah, a kit bash or something. It's like an ogre with some Empire colors on him. Tyrant looks good, although I think he's the new Tyrant, so you can see a lot of people give up painting flesh for sure. It's one of the hardest things. He's literally me. The Paymaster Maneater. Oh, this guy's kind of cool. He's got like some like treasure chests in front of him and stuff. Jesus, there's some grungy ogre models, guys. There's some really, really... Yeah, Gorgers are pretty bad. They got nerfed very heavily because they were just egregiously broken on launch, and then they never quite recovered. It was a little bit of a heavy nerf, but it's better to go heavy and then buff them later than to not buff them enough and make everyone suffer for like a full patch. Yeah, what are some other like factions that look really janky? The Greenskins have some really janky units. Malice, yeah, is he on here? Let's see. Yeah, here's the old orc. This is a nice paint job on this one. I like this. This like model's old, but it's like, oh my God, look at the pigs. Oh, look at the pigs. Oh, they're so haggard. Oh my goodness. And look at the wolf. Wolf Riders are pretty cool, actually, even though they're like retro. Geez, look at that retro giant. Oh my god, he's got like a bull ring in his nose and everything. This guy's pretty serious. And these like kind of boar boys are just amazing. Look at these things. These things look like that's what Wookiee was built like. He was just like this stub of a creature. I personally wouldn't have a problem like having an unholy legion of these orc boar boys, and just like defeating somebody with these would just be so funny. It would just be so funny. Yeah. Oh man. Oh, what the hell is that? Converted Chaos Marauder Giant. So it's a two-headed giant that they gave a Slanesh sloppy arm to there. That, yeah, little night goblins. Oh my god, these guys, by the way, if you guys want to play Warhammer Fantasy or Old World and you want to play a quick to paint army, these goblins are probably the biggest joke of a paint job ever. They're so easy to paint. Like the robes are just black with like a gray dry brush, and then you just do the yellow shield with silver rim and their faces and spears. You could probably batch paint these like so quick and just have like 100 goblins done in no time. Night goblins are one of like the easiest models in the world to paint, hands down. There's a Black Orc champion here. War boss, yeah, the classic war boss. We got some trolls, some wolves. Yeah, this is some classic stuff. Take my strong hand. I know. Let's see how we're doing on Tavern. I want to make sure they're not waiting for me. So these are most of these I think are actual models. Man, how is this game taking so long? Jeez. Chroma and Papa Palpatine must just be having the duel of ages. Must be going to game 3 or something. The Shroomcaster. Wow. This is actually a really nice one here. Is this paint job as good as I think it is? And it's only 25 bucks. That's a nice paint job there. That's actually a really nice goblin. Oh, his spear's broken. Okay, that's probably why he's so cheap. I was going to say, this is a pretty good quality paint job on this like classic Night Goblin war boss on a squig. Like that robe is really nicely done. You can see like black is not easy, and he did like some nice like edge highlights on it and everything. It's a pretty nice model. So that's kind of what you do. You can like dry brush them gray, and then you just like edge highlight with some sort of a gray, and then you're good to go. I painted 20 of them in 5 hours a few years ago. Tabletop level Night Goblins for the win. Yeah, they're like, you can get like a whole batch of them done in an afternoon, which is really nice. Yep, somebody used a lot of contrast paint on those guys, it looks like. Yeah, the goblins have gotten a lot of new models too. Like in Age of Sigmar, the goblins have really gotten kitted out pretty well, so they'll probably be happy to go. Here's a pump wagon, by the way. Talk about an old school model. Check this out. So this is the Snotling pump wagon that we have in the game. See, it has like little spikes in front. There's like a Snotling kind of pumping the wagon. There's a guy holding on in the front. It's hard to tell with metal, but yeah, these are the retro ones. Skaven Night Runners. Yeah, all the Eshin units are pretty bad looking. Yeah, they look pretty terrible. I grew my tournament record to 0-4 today. Atta baby. Let's go. Hey, don't worry about it. Everyone takes L's. Yeah, just keep playing. You know, you'll get there eventually. It just takes time. Also, the beginner tournaments are really good if you're looking to get some matches against like against other new players. Dude, that pump wagon is truly a masterpiece. Old school squig hoppers are really cool too. They still have that kind of cartoony 1990s Games Workshop face. Yeah. Oh yeah, those metal models are serious. Painting them is tough. They always chip. They have a goblin with a net here. Look at that. He's got like a giant net. Wow, that's a nicely painted stone troll. Jeez. This is a retro stone troll. See, they have that more that kind of like creepy. They're not quite as bulky. Really like oddly proportioned pot-bellied trolls here. Yeah, these guys are fun. Oh, this is a collector's one. Yeah, Games Day Orc War Boss. That was like a one they gave away for like a certain event or something. Yeah, the orcs definitely show their age, but there's kind of like something that's interesting about the orcs is there's something charming about the old orc models, I would say. They have this really, really old kind of Games Workshop vibe to them. Imagine stepping on that pump wagon. Dude, that would be an absolute disaster. That would be an absolute disaster. Hey, thank you for the donation, Gulp. Awesome evening, building my Leagues of Votan army, and the awesome Turin stream. Thanks for all the content and all the videos. Hey, thank you. And Jimmy, thank you for the tenor. Painting armatures to turn nice to end the night. There you go. You got it, man. Thank you guys for the donations. So for the maps, I believe we have, I don't think it's Bleakspire Labor Camp. Let me go check on Total Tavern and see. So 1, 2, 3, we're in round 4, which means we have the Crucible is our first map, which is the Khorne map. So we're going to have a Khornate Royal Rumble here. I'm like 0-10 on ladder, but it's still always a good time. Yeah, who cares, man? Don't stress it. What do Empire rocket batteries look like? They don't have a Sunmaker, but they have a Hellstorm rocket battery that you would just paint differently to represent the Sunmaker. You know, Hellstorm rocket batteries look really good. They're good models. Like all the Empire artillery pieces, like Hellblaster volley guns, cannons, they all look really good. They all look really good. Skaven are really quite easy to paint, actually. Yeah, I would say Skaven are an easy to paint faction because Games Workshop released like contrast paints. They don't look the best, but for like batch painting, they're pretty good. So like clan rats, you would just spray paint them like a gray, like a whitish gray color, and then you just like contrast their fur with like a brown, and then you could just like paint the little like details here. And they're Skaven are pretty damn easy to paint, I would say. Like the hardest factions to paint are the ones with one sec here, just checking. Thank you, and outstanding. All right. Perfect. And let's get that going. Okay. Perfect. But yeah, Skaven are pretty easy to paint overall. Only problem with Turin streams is in the OCO streams while I'm at work. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Joey. We'll do some late night streams. Age of Empires coming back this week too. As a matter of fact, tomorrow we're going to be doing an Age stream because the new factions are coming in. So we'll be having an Age stream tomorrow where I go and get wrecked on ladder, which will be quite a bit of fun with some of the new factions. Haven't played them yet, but should be pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, all the Chaos factions have pretty janky minis. Like, the Demons of Chaos are really, like, old, but, you know, they still keep going strong. Yeah, old Slanesh models are pretty terrible. Nothing as easy to paint as Orcs, though. Yeah, Orcs are really easy. Orcs are pretty easy. I'm trying to think of, like, models that I think are the easiest. Honestly, Space Marines are really easy to paint, too, depending on the scheme you go with. Yeah. Yeah, and then on Thursday, we have an Age of Empires FFA tournament, which I'll be casting as well. So 2 days of Age coming up in the next few days. So for anybody who's kind of been missing that. I know, we got to do some Warcraft 3 soon. We got to. We got to get some Warcraft 3 action going for sure. One sec here. All right, cool. Let's see what progress we're making. I'm just going to check with Chromo and the opponents there. We've been going live for how long? Oh, wow, 34 minutes. We've been chatting for a while. Oh, looks like we got it. Chromo Sumo versus Roflin. So it was a 2-1 series between those two gentlemen. So let me message him, and it is go time. And there we go. So let's get these scorecards updated. Thank you guys all for your patience. And it's time to party. We're going to be on the Crucible for our math. How do you think CA would do a Total War Warhammer 40k? Super easily. Super easily, yeah. I think that Total War Warhammer 40k is going to happen. I would put money on it, and I think it'll happen before... What year are we? 2022 now? So I think before 2026 we'll have it. What is this about Ultima? Dude, I've been playing so much. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I have a thief who's really fun. I just go into dungeons and steal from people and run away. He has no fighting capabilities. He's a tank. He wears plate mail. He has magic resist and parrying or in wrestling, so he just like runs and tanks. And after I steal, and I use an Indiana Jones rope to escape from people. And then I have a assassin guy who's like a poisoner, a fencer, and yeah, those are my two characters I've been kind of playing. I don't know if I'll cover Bannerlord. It's fun. Maybe I would do like a one-off stream, but it wouldn't be like something too crazy. Oh my god, it's pretty crazy. Like when you're in the dungeons and in Ultima and you get like a big steal on someone and then they're like chasing you and yelling, it's like it's pretty serious, man. Nothing quite gets my heart pumping more than that. Like last night, here's the thing, like I was in a dungeon last night with my thief, and this guy just found a level 3 treasure map, which is worth like 50,000 gold, which is a hell of a lot of money in that game. Like to farm 50,000 gold on a beginner character would take you like a month probably, right? To farm 50,000 gold on a maxed out high-end like PvE dungeon character would probably take you a couple hours. And I just like saw the treasure map in the guy's inventory. I was able to steal it. I used my swinging rope to like jump over this like crevasse, and then I just like got away from him with his treasure map. Dude, it was the funniest shit ever. And him and like 3 of his friends were chasing me, but I managed to get enough distance that I turned a corner and then I was able to hide using my stealth ability. Dude, nothing. My heart was beating so hard. I was like, holy shit, man, this is what it's like to, yeah, this is how you go. Yeah, so I play a thief in Ultima. It's my favorite. It's so troll. It's so troll, dude. Yeah, I'll do a stream of it sometime. I could do a stealing stream where I get on for like a couple hours and we just have like a haggard thieving stream. I know a lot of people might not know what's going on, but the problem is people are starting to recognize my character. And the thing is, when you're a thief in Ultima Online, let me go ahead and make sure they have the right map. So the map here is 1, 2, 3, 4. So in round 4, the map should be the Crucible, Road to Val's Anvil, and Itza. I'm just casting today. Just casting today. right, cool. Very good. And they're doing their picks and bans right now. So if you're a thief in Ultima Online, you have to do what's called join the Thieves Guild, right? So you have to join the Thieves Guild. And when you're in the Thieves Guild, you appear as a regular citizen, but if anybody actually attacks you, there's no penalty for like killing a thief, right? So the thing is, you kind of have to try and blend in. And if you become too notorious, people just start taking you out. So then you have to start using what's called disguise kits, where you make your character look like you can change their name and change the way they look and like wear a disguise. It's really funny. Yeah, it's really funny. Anyways, always a good time. Yeah, no, my thief's name is Sheev Palpatine. Yeah, his name is Sheev Palpatine. Yeah, so he's a pretty recognizable name, which I probably shouldn't have done. Should have done like a barcode or something. So this match is going to be Chromo Sumo versus Roflin. It is Bretonia versus Zinch maybe in the first matchup. They're not on the right map yet, so I still think they're doing their picks and bans. Yes. Round 4. All right. Cool. So we got the first map. It's going to be Crucible. Players doing their picks. But seriously, throwing Bannerlord, AoE, and Ultima streams in a couple times a month would be a great idea. Yeah, I like that. I think it'd be fun. So, question from Sai in chat. I'm a very new player to Total War Warhammer, and I was wondering if the future you're going to do guides. Yeah, I will. The problem is, like, I keep waiting for the game to, like, get patched properly with, like, Undead being, overpowered with, like, Warriors of Chaos. Because, like, I don't want to just make a guide where I'm like, okay, this faction's, like, bullshit. You have no chance. Like, I want them to get fixed first. You know, it's like, but I don't know how long that's going to take. I don't know how long that's going to take. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see. We will see. Well, that's what players in StarCraft do. Is they have like they just have their name be like a line of numbers and different things like that. So they're like hard to recognize. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. Like I had no idea there was a game that allowed you to do stuff that MMO wise, dude. Ultima is nuts. So Ultima has a whole crazy system. Like if you're this will be the last, I promise this will be the last I talk about it until we later on, but if you become what's called a player killer, a PK in Ultima Online, if you kill more than 5 players, then your character gets a red name, which means you cannot go into any major city. You become an outlaw, and players can kill you on site with no penalty. So outlaws have to hang out in this city called Corpse Creek, which is like a super, like there's no law there, there's no guards, so it's just the Wild West. So if you become like, you can go into a dungeon in Ultima Online, kill someone and take everything they have. But if you do that too often, like you become a PK and then you become pariah'd from civilization and you get a red name, which means anybody, like 10 people could just jump you and there's not going to be, so you have to be really, really careful. You have to be really, really careful. I have a PK character, but I always get wrecked on him because I'm pretty terrible at PvP in that game. I just started back into it. But yeah, imagine. I hear you. At this point, I watch your content more for your commentary than whatever game you're actually playing. Hey, man, I do appreciate that, Eddie. Thank you. But yeah, it's wild. It's wild, dude. And as a PK, if you take out too many people, you have to pay gold to resurrect yourself. So yeah, there's a high reward if you just take everything somebody like has on them if you're good at it. But you can also like pay the troll toll pretty heavily. So yeah, it's honestly Ultima Online's the best MMO ever made. It's like you can do anything. You can be an animal tamer. You can go like tame dragons and shit and have them as your pets. You can be a tinker. You can make boats. You can be like a carpenter and craft boats and houses and stuff. It's like, dude, the game is nuts. The game is nuts. Imagine if they remade it. That's what I've always said. I was, hey, Alzak, thanks for being a member for 4 months. Damn, welcome to the crew. I always said that if I became like just, you know, some mega wealthy tyrant of some sort, I would obviously do what I can to help people, and also, you know, have UO be remade as it was in like a proper updated form. Ultima's not that grindy because it depends. If you want to play PvE, it can be more grindy, but if you're more PvP focused, like a thief, I could teach you guys how to get a thief up and running in Ultima Online in like a day, and he would be like maxed out on all the thieving skills, and you wouldn't even need to be at the computer. You would run a script which would just level your character up for you by like training on a thieving dummy. It's like it's not that grindy compared to other MMOs. Yeah. Star Wars Galaxies, yeah, I had a lot of friends who played that. I have a lot of friends who play that. Wouldn't work in today's standards. You'd be surprised. The shard I play on is very active. There's 2,000 to 3,000 people on every day. So like you go into a city and it's an absolute party. Yeah, it's an absolute party. Ultima Turin Guild. It'll happen eventually. It'll happen eventually. Just waiting for the players to get their matchups ready. No questions. Looks like. Let me check the check this. So let's go to the intermission. I'm just checking to see if this is the matchup. Is that actually what he's bringing? No way. Okay, that can't be it. That can't be it. I still think they're doing their picks and bans. Okay. Did you ever play EverQuest? I played a little bit, but Ultima was what I was mainly playing at that age. Yeah, I didn't like EverQuest as much. Although I heard it was a great game. Yeah, I heard it was a great game. Okay, so let's see here. All set. Once armies selected, 5 minutes to build. Okay, and then on the other side, we have the opponent. There we go. Outstanding. Yeah, I don't know what the matchups are yet. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. It could be Bretonnia versus Tzeentch. I think that's what we could be happening here. Crucible is a brawler map, obviously, so this map gets like super hog wild. This is the corn map. It recently got updated, by the way, so you guys are going to be seeing the new variant on this one, which will be quite a bit of fun. How do you play Ultima? Server still functional? Go to uooutlands.com, I think is what it is. Ultima Online Outlands. It's a free shard. It's completely free, and it's exponentially better than the live servers of Ultima Online. Exponentially better. I've played on both, and it's really active. People are super friendly. You just join their Discord. People give you free stuff, help you out. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun indeed. So let's look here. I think this is the matchup. Okay. We didn't choose factions now. Okay, I'm not sure what he's saying. So it's fine. Yeah, we don't know what the matchups are yet. Wood Elves for Chromo Sumo. It looks like he's picked Wood Elves. Yeah, that makes sense. He's a Wood Elf main. So Roflin will now pick something else to counter it. It may be Tzeentch even, I'm not sure, but Tzeentch is probably pretty good against Wood Elves. You have a lot of silver shields, and the warriors are definitely very scary. Definitely very scary. I haven't played Darktide yet. We'll be starting it eventually. When do you think IE will come out of beta? Ooh, I don't know. Gosh, that's a probably not for a long time. Okay, Cathay versus Hardwood. Now, cannons aren't amazing on this map, but fire rain rockets could be. They can shoot up and over. There's like a hill that you have to get up on, which is kind of tricky, and the Wood Elves can certainly get in range pretty quickly with their archers. But it looks like it's going to be Chromo Sumo on the Wood Elves versus Roflin on Grand Cathay. So our matchup is official. Thank you guys all for joining. Players have 5 minutes to build their army starting now. So at 12:20, I will give them a warning if they haven't already finished, and go from there. Yes. It's going to be great. Yeah, you guys are going to laugh pretty hard at the Ultima thieving. It's so funny. I'll do a stream of that soon. It's just, I'm so janky at it. Yeah. Sad mooing sounds. I know, Daniel. The Beastmen, I don't think either of these guys play Beastmen. We do have some Beastmen players in the tournament, but yeah, let me take a look and see. Do we have any Beastmen enjoyers still playing? No, Puggington might play Beastmen. He's lower. Yeah, there's still some people who might play the Bray Herd. There's maybe a couple folks who will do that. Been watching Milk and Cookies Total War coverage on Darktide Beta. I'm sure Darktide's an amazing game. It's just not so much like my cup of tea. I prefer strategy games. Like, I don't like games where you play against computers, because I feel like I can just figure them out quickly and min-max them, and then I kind of lose interest. Whereas, when you're playing The Most Dangerous Game, you guys know that short story, right? The Most Dangerous Game? Where that, super eccentric guy, brings people to his island, and then he makes them think it's going to be a normal hunt, but then he's actually hunting them because they put up a fight. That's that's my philosophy for gaming, Yeah, sure. I like to lose. I like to be challenged and lose. That's because then it creates innovation, right? It's like failing in a business. In my early 20s, I had I tried to start a marketing business, tried to start a couple things, and they didn't necessarily work out. It's not that they were complete failures, but it didn't reach my expectations, and those were some of the best lessons I had, right? I learned so much about what I like, what I don't like, how to do certain things efficiently, how to do things inefficiently, that's for sure. Joey, been wanting to do tourneys. I'm a competent ladder player and have occasionally beat tourney players on ladder. Oh, dude, get in here, man. Joey, Join these tournaments. Quit messing around. You can go right. If you're a seasoned ladder player, you'll probably be fine on the regular tournaments. Yeah, you might lose, but I would say join both. Join both for right now. I think you mean the movie The Pest. Oh my god. Rust is real pain, but ironically, I used to play Rust. I played a hell of a lot of Rust between 2014, 2015. Yeah. Yeah, Melody, that's for sure. Most early 20s is almost always failure. You know? Yeah. Ready or not, AI are greater than people? Yeah, to some extent, sure. But like playing against AI is just, it depends. It depends on the scope of it. Yeah, it depends on the scope of it. But it's more fun to play against players knowing that like it's a match that with like just two thinking creatures just going fisticuffs, you know? Obviously, yeah, if you're looking at like chess and games like that, like even StarCraft, there's AIs who are just like Terminators. B-Master says, Cathay on this map, bold. Yeah, well, Roflin is a really good player. Roflin is like one of my perpetual rivals from last season. Because when my wife was out of town in Poland for a little over a month, I was like playing in tournaments like every single tournament. Because I was just bored. And so him and I ran into each other like every single tournament. Just went back and forth like every single game. He's a really, really strong player. Sorry if I'm asking again. I could not hear, but give me any tips for Skaven and Grand Cathay for land battles. For Skaven, max out on Poison Wind Globadiers, and you will do very well. And Skaven Slave Frontline, Rat Ogres to protect, and you're going to be good. And use Flensing Rune. Flensing Rune is stupidly broken. Just cast that on enemy blobs, and you're just going to win with Wicked Claw. For Grand Cathay, just keep your units at a nice formation. Make sure to have Harmony while not obstructing your missiles, and you're going to be okay. I recommend Dragon-Blooded Lords over the Dragon Twins, and yeah. I don't play too much land battles these days, but obviously still things are going. What Elves versus Grand Cathay though? This is I would say Cathay's probably favored here, honestly. They have good magic. They have shielded crossbowmen. They have many of the things dwarves have that Wood Elves struggle with, but they also have magic and cavalry like that are armored. I feel like this is Cathay favored, but I would be very interested to see. I would imagine Wood Elves are going to go with what's it called? With like a Glade Guard spam build would probably be my guess. I'm not sure. Just like Starfire Shaft, try and outrange them. Maybe some Way Watchers to snipe the enemy archers and missiles. Any tips for Khorne and Domination? Yeah, I think your best friend is Khorne and Domination or Shielded Chaos Warriors. You need to start with Shielded Chaos Warriors until you're able to effectively kill their missiles with like Fleshhounds and Furies. And once you do that, then you start summoning out Bloodletters to outtrade everything. But Bloodletters don't do well into missile play, so you need to kind of counter that. Khorne is actually good. I've been practicing them quite a bit. Yeah, Red Olgor isn't bad, and also you have Valkia is amazing too. Vanguard is super strong in this map. Yeah, that's the idea. There's supposed to be some counterplay. I like the changes. So if you capture a Vanguard point on this map, or if you capture objective 1 or 3, it gives you a Vanguard spawn behind your opponent's army, which is actually, I think, really cool. It kind of like gives some good counterplay to really like camping artillery type positions. So I'm pretty excited to see how this goes. What else can definitely get some tricks? Like if Cathay gives up those objectives for free and decides to camp, then they do give their opponent a Vanguard point, which I think is pretty cool. Which is very nice for Wood Elves. Maybe that's kind of the game plan here. So honestly, I think Cathay is favored here too. Yeah, I think so. It's tough. I mean, Wood Elves can win it. Chromo Sumo is a Wood Elf main. It looks like it's going to be triple Waywatcher by some Deepwood Scouts. And also, some sort of a caster lord. I didn't see what it was, but it's going to be a Spellweaver of Life with Dwellers Below and Flesh to Stone. Really interesting. So Flesh to Stone gives armor. I don't really know about the applications. Oh no, it's physical resist now. Okay, they changed it. But yeah, physical resist, I guess you give it to yourself and then go cast Dwellers. Low X Blessing makes his character stock and unspottable, so you can go get a Dwellers on top of enemy artillery. So that's very, very good. Eternal Guard will trade okay into the Cathay Infantry. I think they will lose to a Jade Warrior, but they do have armor piercing at least, so they can put up a fight. Triple Way Watcher, including double Way Watcher with one Deepwood Scout. And on the other side, it looks like it's going to be the same combo. So it's two groups, each of which has 2 Way Watchers, or one has actually 1 Way Watcher and 2 Deepwood Scouts. So going to be sneaking up on the sides, looking to flank the position here. In my experience of trying to use bows to kill Crane Gunners, it doesn't go super well because Crane Gunners have silver shields, but I'll be interested to see. Now for Roflin, he's coming in with the Dragon-Blooded Shugengin Lord, has all the good stuff, Ancestral Warriors, Talons of the Night, Storm Shadows, Cloak of Jet, you guys get it. Jade's Crane Gunners are amazing here, and the reason why is you park them right here, up on the high ground, and they can just shoot at all 3 of the objectives pretty comfortably. Granted, you could still line of sight them a little bit with this skull. Like if you want to capture this objective, you can actually hide behind the skull right here, and then you'll be able to kind of line of sight. So there's some counterplay to that for sure. And of course, the new Vanguard points, like if the Cathay gives up the objectives to the Wood Elves will get these Vanguard points in the corner, which are very cool. And how it works is the Vanguard points will allow you to summon like immediate cav in your opponent's back line with the Wood Elves. So it could punish Cathay for being a little bit stagnant. So very curious to see how this goes. And of course, we got a Fire Rain rocket, and he starts as close to the hill as possible so we can get that line of sight and start shooting. So here we go. It's on, ladies and gentlemen. The forces of Grand Cathay going to be moving up. Jade Warriors heading up the hill. And we do have the Loix Blessing going down. So currently the Wood Elf Lord is invisible. Probably going to be coming in for an early Dwellers. We can see, yeah, the Wood Elf Lord looking like it wants to get a fat Dwellers. 100% going to be on the Fire Rain rocket. Roflin has very quick micro though, so I would imagine he'll either unsummon it very quickly or he'll be able to react in some manner. We'll have to see. Now over here we do get the Dragon-Blooded Lord getting popped by some of the archers, so the Wood Elf archers are exposed. The Way Watchers do have the side point here, so there's a little bit of lag in this game. Hopefully it won't be too bad. It seems like it's kind of stabilizing. Yeah, not too bad. Totally fine. So check this out. The Eagle Lord is now revealed. The trap is sprung. Where's the Dwellers going to go? A lot of good options. Definitely that Fire Rain rocket is what you want to be doing. And, oh, where are you going with this Lord? It's getting a little bit dicey back here, honestly. All the Crane Gunners are turning about face, so now you're going to start getting popped. And it looks like there's going to be a Dweller on top of the Crane Gunners instead of the Fire Rain rocket, which I guess makes sense. It's, you know, Roflin was expecting it on the Fire Rain rocket, so he ran away there. But the Dwellers, I mean, is that even that good? I guess it brought them down, but Roflin was able to move out of it relatively well. But one Crane Gunner does get moved out, and now you can see the Storm of Shadows going down, trying to slow down that character. Okay, this is going to be a nice pick for the Wood Elves, though. Check this out. So we do have the Iron Hail Gunners, and they are very, very heavily exposed. But big shots coming into the Spellweaver. Man, you do not want to be losing your character that early. That would be rough. But the archers should basically hard counter these guys. That's basically, that's going to be one unit getting karate chopped. But look at this. Vanguard point coming up. The Peasant Horsemen going to be charging into the Deepwood Scouts. And the Wood Elves don't have anything to protect here, really. They're just going to be getting run down by these triple cav units. And we do get the Spellweaver of Lice for Chromosumo moving out. But definitely a scary one. Now, a summon is also coming out. We do have the Dragon-Blooded Lord dropping an Ancestral summon. The Wood Elf archers might be able to get back. Peasant Horsemen don't do a ton of damage. So the archers with good micro might be able to kind of scoot and shoot and just kind of drag them down. You can see one unit of the Peasant Horseman is already broken, actually, and the archers haven't even taken that much damage, so not the worst trade in the world. Now, on the other side, we do have Way Watchers. They've crept up in range, probably going to try and snipe that Fire Rain rocket. You can see they're sitting here looking to get those fire shots going up and over the hill, whereas on the other side, it seems like the Wood Elf archers did okay, but man, Roflin really, really on point. Dropping a beautiful, beautiful Talons of the Night right there on those Deepwood Scouts. Thankfully for the Wood Elves, it didn't get their Way Watchers, but the value lead is getting pretty substantial, 1,500 to 8 at this point. But the Wood Elves do kind of escape that initial blunder, and they do bait out a summon, which is pretty nice. And these Peasant Horsemen are certainly getting dragged through the mud. I'm surprised we didn't see Wood Elves coming in with some cavalry of their own to screen that. Now, this is Value City. On the other side, the revenge of the Wood Elves. They do get their Hawkeyes, their Deepwood Scouts, and they sneak in and they kill the Fire Rain rocket. And now with the new Vanguard points, check it out. The Wood Elves get a huge Vanguard coming behind, which is super cool. I really love that interaction on this map. And now the Great Stag Knight's going to be coming in on the back, and we do also have some Glade Riders moving into the back of the Cathay army. So the value is actually dead even. With that snipe on the Fire Rain rocket over there, and look at this, on the other side as well, we do see the Glade Riders coming around the back. They're going to be jumping into the Crane Gunners. And suddenly, this is getting real hog wild back here. The Great Stag Knights definitely will pack some punch. Eternal Guard have moved up on this objective. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Great Stag Knights come in and kill these Iron Hills. I think that would be a super strong play. In the backfield, though, Roflin does get good defense. He uses his Jade Lancers to shut down these Glade Riders, so the Glade Riders get karate chopped. Another unit of Glade Riders trying to kind of squeak into the back line. It does get hit with a Storm of Shadows. They might be able to get on top of the Crane Gunners. We'll have to see. And look at this. Where are these Stag Knights going? Man, Chromo needs to shut down these two archers, and there he goes, or these two Crane Gunners. So one Crane Gunner going to be getting Christmas a little bit early. Nice charge right there. And the other Glade Riders do charge into those Crane Gunners as well. So very, very nice engagement for the Stag Knights. None of the units attacking the Stag Knights are particularly damage heavy, so I think he might be able to just get these Crane Gunners here. This Crane Gunner is getting absolutely wrecked. Up on the high ground, the Iron Hails are in combat with Eternal Guard, and suddenly Chromosumo is back in this game with some really, really aggressive cavalry play. It seems like the Cathay army was a little bit spread out. Like they sent some units over here, so they didn't really have the tools to kind of deal with this big Wood Elf ambush that's coming in. Dweller's Blow coming, it does hit some of those infantry down there, so the Jade Warriors kind of get smashed a little bit. Christmas Cavalry did get beat up. They obviously took a pretty heavy fight, but overall seem to be trading very, very well. Value trading does favor Chromo Sumo, 5.8 to 4.5. Cathay certainly in a little bit of a dangerous situation as they are being picked apart a little bit. On the other side, we see unsupported Jade Warriors. You know, Jade Warriors are good in formation, but if they're unsupported, it's not going to go great, right? And here we see Dryads running across for Chromo Sumo. So those Dryads are going to be hustling up to the high ground. And man, oh man, this is some crazy stuff, too. This is really cool. On the other side, Glade Riders the Spear is going to be hustling. And on top of that, the Spellweaver of Life getting caught, though. Looks like Storm of Shadows going down. A lot of people forget this about the Dragon-Blooded Lord, is that they're actually really, really good fighters. And there's the Loix Blessing, a little bit of invisibility. But Roflin's kind of keeping the value tight, and Cathay can definitely grind their way back into this game. This game's far from over. And if Cathay takes the side objectives, it does get rid of the Vanguard points. So Wood Elves own this one. Grand Cathay does not own this one. It looks like the Ironhail Gunners are somehow defeating these Eternal Guard. I'm not asking any questions, but we'll have to see. In the backfield, these cavalry being hunted down by the Jade Lancers. And they're running for the hills, and they have a little bit of Loix Blessing, which is going to give them some speed, I would imagine. I guess it's a targeted ability. But the Jade Lancers are really good at cleaning up the cav units, and it looks like Roflin's pulling back the value. So 6.2 to 6.8. Obviously, he stayed calm in the pocket like good old NFL quarterback, and despite the SAT coming in, he was able to kind of stabilize there. And he's enjoying his stuff. Yes, he is. So there you have Dryads moving up, looking to collapse into the backfield. Unfortunately for the Dryads, the Jade Lancers will do very, very well against them. Roflin does have some Jade Warriors on the middle objective, which is owned by Grand Cathay, and it looks like Grand Cathay did also take the high ground objective with those Iron Hails against these Eternal Guard, and there's also some basic Peasant Long Spearmen moving up there to grab that point. So currently Roflin does resecure the objectives. He's pulled the value to only 400 points, so very, very even trading, and now we get the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin coming out. So the Righteous Lances are on their way, and there's Vanguard points on both sides, so each corner has a Vanguard point. Nice Way Watcher fire. Definitely going to be doing some work. And is that a Dwellers? No, that was a Smoke Bomb coming in. So he tried to drop a Smoke Bomb right there. But that's going to be super cost effective for Roflin. He does get the Righteous Lances right on top of the Hawkeyes, which is what he wants. But still, those Righteous Lances are being shot by other Way Watchers and Deepwood Scouts, all of which hit pretty hard. So on that same coin, Roflin is also taking quite a bit of damage. But the Cathay Lord is also getting a really good hunt on the Spellweaver of Life. Definitely getting a nice slow right here. And it looks like the Spellweaver is going to be broken. Good night, sweet princess, I suppose. Down she goes. Very, very nice gooning. And that could be the turning of the tide. Now, the Wood Elf army has to deal with some leadership issues. Really, really nice Talons of the Night right there. Dropping on top of two of the Wood Elf infantry. It hits the Eternal Guard as well as the Dryads, giving the middle objective very firmly to Grand Cathay. Cathay also has a Stranglehold up on Objective 1, and Objective 3 is owned by the Wood Elves, but the Wood Elves looking a little bit tattered right now. Granted, they do rout the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin because of how good the Hawkeyes of Jakira are. They have a Discourage effect, negative 16, and on top of that, the Lord having recently died is going to be a pretty substantial penalty as well. Although maybe the Lord wasn't that character. We'll have to take a look at that a little bit later. Oh no, that was for the Wood Elves. Duh. Okay, that didn't apply. Big Cathay cavalry crash. We do see the Hawkeyes of Jakira coming in, and the other Way Watchers being attacked by the Dragon-Blooded Lord. Cathay's starting to get back in this game and take it over. This is a really, really impressive showcase of staying calm under pressure. Like, Roflin's entire back line was getting collapsed horribly. Like, he lost all of his Crane Gunners, his Fire Rain Rocket. The Wood Elves were just going ham in pretty much all of his battle lines, right? But he stayed calm. He rallied his cavalry. He fended off the Wood Elf press and was able to kind of value trade his way back, which is very, very impressive for sure. I'm very impressed by his play here. Jade Lancers trying to get up to the Spears to get a little bit of support. Now we get some Deepwood Scouts coming out to clear off these Peasant Archers, try and get the objective back. This objective owned by the Wood Elves, but not for long. It looks like some Eternal Guard maybe going to be able to get up there and do something about it, but it looks like they're going to be charged off the objective. We'll see. Their capture weight will maybe be as much as these two cav units if they manage to get on, but Cavalry come in. That's some good domination fundamentals right there for sure. Basically dropping the peasants into the spears before the peasants can reach the objective to make sure the objective swings for Grand Cathay is a very, very good play, because that could have actually saved it for the Wood Elves, depending on what they have reinforcing. Doesn't look like much of anything, but the Wood Elves are securing this point once again. As far as the points, it's a pretty close game, but the Wood Elves have fallen behind by about 600 value right now. The dreaded Slanesh bot's going to be visiting chat, saying hello to everyone, and Dryads maybe going to be able to hold this point. We'll see. Jade Warriors trade super well in the Dryads, though, in my experience. But Wood Elves will get this one. Now they have to kind of find out how they're going to get the middle objective back. The points do slightly favor Chromo Sumo by like 10 points, but that's going to be changing very soon, as Cathay currently has a triple cap. They won't have one for long, as these Dryads will get that point. But even still, it's going to really snowball out of control if Grand Cathay is able to keep getting these very effective trades. Glade Riders into Peasants, it's whatever, pretty much a wet noodle trade. There is a Dragon-Blooded Lord. And Jade Lancers also coming in to hammer. It seems like the Wood Elves can't really get anything expensive that can deal with these Jade Lancers. Like, they had the Christmas Cavalry in the beginning. Glade Riders, though, are going to get wrecked pretty bad. I mean, I guess they have better stats, so maybe they can trade okay. I mean, the armor of the Jade Lancers should really just carry the day here. More Glade Riders on their way out. I think just Eternal Guard spam would probably be the best bet at this point. Looking at Cathay's army, it's mostly just Jade Warriors. He's got some more Halberds coming out, and Halberds, yeah, he's getting a lot of durability moving to that point. Granted, there are some Wood Elf archers, but neither of them are armor-piercing archers, so they're going to basically do nothing. Jade Warriors are just ready for this all day, every day, right? 80 armor, they're shielded, they don't care, they're cheap, they're cost-effective. Jade Warriors are just such a good unit. Probably one of the best units on the roster, if not the best. Now, although Iron Hails are really good too. Iron Hails can just like end a game. No, for only 500, those things do a lot of work. Chromo Sumo's going to be splitting his micro here, so he does get his archers back. Able to get some good firepower into that Dragon-Blooded Lord up in the sky, so finally putting a little bit of hurt on that character. Now, all these Halberds are on their way up, so that's really going to kind of shut down the Wood Elf Cavalry play up on the objective. Here, the Dryads should have this under control, but it looks like Grand Cathay is going to be moving some Jade Lancers up to start stealing that objective again, which is pretty funny. The dreaded Slanesh bots in chat, yes, they're always here. They're a signature of our stream. They're like the Cenobites from Hellraiser. They're like, we are travelers on the outer realm of sensation or experience or whatever they say. Yeah, they're on their way. I recently watched the new Hellraiser movie. It was kind of janky, but you know, it is what it is. I'm like, if you look at the Hellraiser movies, it kind of has a really interesting premise, like the original ones. But like all the remakes are just, most of them are just so terrible. Like nobody can just get that right. There's like some film and like movie franchises that are just so cursed, you know, like they just can't be done right. Despite having like a really cool foundation, they just can't be done right. Deepwood Scouts, as well as the Glade Riders, able to kind of sweep up those Jades and secure this back objective. Value, though, starting to get back for Chromo a little bit, so he's trading okay. Is Chromo Sumo going to be able to wrestle his way back into this game? They have such sights to show us, yes. That's the quote from the original. We have such sights to show you. Yeah, I love it. The original Pinhead guy was really, really good. He was great. I wouldn't say the new Hellraiser movie was like that B-rated, like B horror movie that's still fun. It was pretty haggard. Yeah, it wasn't like, it was still enjoyable though. If you're a fan of the Hellraiser like series, I think it's worth watching. Like it has some cool scary stuff in it and whatnot, but horror franchise, yeah, what's a horror franchise that like keeps getting redone over and over, but some of the remakes are actually good? Let's see if anybody in chat can come up with one. I'll be curious. Anyways, Dryads here, sitting on the side, just waiting, looking to strike. Way Watchers have come in, which is really good. Chromo actually pulled a pretty big value lead of about 1,000 right here. This game has just been super scrappy. Roflin getting his Jade Lancers on top of the Deepwood Scouts. Way Watchers might be able to put some peeling fire. We also got Dryads coming in to fight on the point. On the side, it's not being held by anyone at this moment, so this one could actually be threatened by Grand Cathay. Looks like Grand Cathay is going to be sending halberds everywhere, which is going to make it incredibly tough to get up there for sure. Yeah, Cabin of the Woods. Yeah, I saw that one. Halloween 2018 was pretty good. Okay, we're getting some. I'm seeing some solid ones. Halloween, right on. So it's possible. Warhammer, yeah, Warhammer patches are pretty good horror movies. That's true. That's very apt. So Jade Lancers here getting bombarded by ye old Way Watchers, so they're going to be getting the biz. Pretty good armor piercing on those. The Wood Elves just going to take their time, but they're certainly running out of it. 1030 to 700. He's going to need to get an objective soon, and the Wood Elves really cannot afford to give up a point. And if Grand Cathay is good at like doing anything, it's really just sitting on objectives too and tanking them. Like Dwarves in Grand Cathay are so, if you let them get a foothold on objectives in the late game after your like main gunpowder and like, you know, firing power is off your roster, your winds of magic are low, like dude, it's going to be tough. And like, yeah, that's the thing. I think the Wood Elves really put themselves in a tricky position. Like Chromo did a good job scrapping back. Like if Chromo managed to keep his Glade Lord alive and had it right now with Dwellers Below, I think he might be able to win this game, honestly. He could probably, you know, Dwellers Below these halberds, get them off the objective, start to get a little bit of control, and yeah, we'll have to see. Jade Lancers on their way up, as well as halberds, so here they come. Going to be moving up to the point. That one should be pretty secure. And Wood Elves do have capture weight here. They have 2 Dryads, but I just don't think there's going to be enough time. They would have to get a double cap, like, right now to get this. I guess they do have the high ground objective. Is there going to be anything to stop that? We got Wild Riders coming in. Wild Riders will do okay against Jade Lancers. They would win in a straight-up fight, but they do cost like 300 more, and it's going to take them like 45 minutes to actually kill that, right? So Archer's still shooting. Grand Cathay holding like champs. This objective has a little bit of Wood Elf capture favor, but not by much. This side, nobody's going to get this one. We do get some Glade Riders coming back in. And honestly, I think that Grand Cathay's got this one. We see Halberds up on the high ground, and Jade Warrior Halberds are no joke. These guys are really tanky. 80 armor, pretty good melee defense at 34. And they're going to be able to kind of hold off any of the Wood Elf pressure coming in. Yeah, all the Ash vs. Evil Dead stuff was really good. Yeah, the TV show was a lot of fun. Glade Rider Spheres riding these down. Grand Cathay holding on for the Dragon Emperor, falling even further behind in value, but obviously trading value on the points, so that's not bad for them. They're able to kind of keep it and hold it, and these Jade formations on the sides are going to be so incredibly tough to remove. Looks like the Wood Elves are planning for a triple cap. They know they need to, so they got Dryads coming up here. That's pretty much their only play is to get a triple cap at this point, right? Are they going to be playing this point? It does not look like Chromo has the resources to go over here. He's spread pretty thin. His archers are still shooting, but very impressive Wood Elf play. I mean, I think Grand Cathay is pretty good against Wood Elves in my experience, and he's able to kind of do relatively well for himself, for sure. Which is better bang for your buck, Empire Knights or Jade Lancers? Pretty much the same. They're pretty much interchangeable, honestly. Both units fill the same role. They don't do a lot of damage, but they're pretty tanky. Empire Knights are slightly tankier, but do less damage, so it's kind of just the trade-off. But yeah, they're basically the same unit, just copy-pasted over to another roster, right? So Cathay has capture weight on one objective, but at that point, or Wood Elves did, but that's it. That's GG. So well played. It was a very good, exciting opening, but the Wood Elves losing their Lord, I think, was the straw that broke their back. Also, very good calmness from Roflin. He was able to maintain poise under pressure when all those Cav were just going balls deep in his backfield. So yeah, great play on his part. Great play. On both sides, really. Way Watchers did good. They all paid for themselves, I think, although some of them had to be summoned twice. The Dwellers below, maybe, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's good against the artillery. Stag Knights didn't do bad. GG, well played. Great game. That was a really fun one. So let's update it. It's going to be 1-0 for Roflin in this best of 3. And that is that. Great opening match. I agree. That was a really fun one. It got really crazy. Yeah, Empire Knights don't have Harmony, but Jade Lancers often don't really have Harmony. Yeah, like Jade Lancers are probably a better unit because of Harmony. Yeah. If they're like, if you have Jade Lancers defending your backfield, they become better too because they get the Harmony bonus, so they become harder to deal with. The new Predator movie was very good. I actually loved it, man. Not Predator, I'm talking about Prey. Prey was the one that... Yeah, I mean, it is a new Predator movie, but you guys know what I'm talking about. That was really cool. I enjoyed the hell out of that. My wife and I, we were kind of going into it with, lower expectations, because most of the Predator remakes have been really, kind of campy, but that was actually really good. We were like, damn, that was a fun movie. That was really fun. Yeah, Prey was good. Yeah, it's hard to compare it to the classic one, but it was still, I think, good. High Elves are doing very well. They're doing very well. Let's take a look at their win rates. Let's see. Yeah, High Elves are doing pretty good. They have a 59% win rate, so that's solid. That's where they should be, The problem is the stats are accurate, of course, but we also don't really have Vampire Coast at its full strength, or Vampire Counts Coast at their full strength. We see Warriors of Chaos just being bullshit as usual, 84%. Probably only losing in lower brackets. And yeah, Grand Cathay's doing pretty good, 17 and 11. Dark Elves are doing good. High Elves are pretty good. This is great. I'm glad to see High Elves within striking distance of Dark Elves in terms of balance, right? Ogre Kingdoms, their record's tanking. They were doing very well in the beginning, but Khorne also doing well. Anyone above, yeah, Vampire Counts obviously are going to have a bad record because currently they're not allowed to use their healing. So yeah, no surprises. That's not apt at all. But these are the pit factions. These are the factions that are the Dwellers below. Is the Beastmen, the Empire, Kislev, and Nurgle. Those are probably some of the weaker factions. For sure. Dwarves, I think, will climb back up to 50%. Tzeentch will as well. It's very early on. It's very early. We've only had a couple tournaments, so the stats aren't super accurate yet. We need to have a couple weeks. A big part of the win rate is against the Empire. Yeah. Yeah, High Elf's doing good. So on the subject of horror movies, what's my favorite? My favorite horror movie of all time is The Thing with Kurt Russell. It's really good. Oh my God. If you guys haven't seen The Thing, it's one of the best. It's just so good. I think it's a John Carpenter movie. Oh man, it's so good. The practical effects in that movie are so disturbing. And the premise is so cool. This Arctic research station and you don't know who the imposter is. And it's super terrifying how it takes people and stuff. It's that movie is freaky as hell. Yeah, it's really scary. I'm so happy about the number of people using elves. Yeah, me too. The original Chucky movies? Oh, I've seen that. Saw the original ones as a kid, yeah. Yeah, The Thing is so good. I remember that movie gives me the chills. You're just oh my God. Monsters is really frightening. Road to Val's Anvil is the next map, which is a pretty big map. We'll see what the 2 players pick here. Chromo versus Roflin. Does Warhammer 3 support FFA and you'll be running any of those again? Yeah. FFA is fun for casual, but for any sort of competitive format, it's not good. Because there's no incentive to attack, so people can just, like, you know, be really cheesy in it. Yeah. Ogres are a lot better now. Yeah, they did do a remake of The Thing. I didn't watch it, though. I heard it was pretty bad. The Thing 1982 is my all-time favorite sci-fi horror movie as well. Yeah, it's a good choice. It's a good choice. It's really solid. It's really solid. Yeah, the High Elves have some good units. They were just overpriced. For me, it's Hellraiser. Yeah, I love Hellraiser. Decay, it sounds like you and I have really similar taste in horror movies. Like Hellraiser, The Thing, Event Horizon are like 3 of my top 3 favorite horror movies, like, of all time. Like, in there for sure. Event Horizon is really good. I love deep space, like, kind of cosmic horror type stuff. Like, otherworldly. Like, Hellraiser is really cool with, like, the whole mystery of, like, Leviathan and, like, the mystery of the Cenobites and, like, what they want. It's, like, it's really interesting. Like, I love that cosmic kind of otherworldly. Yeah. Those are great. Alien is an amazing movie. The original Alien is scary as hell. That's one of the best horror movies of all time. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, Alien, if you were to ask my wife is like a horror aficionado. She's like the Dark Lord of horror movies and books. She, like, every single night when we go to bed, she's reading like horror short stories and horror novels, like every single night. She's the dark queen of horror movies and books. She knows everything about them. It's crazy. But Aliens is her favorite. Yeah, but I would say The Thing is probably in her top 5 as well. The original Alien was pretty scary. So Chromo wants to DM me. Let me double check this. All right. All right. Chromo said he had some sort of a weird lag in the game. When the lag occurred, I wasn't able to issue orders. That cost me his Lord and his Archer units? That's weird. Check that your Archers. Or, all right. So Chromo said he had some issues. I didn't notice any lag during the game. Alrighty, so just checking here. Got to do a little bit of admin. There we go. So just checking, doing some admin stuff. Looks good. And outstanding. Okay, cool. There we go. So Chromo's going to restart his game real quick, see if it fixes any of his issues. And we'll hope for the best. Yeah, on the subject of Event Horizon, it had a really good cast. Like, Event Horizon had it had Morpheus in it. He was like one of the main characters. Yeah, was he the main character? I'm not sure. I think he was, yeah. Lawrence Fishburne, yeah. You and your wife should check out the No Sleep podcast. She listens to that every single day. Yeah, she listens to it already. It's fun you mention it. The Alien vs. Predator movies are so janky. Oh my god. I enjoyed them though, because I love like really terrible stuff like that. Like, my favorite scene in the Alien vs. Predator is when they're like having that like when the Alien vs. Predator are having the WWE match in the pits. They're like wrestling, right? And then like the Predator grabs the alien by the tail and like swings him in circles. It's like some shitty like WWE battle or something. I used to just cry laughing during that scene. It was just so funny, dude. Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne and Sam Neill, great actors. Event Horizon confirmed by the writers to be Warhammer. Oh, that's cool. Paladin Shark, that's cool. Just that swinging the alien with the tail is so... It's like, oh my god, that was so funny. Hey Turin, how does Tzeentch defeat Khorne on Dom? Oh, just spam blue fire at them. Yeah, spam blue fire at everything and you'll be fine. And you want to use spawn in that matchup. Like spawn of Tzeentch, like stacked with your infantry are really good because they sunder armor and do magic and do quite a bit. Yeah. All right. Cool. And let's see what happens. But why? Why does that one predator equipment... Oh, you're saying when he gets like the alien poison on him? Well, the alien's poison is like acidic, so it like melts things. Yeah. You don't watch AVP for plot. You watch AVP to watch aliens fight each other. Exactly. Exactly. It's just so terrible. I love it. Swings the alien like a morning star, breaking cinderblock pillars. Yeah. Yeah, that's the scene. Oh, man. It gets me every single time. Alien vs. Predator was pretty cheesy. It was really fun. I mean, when that came out, I think I must have been pretty young. It was fun. Oh, Philip, maybe I'll check that out. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's like acidic, yeah. The aliens spit or whatever. All right, so let's see what the players are going to pick here. Chromo Sumo said he had some sort of issues last game with his orders, which is strange. It's the first I've heard of that. I don't think Roflin had any issues. Could sometimes it's a weird thing on Professor Pone has the same problem. Where sometimes like he just randomly can't like issue orders. All right, cool. So it looks like it's going to be Norska. Roflin's Norska is very good. He's an incredible Norska player. Yeah, he's a very strong Norskan player. We'll see what Chromo picks. We will see. When will Carnosaurs get a buff? They fill their role pretty good. I mean, they're really fast anti-large. Yeah, we definitely I was just talking with the players. Dedicated servers would go a long way in this game. Didn't Underwater end with Cthulhu Awakening? Sort of, yeah. Yeah, that was, I think that's how that one kind of ends. No, Zero. I haven't seen that, no. I haven't seen it. Norska's no joke, guys. Oh no, Roflin's going with dwarves. Okay. He seems to have a pretty similar faction range to me. Like, he likes to play dwarves, he likes to play Empire. Although he plays Norska. Norska is basically just Marauder Horseman spam. It's really stupid. Marauder Horsemen are still a little bit overtuned, I think. Probably need like a 50 gold increase, in my opinion. Like, Chaos needs to be brought in check a little. Especially Warriors. God, Warriors of Chaos are such bullshit, man. Hellstriders getting a 50 gold increase is such a joke. It's such a joke, man. They need to be like almost I think you could make Hellstriders 800 gold and they would be a fair unit, honestly. I really do. Like, Slaanesh needs to just be Shadow Realmed a little bit. Like, just with gold cost increases, you don't even have to nerf them for campaign. Keep the campaign players happy. Just give them gold increases on some of their units, because Mark of Slaanesh is just so much better than every other Chaos Mark. Like, the Khorne Mark actually has a penalty, right? Then you look at Slaanesh and it's just like ITP, physical resist, like Strider. There's no negatives to the Slaanesh trait. Whereas like Khorne Warriors have to lose like melee defense. Nurgle ones have to lose melee attack. They're just like slower. It's like, dude, why give them those? If like Slaanesh should have like some penalty. They should have less HP or something. Like, Slaanesh is just so bogus. I liked Freddy vs. Jason. Oh my god, Freddy vs. Jason was ridiculous. I love how the whole premise of the movie is like trying to lure them to fight each other. Yeah. Yeah, Slaanesh is just like so dumb, dude. Yeah, it's really dumb. Anyways, we try our best. Oh my god, do we have a Dowie mirror match? Is this happening? All right, guys. Well, there's going to be grudges today. No, I'm not playing today. I'm just casting. Satisfy the grudge. They have wronged us. It's going to be dwarves versus dwarves, I think. We have the Dowie Civil War. Slaanesh should just have no armor on anything, just fully naked. Even their warriors, just nothing. Because Slaanesh is like so hard hitting, so fast, and tanky. You can't get rid of them. They have ITP. You literally cannot terror route Slaanesh. They just always are there, and they have really good leadership too. Like Slaanesh is so broken. Dwarf mirrors are actually kind of fun in some ways. As long as I use different banners, it's kind of like, you know, double Dowie. I know all the dwarf fans in chat. And there's going to be grudges and grudges satisfied, no matter which perspective you're on. Slaanesh Mark should have reduced armor health. Yeah, it's really dumb. Groot says, thanks for casting my game on YouTube, even though it was cringy to watch my newbie. Oh, dude, don't worry about it, man. You play. Which player were you? I think I know which one you are, but which game was it? Were you the Lizardman High Elf game? You one of those guys? Both players in that game played well. There's obviously everyone makes mistakes, dude. Everyone makes mistakes. If I cast my own games, there's mistakes. Yeah. Which wasn't on Hellstriders are just busted. They're just so stupid. We all remember C-tier Slaanesh, right? No, well, I mean, Slaanesh, they've always been pretty good. People just didn't realize how broken Hellstriders were and how good their infantry were. But when people figured out Slaanesh and Domination, it was pretty much game blouses at that point. It was just over. Yeah, Nim, for sure. I think that can be considered that. Yeah. Leagues of Votan battle, yes. Dwarf fans, yes, there's many of them. Trust me. The Dowie are ready. I feel like there's going to be a lot of cannons and artillery just going to be going fisticuffs here. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay. Interesting builds from both players. One of the builds is like more RTK style, and the other one is definitely its own thing. It's definitely its own thing. Yeah. Yeah, Warhammer's a very complicated game. It is, for sure. There's so much going on. So many factions, so much knowledge to have. It certainly takes a little bit of time if you're a newer player to get the range, like knowledge of what all the factions do. But that's part of the fun. Like, there's always something new to learn. Like, I've been playing this game for years, and there's still factions that I don't have like fully mastered, you know, because they've been updated or changed. And I'm kind of like, oh, it'd be fun to go like learn them. Yeah, this is going to be a slow game. This is going to be a real slow one. So after this, we will cast. So Void Law's defeated the True Bretonian 2-0. Man, he really is the Terminator, that guy. So he won 2-0. And he'll be facing the winner of, if we take a look at the brackets of this series, he'll be facing the winner of Roflin and Chromo. So we'll be casting this game next, and then we have the grand finals after that. On the bottom side, everybody's kind of moving along nicely. We have Reginald Puggington versus Noob Botch. Maybe I'll cast Reginald's game after this and let Void and these guys play instead. Be kind of fun. Reginald's got a really interesting play style. He plays some weird shit, like in a good way. Yeah, it's very fun. So maybe we'll do that. We'll see. They say that a hero can save us. Dude, the double Dowie match. Mark of Slaanesh and 40k used to give Feel No Pain, which was nice. Yeah, it was very good. Yeah, Slaanesh is just busted in this game, though. Their infantry are so good. Oh my god, having like cheap, shielded anti-infantry, ITP, physical resist infantry for like 500 gold is a steal also. Can anyone beat Void? He lost last... So Void Law's qualified for the Season 2 Grand Finals, but he qualified so early on, and it looks like he hadn't been playing in like 4 or 5 months. So he got to the finals and like lost there, but he wasn't like practiced. And it seems like he's practicing again and actually like learning the meta and playing. So like, I think he's definitely a top contender. 100%. Washington State is amazing, dude. Look into the island. Yeah, sounds good. I will, Powers. If you could shoot me a message in Discord with that, that'd be great as well. Is he the Terminator from 1 or 2? He's probably the one from 2 that can like meld into like liquid metal and like go through doors and shit. He's definitely the scarier Terminator, yeah. Then you have Moffat is like the original Terminator, yeah. Yeah, I think when you put Azag on his Skull Munch, I think he loses some of his items, which is kind of weird. Slaanesh is so villainous, it's true. All right, guys, who's excited for a Dowie mirror match? Let's build the hype. Let's get it going. All right, one sec here. All right, one sec here. Checking this out here. Okay. No problem. Outstanding. So Chromo's ready. The Dowie Lord. I think Chromo Sumo's an RTK. I think he just doesn't wear the clan badge. But I think he is. Because he's always hanging out and chat with those guys. Which is very strong. Yeah, dude, the bots are just relentless. Let me see if there's anything I can do in the settings to help with them. Let's go to this. I think there's something in customization. Let's see. So participant, okay. Okay, I might have just solved the Slanesh bot problem. So you just have to be subscribed to the channel. Like not a member, but just like click the subscribe button and you should be okay. So that, because then the bots will have to be subscribed to me for 5 minutes. I don't know if they're that clever. We'll see if the Slanesh bots have evolved to the point where they can do it. So we have Thoric Ironbrow versus the Lordless army, which again is pretty common. So you just bring no Lord and you unsummon the Dwarven Miner to avoid Lord sniping. Granted, for Dwarves, I don't think it's that important because like killing, I think Thoric is actually better. He's a little bit vulnerable to cannons on his anvil, but there's plenty of places for him to hide here. Yeah, the bots are learning. Tomoko, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. May Chuck Norris bless your sacred entry here. Why is my nickname Pierogi related? Is there some lore into this? Yeah, there's a little lore. My wife is Polish, and pierogies are like one of my favorite foods on the planet. So that's basically the extent of it. But whenever I go to Poland, which is relatively often, I always just find a pierogi place, and I just feast like the heathen kings. It's so good. Just crying tears of joy. Turin just unlocked infinite subs. Yeah, as if there's any like benefit to that though. Who isn't subscribed to the Haggard Lord? You'd actually be surprised. Like, I think maybe 60% of the people who watch my videos are actually subscribed to the channel. Something like that. Yeah, so there's a good 40, maybe 40, yeah, about 40, 45% of people who aren't subscribed to the channel who watch videos. I think streams are a little bit different. I think people usually tune into streams or subscribe, but yeah, no worries either way, as long as you guys are having a good time. So, looking at the army here of Roflin. Roflin is coming in with cannons, a Goblobber, and another cannon. So, going to be getting the Dowie artillery position up on the high ground. Going to be parking up on the hill here, like so, and trying to take advantage of that. Or just meeting the dwarves up in the high ground. And granted, there's line of sight blocking here. We do have this little shrine, which can block cannons and things like that. And looks like he's going for double Thane. So he's got 2 Dwarven Thanes coming in. Now, looking at Chromo's army. Chromo is going to be going with the RTK style. I actually played against Houseplant, and he gave my Empire the business with pretty much this exact build. Thoric Ironbrow. Front line is Dwarf Warriors. And he's got a mass amount of Quarrelers. Just volume of fire. You would think Thunderers would be a little bit more prevalent due to the armor piercing. But I suppose Quarrelers have better range and yeah, they can get the job done. It's going to take a lot of firepower for sure. Yeah, Medley. The average is like, makes sense. Makes sense for sure. Yeah, not a lot of great weapons either. Very interesting. We have a couple Dwarf Warrior great weapons on the side. Roflin has more great weapons. He's got Dwarf Warrior great weapons on both corners here. Roflin does also have the artillery advantage, but the army here of Chromo Sumo is going to be way scarier in a head-on fight. And I think that the cannons probably won't be super cost-effective here. It's hard to say. We'll have to see how this goes. We will have to see how this goes. That's interesting, Medley. I didn't know that. Good to know. Good to know. Thank you, guys. I think artillery on this map is much stronger on the low ground, says B Master, the great Umais, the Mountain King himself. Words of wisdom indeed, brother. I agree with you, because here there's a lot of like weird obstruction. I think up on the high ground, you could probably get away with using like triple grudge thrower. That's probably the approach I might consider with artillery, is like a grudge thrower battle line right here. Because then you could line of sight enemy cannons using this like terrain piece and just like, are they just not gonna play the bottom objectives? That would be so funny. That would be so funny. Maybe you get the Vanguard reinforcement point and send some like Dwarven miners over there to grab that. That would be so hilarious. There's just like some miners battling in the low ground with blasting charges and just rumbling over the objectives. Oh, you know what would be the coolest play ever? If one of the dwarf players sent like a Dwarven Ranger down there, like to just go stealth capture these objectives, that would be the most power play ever. Although Roflin could probably just send a Thane too. Like a Dwarven character could just go down there and capture it and be like relatively safe as well. I think there's a lot of cool options. I think there's a lot of cool options for sure. Anyways, the battle is on. We have a land battle, yes. Oh man, look at this! Guys, the dreaded Skyhammer is flying through the Elven City. Now this almost is never pertinent because typically people are fighting down here. This is like a really funny nuance. Like, oh, you can actually kind of go into the Elf City a little bit. Look, there's some nice detail here. But this is risky. Skyhammer, if there were Dwarven Thunders, this thing would be terrible. Oh, yes. Look at the Skyhammer up here, dude. Oh my god, that's so meme. That is so meme. So the Skyhammer is up there. It obviously isn't going to be able to really shoot from up there. We do have the Grudge Thrower coming in from Chromo Sumo. There's going to need to be like a Thunderer to keep this thing honest. There's really going to need to be a Thunderer because like that will just kind of really punish that. Now, it looks like the Grudge Thrower of Chromo Sumo is getting hammered by the cannons. So the cannons actually can hit it. Looks like they're able to get some line of sight on that. Some bombardments coming down, and it looks like a unit of Dwarven Rangers are going to be backing up here. As the Skyhammer is going to be sneaking over the wall. Here it comes, very sneaky. I don't think it can shoot through the wall. Let's go ahead and see. No, it doesn't look like it. It's just sitting back there, just waiting, I guess. Yeah, so it's just going to be kind of chilling in the back. Now, there's going to be some light scrapping on the low ground. So we do see blasting charges and blasting charges for the objectives. Ekron's Miners coming in from Roflin. And the Skyhammer is basically just waiting to ambush. This is like almost, the battle's almost always down here. So this is very interesting to see. Does the range factor into height? Yeah, I think it does. It would have to like fly over the wall. We'll have to see. I mean, that's a big gold investment to not be doing anything. And Thoric should just attack this Sane. He could totally just smash this Sane if they end up fighting. But it looks like he ends up taking a little bit of a shot. So artillery duel's going down. I think that Roflin is going to wait until his opponent like forgets like about the Skyhammer, and then he's going to move in. So objective number 3 is going to be taken by the Purple Dwarves. Chromo Sumo going to take it with his Dwarven Miners. We're going to get Blasting Charge into the Shadow Realm. This objective being taken by Roflin, and he also has Iron Drakes in here. Very interesting. So the front line of Chromo getting hammered pretty good by the artillery. Should be getting in range soon. He needs to get all of his Quarrelers up and active. Like, they need to be shooting into these great weapons, 100%. They're now shooting, and the Skyhammer still hasn't done anything. Austin, I love your AoE stuff. Yes, Age of Empires 4 stream tomorrow. Tomorrow we get the new factions, and we're going to be streaming, so make sure to tune in if you're looking for some Age of Empires. And the Skyhammer descends. The Master Rune of Slowness is active. Is there going to be any sort of counterplay? It looks like it's going to run back up, and I don't know. Yeah, it's going to be hard to hit that thing. Like, bows aren't very good at hitting gyros in the first place. You can see the line of sighting on that is like really, really janky. So that thing is getting popped in the face pretty good. Gonna run back. Actually didn't take any damage. Wow. So yeah, I think you just move away from the walls a little bit. Like, you don't need to hang that close. This is 1,400 gold for Roflin. That's doing absolutely nothing. It's not fighting. These archers should just move up, and when it moves out to do its bombing run, that's when you shoot it. Like, bows can never hit gyrocopters. They can never hit gyros. So the Iron Drake's going to be moving up. Looks like they're going to be trying to roast into some of these units here. And again, these things should just be getting focus fired super heavily. Thoric does have the Rune of Doom active. Longbeards with Great Opens moving in. And now the Skyhammer has come down. There needs to be some Dwarven Thunderers or something to deal with this. So the Bombers, here's the first run. A little bit of damage there. Not bad. It gets some value, although the value, let's see. It got about 191 right there, so it still hasn't paid for itself. That was a really good bombing run. It's taking a bit of damage. Yeah, you need some guns to deal with this. To put some respect on it. Skyhammer going to be getting popped once again. Taking a lot of damage. The Skyhammer's down to half health, guys, and it hasn't quite paid for itself yet. It's about 500. A decent little bombing volley right there. But the bows are doing actually decent work against it. Despite its 100 armor, it's getting worn down. The other bow's going to be shooting up. And as far as the value trading, it looks like Roflin is winning in the front line too. Because all these Quarrelers for Chromo are not getting engaged, right? He's just kind of letting the melee forces of Roflin push. And now we got Iron Drakes in range, and the Iron Drakes are getting a lot of value in here. Shooting into the Quarrelers. Definitely going to be melting those guys down. And there they go, sweet princes. Now, the Skyhammer is going to be retreating after a successful raid on enemy lines. The bow line, definitely in a little bit of danger. Longbeards with Great Opens are on their way up. And the crossbows now going to be shooting into the Dwarven infantry. I can't help but think the crossbows aren't doing that well. Like, maybe a bunch of Thunderers would have done better. That the Skyhammer wouldn't have done anything. He'd have more armor piercing to shoot into this army. I guess they do have decent arcs of fire. Down here, this objective is going to be taken by Chromo. Bottom objective is taken by Chromo as well. Does Chromo Sumo abandon the high ground now and maybe just trade defensively and hold the 2 low ground objectives? Is that going to be kind of the way that he plays? We'll have to see. So crossbow shooting out. Skyhammer has used, I think, most of its bombardments. It's going to be moving down to help out in the low ground a little bit. So most likely this objective will be taken by Roflin. as he does have the blasting charges moving in, as well as some of the Longbeards with great weapons. The Skyhammer's unsummoned at that point, which is not going to give much of a refund at all. The Skyhammer was at about 40%, so it's only going to give a couple hundred gold, so really not a huge advantage there to have it off the battlefield. Ranger's still shooting in, though, from Chromosuma. We do have Thoric Ironbrow getting ready to do glorious battle here with the Thane. Should be pretty favored for Thoric. Louis being shot with cannons, but yeah, he should be able to smash the Thane pretty hard. He's got good armor piercing, good combat stats. Who would have thought Iron Drakes would be a useful thing? Dude, these Iron Drakes are just like, they're like Space Marine Terminators with combi flamers. Like moving up, tanking all this firepower, and just like tanking blasting charges. They don't really cost that much. Kind of a cool tech by Roflin to see these guys in action, right? Crossbows without Ulthors or Rune of Breaking is tough. Yeah, they're like, look how long it takes them to just kill one like unit that only costs about 700 gold. The artillery is going to be unsummoned probably because its positioning isn't great. On the low ground, the objectives are being fought over pretty heavily, but Roflin does have Giant Slayers. He's using a lot of interesting tech against Chromo. Chromo's army is a little bit one-dimensional, whereas the army of Roflin appears to have a little bit more of a dynamic set of tools with which to work. And we see Thoric moving up. Obviously, Thoric is going to get capped by these Thunders. He's going to be taking quite a bit of damage there. Roflin really pulling a big value lead as the Iron Drakes are now in position, getting ready to kind of roast some of these guys. The Skyhammer was good, but it's not even the reason this game's going badly. Like, it was one variable. Obviously, a little bit of lag here in the peer-to-peer. And Miners with Blasting Charges battling in. Miners with Blasting Charges battling here. But it looks like this game's going to be taken over most likely by Roflin here pretty soon. We do get the Norgumlings coming down. Going to be getting fat Blasting Charges here onto the Miners. Those guys get wrecked. And the Norgumlings do have Vanguard deployment. So at this point, they're just going to move up onto the point here. They're going to grab this. And the Iron Drakes, what are they up to? Yep, just moving forward. This is what we're here for. We want to watch Iron Drakes shoot their flamethrower, so a little bit of lag coming in. Hopefully we won't have any in the next games. So here they go, and the Iron Drakes are shooting. Big old damage coming in. Does discourage the Dwarves and appears to still do decent damage. I wouldn't be surprised to see Chromo tap out soon. Maybe he'll be able to trade his way back into this game. You know, he is kind of slowly pushing Roflin off the high ground objective, but down here, getting a Dwarven Ironbreaker off this point is going to be incredibly tough. Do you take multiplayer replays? Yeah, drop them in the Discord. There's a section for that. And Pepper says, I want to match with Nurgle in this tourney. Papa bless. Attaboy. There you go. So here they come. Nurgling's Ironbreaker is moving on to Objective 3. Going to be an easy capture. This objective is owned, and it's going to be a triple cap soon for Chromo. And Dwarves are not a faction that plays super well from behind, so he's going to tap out. Sorry about the lag, guys. It does happen, but GG well played. Certainly was a build win for Roflin. He just seemed to trade better in most regards. The Skyhammer did okay. It probably got about 800 value, maybe 900. Didn't pay for itself. But with the unsummon, maybe it kind of, broke even. But yeah, the bows just didn't seem to do it. They didn't seem to have enough to deal with like just the push of great weapons. And Iron Drakes getting 1,000 and 800 value. And the artillery actually pounded pretty hard. At least some of them did. Thanes did pretty good. I like the barebone like Thanes type build. Oh, look at that. Chromo actually had a Skyhammer in his build too. Interesting. Roflin Skyhammer got 1,100 value, so it about paid for itself there. Yeah, Dwarves definitely struggled to get back on value. They need to be the ones grabbing the points early. So let's go ahead and check here. GG well played to those players. That series will be 1-2-0 by Roflin. And now we look at the bottom side. It looks like Puggington is there. We'll cast Voidlaws and Roflin. I think that'll be a pretty sweaty series. Because of this channel, I've gotten into Total War Warhammer 3 multiplayer, and I main Bretonnia, but every time I go up against Tzeentch, I get wrecked. It's a tough one. Again, Tzeentch is a counter to you, Lord. So every faction in Total War Warhammer 3 has its counters. Tzeentch is typically a counter against Bretonnia, but your best bet is probably to go with like King Lewin. Yeah, because he regenerates, so he's hard to snipe. You can also try Trebuchet spam against them to bombard their halberds and stuff. Foot Squires, definitely going to need some of those. Yeah, the Skyhammer did hold the crossbows in check, for sure. It did. So, GG, well played. Let's see here. There we go. Outstanding. You didn't cant my envoy game? I'm not sure what he's saying here. Okay. Lobby code, please. So Roflin will send a code. If it lags, if we find it's laggy, then what we'll do is we'll jump out and we'll cast another series. Because these two players, I think, are both in Eastern Europe, so I think there might be a little bit... Although if they're close together, maybe it'll mitigate some of that. We'll have to see. All right. So he's just got the same lobby. And here we go. What do you want to see with future maps? Honestly, just... Dude, our map makers have already made better maps than what we got from Creative Assembly. Like, some of them have some minor issues that are being fixed, but they're being fixed. Like, if there's an issue, we go to the feedback and they, like, fix it. And then it's good to go. Like... Many of these maps have been updated, and are just getting better and better. So yeah, I'm super excited. I'm super excited. So that was the maps now. We're on Gates of Ekrund. Alrighty, so let's do that. So Gates of Ekrund, Black Ark, and Border Low Landing is for the series here. I'm trying to work with Creative Assembly to get them to add the maps officially to the game. I'm trying. I've been putting messages in, and I don't know, like, I feel like it's, I don't know, I'm trying. Even if it doesn't happen, though, we can still use our map pack, and it's not a huge deal, but it's more so for the community to have them, right? Like, imagine how much better, like, quick battles would be if, like, these maps were there. Like, how much more fun it would be than just, like, you know, running into, like, Silver Spire and, like, you know, and Galleon's Cove, just these, like, terrible maps, right? Like, if we could just get more. I'm working on it, Robert. Yeah, it's like basically the answer is like, you know, we're thinking about it kind of thing. Yeah. Tomoko says, hey, Turin, who would you rather be, an HRE elite men-at-arms or a Chaos Warrior? I don't know, like being a Chaos Warrior would probably suck realistically, like the lifestyle. So probably an elite HRE men-at-arms, because then you get to live a life outside of just being a men-at-arms. You know, whereas like as a Chaos Warrior, your flesh literally melds to your armor and you're just like in constant torment. It's just suffering. So it's kind of like, probably go for like a Empire Greatsword, basically. Yeah, like I'd rather have a life outside of that, you know. A Mordheim map would be super cool. Oh my god, somebody's got to make that. Like a City of the Damned, and just call it Mordheim, City of the Damned. Oh, that'd be so cool for domination. That would be so cool. I'd love that. All right. So, let's get here. I do like it. Outstanding. Let's see what's going on here. Perfect. So the duel is on. It is going to be Voidlaws versus Roflin. They're both in VM. These guys are clan members, so they probably are relatively familiar with the play styles of each other, which is going to be interesting to see. VM is for sure one of the strongest PvP clans. VM, RTK, ODM. There's a bunch of really good ones. Some clans focus more on domination. I would say that VM is mostly a domination clan from what I've seen. Like a lot of their top players are dom players, as well as RTK. RTK is very focused on domination, whereas ODM I think there's a couple very strong ODM players who play dom. You know, you got Hanadin's played earlier. We have Zyphos, Anticity, all these guys, very good domination players. But I think a large portion of their clan still also plays line battles too. So a Sartosa map, yeah, Sartosa map would be really cool. 100%. So Gates of Ekrund is on. Are we going to be seeing a Dowie match again? I think it would be within the realm of possibility. I think it would be within the realm of possibility. All right, one sec here. Outstanding. Perfect. It's Bretonnia. It's going to be a Bretonnia versus Dwarf match? Bretonnia can actually beat Dwarves. It's not impossible. Foot Squires, Trebuchets, Fey Enchantress, you know, get some Paladins in there maybe. I don't know about Paladins, maybe Green Knight. Green Knight's probably pretty good against Dwarves, just for like, you know, sticking on positions and being very disruptive. I don't know. Yeah, so if you guys want to get into map making, in our Discord, we have some really awesome people. And if you end up making a map that is like relatively balanced for multiplayer, we will add it to our map pack and you will see your map being played here in tournaments and streams, and, you know, countless people will be enjoying your creation. So, yeah. Should be good. How would you do Delhi in a fantasy way? Oh, yeah, there's tons of ways you could do it. You just look at the mythology of that culture and just add those mythological creatures and beings and Warhammerize them, you know? And you're good to go. And you'll be good to go. You'll be good to go. I think it's a Bretonnia versus Dwarf game. Let me just go ahead and check so I don't like spoil their builds. They're not picking armies yet. No, okay. This isn't the matchup quite yet. They're still working on it. Voidlulls is a vampire count main, but vampire counts are obviously bugged right now, so they're going to be much weaker, so he's probably not going to play them. All those, the resurrection thing has obviously made the faction a little bit bad. What makes the other maps bad? None of them are bad. Some of them are just more competitive than the others. Like, a lot of it has to happen with, like, being able to move your armies efficiently, a balance between terrain and an open field, all that. For sure. Yeah, there's so many cool maps that people could make, for sure. I mean, how would AoE 4 Jelly do in the Warhammer Fantasy? I mean, they have elephants. Yeah, and they have scholars that can heal. Probably not terrible. Like Tower War elephants with bows on top, like getting healed by scholars and then just, spearmen and stuff. That'd probably be okay. Archers and, some cavalry and whatnot. They'd probably be all right. Yeah, some Muma kill type units. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of potential for sure. So players still doing their picks and bans, getting real sweaty, I would imagine. Let's see here. Okay. So I just need to do a little bit of adminning real quick. So let me see this. Okay, so he hasn't responded. Yeah, if there's any lag, I can always jump into the other series as well. I might be advancing someone here. Okay, so just need to go to new bot. I think it's Anna. Like spelled like this. I will advance. I will advance you now. Message him yes. All right, almost done with the admin stuff. Do you have the matchup yet? Skaven for Voidlulls. Okay, so we're going to be seeing the dreaded Globadier spam. The rats are ready, ladies and gentlemen. These are two top tier players versus Vampire Coast. Okay, Bombers versus Globadiers. Bats. The lore of vampires cannot use the invo. That's currently bugged. You can get like infinite resurrection on bomber bats and things like that, which is certainly not good. To incentivize more maps, maybe a small reward if the map gets adopted. Yeah, I think so, Optimus. It's something I'll think about. Robert says, my next two maps are an Undivided Chaos map and a Southlands Lizardman Sotek map. Ooh, I love it. Yeah, we'll get him in there. I'm super excited. The story was his last round last 2 hours, so I told him this. Okay, so just reading here. So I told him to go. Do advance. Perfect. So just making a quick adjustment. So just saying we'll advance. All right. Yeah, strange. Said nothing, huh? All right, so let me find this guy in Discord. And we'll drop him. All right. Great. So we have solved the admin issue there. Reginald Puggington will play Just Saying. Got tournament help coming in. And we're good. He says time to get wrecked. That's funny. Yeah, Skaven versus Ghost. This is a good matchup. This one's quite a bit of fun. Yeah, only in the Warhammer universe could you have like rats, like humanoid rats with just terrifying technology battling zombie pirates. It's pretty great. This is why Warhammer is just such a cool thing, right? Why is Slaanesh considered OP? Oh my god, Hellstriders, their infantry, their magic, just like everything, their mark, everything about the roster is just broken. Yeah. But Warriors of Chaos are worse, I think. Because they can bring Hellstriders and like other stuff too, like healing and just like, oh my god, Be'lakor, just absolute nightmare. Absolute nightmare. So whatever you guys see from these two players is basically the epitome of like meta. These guys are like very meta players. There will not be anything fun. I mean, it might be fun, but it's with the intent of being competitive, just to be clear. Yeah, the mark is really good for Slaanesh, yeah. There's no downside to it, so. What can you do, man? But this is a very sweaty match. Usually, I don't think anybody in the VM clan ever memes. They're very much out for blood. Like, I want top leaderboard. I want that prize. I'm coming for you. And they're here. We'll see how they do. Slaanesh versus Imperial China and Age of Empires. Slaanesh would probably win. They would just send Furies and shut down all the Chinese shooting, and then would have Hellstriders just rampaging through their cavalry. I want to see a map where the trees spell out. Oh, what is that? What is that? Oh God, that just sounds bad. You gotta be careful here. The mark on most of their units still leaves them worse than undivided once you consider cost. Yeah, the mark is really good though. You guys need to remember the power of immunopsychology. Immunopsychology is just absolutely insane. Like having that on everything in your roster. Do you know how many times I've saved Karl Franz when he's surrounded by enemy cav by terror routing them? But Slaanesh, you can't do that. Everything is ITP. Slaanesh is immune to terror as a mechanic. They're not undead. Yeah. So, take it as you will. It's going to be like 500 Globadiers for Void Lulls. I wonder what he's going to bring. He certainly innovates. He certainly innovates, for sure. Tomoko, probably not. How have High Elves been doing lately? Very good. They're actually much better. High Elves are considered to be, I think, people are, I wouldn't say considered yet, but people are kind of projecting that High Elves are like an A-tier faction, I would say. I would say it's safe to say High Elves might be like a low A-tier faction, maybe like mid. Yeah, that's going to be their home. 100%. But, you know, as far as like, if you can get a pretty, well, over the next couple weeks, we'll have a pretty accurate tier list, but it's not, the fact that undead aren't really like playable. Like Vampire Coast does fine without healing, because typically they go wider anyways. Like a lot of Vampire Coast players, like previously, were using Lord of Deep anyways. And you could still use Raised Drown Dead and like Winds of Death and all that. There's plenty of options here, so we'll have to see. Frenzy, yeah, it gives you immune to psychology, but I think it's only while the frenzy's active. So yeah, theoretically, I guess it wouldn't be amazing. Now for Wrathful Ruin. Here we go. Bretonia is like a B tier faction, I would say. Yeah, Bretonia is like a B tier faction. I think in the hands of the right players, they're not like terrible, but yeah. So for Skaven, it's the dreaded hide your lord, hide your wife build here. So the two Skavens are going to get. The Skaven Slave Lord will be unsummoned. Jezzails to just shoot downtown. We have a Plague Claw, Catapult, Globadiers, and Night Runners to deal with bats and skirmishers and things like that. For the Vampire Coast build, it's a Vampire Fleet Admiral of the Deeps with Winds of Death and, yeah, really good, and Drown Dead as well. Both pretty good spells. Depth Guard, Mortars, Cannons, Zombies, Bombers, all that sort of good stuff. Ogres are probably like I don't know. I think they'll stabilize at like a C tier faction. Not the worst, though. Ogres are not the worst. Yeah, they're definitely not. So, ladies and gentlemen, Skaven versus the Vampire Fleet Admiral. Looking to be a kind of a funky portrait there. Seems like in the recent patch, the portrait's got a little bit funky. It doesn't look terrible, though. It's just, you know, it is what it is. Vampires definitely want to bring that big, scary caster lord if they can. Winds of Death can be pretty devastating against anything, even Skaven, although typically it's better against factions with expensive things. We are on the Gates of Ekron. Gates of Ekron is here. 1, 2, and 3 on the other side. Typically what happens is you have a little bit of a lane battle here, fighting over these two objectives. There'll be, you know, units ambushing out of the forest. And then there's like a skirmish on the other side. There's like some sort of a royal rumble here. But I think Undead will probably just send a couple zombies to grab that and like force the Skaven. Skaven can always send a Globadier to deal with it as well. We'll have to see. But this is one of our new maps in the Total Tavern Tournament map pack. This is the Gates of Ekron. And we do have Globadiers, 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 which are just the best unit on the Skaven roster. These things trade upwards so disgustingly hard. Probably honestly need a nerf, to be fair. But you can buff some other Skaven stuff. Catapult in the back, Jezzails, I really like them. I think it's kind of cool. You could like park it right here and just cover the objectives pretty efficiently. Catapults and globes will probably slow push up here, I would imagine. Although, is he going to try some funny business? Oh, I kind of like this idea as well. Using the skirmishers to buffer your opponent off this objective and control it while you control your own back objective. I think that's actually a really, really cool idea. So I like that one quite a bit. Anyways, we do have the Vampire Fleet Admiral kind of chilling out here. She's got her pistol. He's ready to go. One of the best items in the game, the Black Pariah Pit. Makes Balthazar jealous. It gives you power recharge, and it also gives you permanent Winds of Magic. So every single time you use this item, it gives you permanent 9 winds of magic. It is just so stupid strong. Like, Balthazar Gelt literally has some legendary staff called the Staff of Alliance, which, like, does nothing near this. Like, I think Creative Assembly needs to get rid of infinite winds. Like, Vampire Counts need to lose their Forbidden Rods infinite winds combo, and Coast needs to lose this. It's just not, it's not fair. It's just not fair. Yeah, Kislev is one of the weaker factions, for sure. So here, Roflin switches his army to the other side. Oh my god, you guys see that? He pulled a switcheroo. So Roflin deployed his whole army over here, okay? And then he waited for Voidlaws to ready up, and then he switched everything to this side. Yeah, maybe he suspects Voidlaws of stream sniping. Oh my god, the drama. Well, these guys are clanmates. Yeah, there's no honor here. Okay, let me update the scorecards. Voidlaws versus Roflin. It looks up to date. Yeah, it looks fine. Should be up to date. Yeah, these are the right guys playing. Or just give everybody infinite wins. Yeah, could be the idea. Yeah, the Black Pry Pit is very strong. Robert, yeah, I know. I like how he pulled the switcheroo against his clanmate. He thinks his clanmate stream sniping him, maybe. Oh my god. It's just a hive of villainy, right? Just a hive of villainy going down. So the Skaven were deployed over there pretty heavily, and now they're having to move this way to kind of adjust for the army here. So Night Runners for Voidlaws on their way in, and they're going to be trying to buffer out this army. We do get some Skaven slaves coming up to grab the objective. Rat Ogres in the trees, Poison Wind Globadiers in the trees. So you can see globes here. There's globes here and here. So Skaven are probably just going to hold their back objective and control objective number 3, which is really, really funny. And then here they come. Objective number 2 going to be controlled by Coast, but it looks like Coast is going to be pushing up pretty aggressively, I would imagine. The Mortars are shooting into Night Runners and not really doing any damage. Night Runners have loose formation. They're very quick. So the Mortars usually don't track them super well. And here a cannon in the back, probably doing some of the most damage possible. But Jezzail's now going after the Vampire Lord. Remember, Vampire Lord here does not have healing outside of the Hunger. So I think it can get in combat. Does it have Hunger or passive regeneration? It looks like it doesn't. Oh, you better be careful of this thing. So that Vampire Lord getting popped in the face by the Jezzails. Got to be more cautious. Voidlaws knows that the Vampire character can't bring healing, because healing's currently bugged, right? But, you know, Roflin picked Vampire Coast knowing that this was fully a possibility, right? So he was aware of the risk of picking Vampire Counts, right? Maybe they're arch rivals in real life, maybe. Maybe these guys are like rivals in the clan. Just have the dirtiest of fights. Roflin also hiding a couple depth guards. We see depth guard right here. We see 1 and 1. And it looks like now they're going to be moving out. But the problem with depth guard is they're going to get hammered by the Jezzails of the Skaven. The Skaven really, really have nice positions. Check it out. Warplock Jezzails just blasting downtown into depth guard. They're going to be getting kited by Night Runners. Voidlaw's really, really excellent at using these skirmish units to just kind of control the battlefield for sure. And you can see immediately like a depth guard unit's down to half health, which is really, really bad for the Skaven. Pretty rough start, to be honest. So here we get some direwolves. Looks like Scurvy Dogs moving into the forest. A chieftain, Power Grab Chieftain, is out. So Power Grab Chieftain's going to be trying to intercept. Scurvy Dogs honestly lose to, like, Night Runners trade okay with them in melee. And here we see the Bombards coming down as Roflin's Lord is getting karate chopped as the Vampire Coast do move towards this objective. The dreaded Skaven Night Runners are here. But will they be able to hold back the tide of zombies? I don't think so. I think Coast is going to get this objective for a while, but it's only a matter of time before Voidlaw strikes. Roflin going for a triple cap, but man, look at that. Depth Guard just moving. Yeah, this is definitely not a good play. This is definitely a Bronzodia move here. Sending Depth Guard into open field against Jezzails, Globadiers, Night Runners, like that is basically just giving your opponent like 1,000 value. But he is rushing the objective, and I mean, there is a chance that Voidlaws is going to be triple capped here. So he's trading value for objectives, essentially, right? So he's going to be losing out on the objective timers as Vampire Coast will be triple capping him here. Vampire Coast moving up on the objective. And these rats are going to be fleeing the scene, which means that Roflin might have a possibility of going for an objective win. It's certainly possible. I think Animated Hulks are one of the better units to spam because they have a lot of HP. They're dirt cheap, so even if your opponent gets them, it's not a big deal. We still have some Depth Guard moving out, so Depth Guard are moving up with some Fellbats, and they're able to shut down some of the shooting units. We see more Fellbats diving back here on the Plague Claw Catapult crew. Although Voidlaws does get some Wolf Rats, and he's able to kind of intercept those guys, so they do get the job done there. And Depth Guard still moving up. Animated Hulk surging forth. Halberds and Depth Guard sitting on the point. And we get more Depth Guard coming out from Roflin. So he's really just throwing the vampiric units into the meat grinder here and just hoping to survive. Oh, the Deathmaster. Oh, guys. It's happening. Deathmaster Snickich has come out, and he is going for that vampire character. You know what? Forget the rest of the battle. Let's just do like a third party or a bird's eye view kind of following of this character. Oh my god, that vampire character is going to get hunted so hard. Where is it? It's over here. You can see Voidlaw's microing and sneaking. Concealment bombs is active. He is the manifestation of Deathmaster. Going across the battlefield behind enemy lines. And that cheap vampire lord is in some serious danger. All right, guys, here we go. So look at the vampire character. I think he knows. It's running. He must... I don't know. Did he see Deathmaster? Okay. Who cares about everything else? He drops the summon. Deathmaster gets the snare. He's going in for the kill. And will the zombies be able to buffer it? Void is going to maneuver around them most likely. Pistol mob's trying to block for their lord. But Deathmaster gets in and gets the shank. Let's look at the HP, guys. He's really low. The Weeping Blade is active and Deathmaster is on the hunt. Look at that. Big damage going in. The big anime backflips going down. Vampire Fleet Admiral is in serious danger. Bomber mob's trying to help. Will Deathmaster be able to get the kill? I know there's other important things going on, but this is the most exciting moment. Looks like there's a Winds of Death going down there. It's going to be tickling those units. Oh, not a bad Winds of Death. Wow, really good Winds of Death. It hits the Wolf Rats and those guys. And Roflin, with the good micro, able to get away and unsummoning the Vampire Lord before it can be killed by Deathmaster. And Deathmaster gets surrounded. He didn't need to unsummon there, but that's a very conservative play, which I understand. Now, back on the other side, it looks like this objective is being held by Coast, but not for too long, maybe? We got more Depth Guard moving up. Zombie deckhand mobs eating the Globadier fire to the face. More Depth Guard moving on to the point, trying to make it very difficult. And the Vampire Coast does own the triple cap here. Deathmaster's able to get away. But hey, guys, even with the unsummon, who cares? It's still a huge victory for the Skaven. Now the Vampire Coast, which is the magic that has some of the better magic in the game, is gone. There's no more summons. There's no more Winds of Death. It's all gone. It's all off the battlefield. Deathmaster really, really succeeded with his goal, for sure. Now, Voidlaws is a little bit kind of losing his value lead. The zombies are doing a good job tanking on the points. It seems like Void is being really conservative with his engagements, really just trying to pick value before he moves in. Also, a little bit of a rare mistake from him. He has some Globadiers here who aren't active. They could be coming in here and clearing off these zombies. And it looks like Deathmaster was able to escape. Here he comes. Deathmaster's Nickage is going to be fleeing the scene. We do see the speed is active, so slippery, melee defense and speed, all that sort of good stuff. And on the other side, this objective looks like the rats are going to get this one back. So Skaven Slaves just swarming. We got Night Runners in melee. Globadiers are on their way up. We do have Warplock Jezzails. I really like kind of the battlefield positioning for sure. Yeah, I really do like that. So Warplock Jezzails kind of sitting right here. Are these Death Runners? No, those look like they're just globes. So this objective is going to be flipping to the Skaven. So now Roflin is going to have to display these 2 points. He's not going to be able to get that objective back from the Skaven. If he tries to approach an open field, what's going to happen is the enemy reinforcements here. He's just going to get Jezzail down. And Wolf Rats will kind of annihilate whatever he sends over there. So I think that, he's going to have to just Helm's Deep on these objectives, despite having a bit of a value deficit, which is actually a true deficit considering there's no healing on the table. Deathmaster getting into combat. Does he have the Whirling Blades? Does he have the AoE? Oh, he does have the Weeping Blades. Yeah, like the AoE damage spell. Okay, that's kind of interesting. There's a hell of a lot of zombies on this point, though. They're not going to be easy. We see Howling Warp Gale going down, locking down the Fellbats from the Skaven. And Poison Wind Globadiers going to be nuking in, going after the gunnery mobs, the bombers, which is going to be very cost-effective. If you're Roflin, I think you just Helm's Deep on these 2 points and you just try and disrupt the Skaven as much as you can using Fellbats and Scurvy Dogs. That's really, really your best bet here. So we do see the Fellbats coming in there. And, it's wild times. So someone in chat saying a little confused how he saw. So Snickage may have been revealed before. Like, there was bats and dogs in the forest and other things like that, like running. You guys also have to remember there's about a 30-second delay between what I say on stream and what they're playing in the game. So that wouldn't have applied in that situation. He ran right next to those zombies too when he was approaching, like the first pack of zombies, and probably revealed himself. So I would suspect that it's pretty substantial. So Flensing Rune going down from, it's very good from the Skaven on Roflin's Lamprey's Revenge here, but it's good, but if it only hits one thing, it's not quite as broken, right? But if it's obviously when it hits like a big blob of SEMs or something where it becomes very nasty. Roflin's got the Fellbats up in the sky. More Fellbats diving here onto the Poison Wind Globadiers, but the Globadiers are going to start rapidly melting these. So here they come. Zombie Pirate Deckhand mobs getting absolutely wrecked here, and we do have the Lamprey's Revenge moving up to try and hold this point. Depth Guard engaging, trying to fight the Deathmaster. Really, really just trying to hold on to this point, but the Skaven pressure is really starting to mount up as we see huge amounts of Globadier fire coming from the low ground, peppering into this position. And are the coasts going to get reinforcements in time? Zombies coming. Probably the correct play would be to send these guys over here and have these guys read out and kind of hold this back objective. We got animated Hulksters, Rat Ogres on the back objective. Somebody asking about the maps. Yeah, we're mostly doing modded maps because we only really have 2 good maps from Creative Assembly. Like 2.5 good maps, really. So the modded maps are just better and they're more competitive and, yeah, are more fun. Better to look at as well. So we do have the halberds fighting here. Zombies fighting. Vampire Coast holding on to this just barely. I mean, it looks like there's a lot of Skaven here, but it's mainly Wolf Rats, Deathmaster, and a Chieftain. There's not a lot of capture weight. These zombies do have good capture weight, so they're able to hold on to that, guys. And really, Voidlulls is kind of running out of time. This could be a Helm's Deep situation. I think Vampire Coast might be able to hold back on this objective. We see, Hulks coming out. We see zombie pirate gunnery mobs. Just a lot of stuff. The Skaven are running out of time, guys. They're about to hit 1,100 points, and this is triple cap territory. Roflin has enough that he could win on just one objective. And the Skaven are still taking their time getting this one back, right? We see animated Hulks, Lamprey's Revenge being killed here. The value gap is getting even more stark. It's about 3,000. So this is one of my favorite things. When one person has to Helm's Deep and it's like a last stand, I think it's so fun. I think it's very, very cool. So Bombard's coming out, Plague Claw Catapults, pretty good shooting from downtown. These catapults, I think, have been shooting most of the game. Although it looks like they might have been resummoned. I think they died. Oh, they died earlier to the Fellbats. That's right. Now, what you probably do if you're Roflin is you plan a ninja cap here. So you bank for 2 scurvy dogs and you pop out and you snipe these Skaven slaves off the objective and you steal that from the Skaven, which basically would steal the game. I think it would be over at that point. I think that would be the big MLG play. So Fellbats descending down here on the Night Runners. We do have ye old clan rats and ogres battling halberd mobs as well as animated Hulks. The rats have brought their Jezzails from the other side of the map. So we do see the Jezzails coming out and looking to put some pressure on this. This objective finally is going to be flipping to the Skaven guys, but definitely a heavy-duty timer. We see the Warlock Engineer. He does have the Flensing Rune. He's got about 400 value, not that much. He's going to be waddling up and looking to get a big Flensing Rune on that objective, most likely, to try and clear it. Globadier and Jezzail Fire putting a lot of hurt on these guys. But man, oh man, vampires are tough to remove off objectives. They are very, very tough. Zombie Pirate Deckhand mobs are on their way up, and on the other side, we do see the dreaded Skaven slaves holding on. Roflin should probably go for that back cap. I think it'd be a very, very strong play. One Skaven slave will die to 2 scurvy dogs in a couple seconds. Like literally 3 or 4 seconds of fighting, they'll be running. So this objective going to be flipping to the Skaven, and now the Skaven are doing the big push. They have 200 seconds until they get there, so a couple minutes. It's not like they don't have time. It's a couple minutes. But that's going to go very, very quickly. So Ogres need to get up on that point, start fighting. The Flensing Runecaster needs to be doing that as well. Did he bring the Warp Shard armor for an extra Mortis engine? He did not. Probably going to be regretting that a little bit. But Deathmaster and company do flip the objective. So now the die is cast. The time is upon us. Howling Warp Gale going down to the Fellbats to try and lock him down. Jezzails shooting whatever they can. Ogres starting to wear through these units. Will the Skaven get it? If the Skaven get this objective, it's basically game over. Voidlulls is banking 2,000 supplies. He maybe isn't unsummoning effectively. Why is he banking 2,000 supplies? What is he doing with that? Okay, here he goes. So he summons out just a million clan rats with spears. Just trying to get capture weight up there, which is very smart. And the Vampire Coast is going to be trying to hold on to the best of their abilities, but remember, Deathmaster earlier was able to get that Vampire Coast caster. Therefore, Vampire Coast does not have its buffering. They don't have their summons. There's not going to be, like, a summons, like, blocking this Skaven push would be so good. A Winds of Death going down the formation of infantry here would basically one-shot them, right? So Flensing Rune is active, but very, very good play by Roflin. Roflin is able to get away to make sure the Flensing Rune doesn't hit his zombies, guys. And the Skaven are coming for this objective. They want it. Just about 2 minutes, guys. Wolf Rats swarming in. Wolf Rats have a little bit of capture weight, not that much. I believe it's only like 3 or something like that, but the capture weight is flipping. The capture weight is going for the Skaven. He needs to hold a little bit longer. Roflin has no resources left, guys. It's all hands on deck here. As the Wolf Rats are just diving onto the objective, animated Hulks are holding. We have 100 seconds left. It looks like the Skaven are going to be able to push through. Quick, quick, yes, yes. The Rat's going to be getting the point. Voidlull's coming in with the steel chair. He's got a legion of clan Rats moving up here. And that is going to be a victory for the Skaven. They get the objective. Roflin taps out. GG, well played. Oh my god, what a game! What a game! That was so scrappy. The Rat Pack able to get in there. And that is going to be a victory for the Skaven. Deathmaster coming out of the reinforcements. I don't hate that, because Deathmaster actually has Vanguard deployment too, so you can Vanguard him really, really quickly. I like that tactic. The big Rat Rush. I think my favorite, I didn't like the Depth Guard pick. The Depth Guard, I think, might have been a bit of a throw. Like 135 value, 200 value, 200 value. None of his depth guard got over 300 value. I think you just get like zombies, right? Like more zombies, more like animated hulks. I think that was it. Oh, the game was over. Because if Void Lulls captures that objective, Roflin was so behind in value, there's zero chance of coming back. The Vermintide did it. Yeah, the rats are great. Skaven are good in Dom. It's because globes are so broken, but, you know, it's part of the game. GG, well played. Let's get hyped, rats. Get them rat emojis in chat. The beautiful YouTube rat emojis. Android Poetry getting in there with one. I love it. All right, so the next map is going to be, let's take a look. It is going to be Black Ark. So we're going back to a classic. Black Ark is a great map. It's a really, really good map by Creative Assembly. So we're going to go back to that one. And yeah, should be great. Who's the Lord for the Skaven? It was just a Skaven slave to unsummon it, yeah. And then he just brings in Deathmaster. What makes the domination map good or bad? It's a combination of variables. So here's a couple things. If you want to get into domination map making, equidistance to objectives is very important. You need to make sure the vanguard points and the spawn points are equidistant to the capture points for both players. Not having it be a pure shooting gallery, but also not having it be like a choke point, horrible terrain heavy map. It needs to be somewhere in between. Honestly, you can look at some of the maps that we have that we regularly play, and you're going to be seeing variables as to what makes them good maps, right? Globes just do a shit ton of damage. They've been that way for a while. They just hit so hard. Yeah. Look at that. The Slanesh bots found a way around the limitation we put in. If you were reenacting the Pelennor Fields in Warhammer 3, which faction would you pick to represent Gondor, Rohan, and the Haradrim? Well, Gondor would have to be Bretonnia. I mean, obviously, culturally speaking, they're not similar, but Bretonnia has the best heavy cavalry and the best cavalry in general. So, I mean, I know Kislev could be cool for that too, but Grail Knights, Knights of the Realm, you know, Yeoman Cav, you know, supporting, it would have to be Bretonnia. Gondor would have to be the Empire, you know, state troopers, you know, political strife. It's perfect for Gondor. And for the Haradrim, yeah, the Haradrim, I don't know. Yeah, Norska? Yeah, it has to be Norska for the Haradrim. Yeah, they have like mammoths and shit. Yeah, so pretty easy question there. Thank you so much. Yeah, Globadiers need to cost like 150 gold more. They're definitely overpriced. Yeah. The Crucible is amazing. I love the Crucible. It's a great map. So next map is going to be Black Ark. Let me see what the players have to say. Void Lulls continuing his reign of tyranny as this season's top player so far. That is for sure. All right, so looking here. Cool. Looks like we're good. Looks like we're good. No admin stuff. The tournament's moving along nicely. The winner of this series will be going to the grand finals. So if you take a look at the brackets right now, Void Lulls is up 1-0. And let's look here. So it's Roflin versus Void. The winner of which will be going to the grand finals, which is also a best of 3. And then, yeah, we got Reginald Puckington down here. We got some matches that are a little bit behind on the bottom side, but it's not a huge deal. They should catch up shortly. And we'll jump in and try and, if we depending on the pacing of Reginald's series, we could jump into any of these matches. So, like, we could jump into Void's series down here. Yeah, looks fun. Definitely looks fun. Cool. Good times. Thank you all for joining today. You missed some good matches. We had, what are the matches we had today? We had Wood Elves versus someone on that map. Wood Elves versus Cathay. We had a Dwarf Mirror match. We had a match just now, which was, of course, Vampire Coast versus Skaven. Yeah, and that's pretty. 3 matches, I think. This is the 4th one. Seems like you stream a tournament every day. Yeah, not every day, but yeah. I stream more during the week, honestly. I used to stream a lot during weekends, but you know, I really like to just chill out on the weekend and hang out with my wife. It's her days off and just take it easy and, you know, play a little bit of games casually myself. Because when I'm hosting, I rarely get a chance to play, you know, and I'm kind of tired afterwards. So I don't like, you know. Yeah, Puggington's back. Yeah, he's back. Certainly could be a contender getting into the finals. We'll have to see. The Dwarf Mirror match was interesting. Yeah, it was interesting. The Skyhammer was good, actually. Using the terrain there was pretty funny. It was pretty funny indeed. But yeah, we'll jump in. There's plenty of other matches to cast. So we'll cast this series, grand finals, and probably 2 other ones. So probably like 3 more best of 3s after this, I think. And then we should be towards the end of the tournament. Yeah. Oh, Temple of Rats. That's kind of cool. There's a Temple of Rats you're saying in India? Wow. Good seeing the Gates of Akron again. Yeah, it's a great map. It's a good map. I really like it a lot. It's very fun. Having a Dowie themed map is awesome too. Honestly, when we finished the map making contest and we got all these maps, it felt like Christmas for multiplayer. Like I felt like we just got like a huge new DLC, like 20 maps. It's like a power fantasy coming true, like as if Creative Assembly made a multiplayer content patch or something, you know? Yeah, which is good. I love how everyone gets crazy magic, and and Bretonnia just gets knights. Yeah, it's fun. Hey, it's Professor Pone. How you been, man? Haven't heard from you in a couple days. Hope you're doing well, dude. All right, Void Laws is on Beastmen. Now, I think it's a VM thing. Moffat was like the Terminator with Beastmen on this map. He was the one who defeated vampire counts with Beastmen. Apparently, this is a meta map for Beastmen. And that's another thing I like about Domination, is certain maps make certain factions very viable based on the dynamics of the map, which is cool. Yeah, fun games. I'm living, this is going to be a sweaty one. It's going to be a sweaty one. So, Beastmen versus Dwarves. Oh, man. Okay. I feel like Dwarves are going to struggle to play against the mobility of the Beastmen here. On Black Ark, which is a pretty big map. High Elves had a good run today, though. I think they won some, they lost some. Yeah, getting the job done. Yeah, we need to get a head-to-head campaign going. We definitely do. I don't know what we'll do, Pone. Carrick A-Peaks race is always fun. Watch me just get wrecked on Belagar, just suffering through a dwarf campaign. Honestly, don't know anymore how the official CA... Well, I mean, so if we're looking at actual CA maps, Arnheim is fine. Like, I would give... If we're going to do just a high school rating system, so there's no S tier, okay? Just A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? Itza is an A. Black Ark is an A. Arnheim is a B. Broken Lake Gully is a C. Crossing of Sea of Claws is a D+. Death Pass is a B-. Galleon's Cove is a hard F. Grove of Slaughter is like a D-. Mountains of Morn is like a C-. Eye in the North is like a D. And Silver Spire is an F. Those are the ratings I would give those maps if we were just kind of rolling through. So really, the only ones that I think I like are like Ark. Like there's a couple B's in there, but that's kind of my analogy for those. Not analogy, but I guess scaling system for those maps. What would be your top choice of a faction that would make the game healthy if they were top dogs? I don't know. That's a tough question. Probably just something like, I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. Like Empire, if Empire were strong, but yeah, I don't know. Empire would need a lot of buffs to be top tier. They just have a lot of weak. Like they're very flimsy. Yeah, outside of a couple things. Yeah. Yeah, Dowie can fight Beastmen easier in land battle, but here I think it's harder. That's for sure. Yeah, Professor Pone, ain't that the truth, man? Ain't that the truth? Silver Spire's a Z tier map. Yeah, it's tough. Whereas most of the new maps are very good. I would say all the new maps that were some of the new maps that we have funky features like capturable towers, but we don't play those in tournaments. They're just for fun. But aside from that, all of them are A's or B's. All of them. All the ones we've been using are A's or B's. They're all good and playable. Whereas there's some abominable maps here. Death Pass is okay. Broken Lake Gully, I think, is a kind of a lame map. I don't know. It's okay, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, Dowie should have Giselles. They would probably find it dishonorable, though, right? High Elves don't need changes. They're actually very good now. They recently got a whole blanket cost reductions, and they're just yeah. They're definitely much better now. So. Pone, your memes are powerful enough. Remember that game when you beat Evenstar in the semifinals of a tournament back when the game launched? Dust Bowl. Dust Bowl's a fun one. We love Dust Bowl. I recorded a replay on that, actually, Medley. It'll be going up soon. It was me versus Subutai. It was my Empire versus Beastman. It was a shooting gallery, to say the least. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun for sure. Yeah, Dust Bowl's fun. I like to just get a quick game on there every now and then. I don't know about for tournaments, but yeah. Like Crucible works for tourneys because it has some hills and like terrain that can like impinge shooting, direct shooting, straight out of the spawn. But yeah, I really do like Dust Bowl. It's very fun. Yeah. Will we see any battles on Sacred Cenote? I don't know if it's in today's tournament. Let me check. So we have Gates of Ekrend. Oh, wait, no, wait. You know, yeah, these guys are... Hold on a sec. Wait, is this the semifinals? Are they playing the wrong maps? Oh, yeah, we're in the semifinals right now. They're playing the wrong maps. That last battle was supposed to be played on Celestial Lake. It's my fault, though, because I pasted them the wrong maps. Yeah, it's okay. The other semifinal, which we'll cast, will have the correct maps. So we have Black Ark, then we have Borderlow Landing here. The semis are Celestial Lake. It's on Borderlow. This is a semi, so I should have done it, but I sent them the wrong maps. It's my fault. So we'll just play it through. But we'll still have the other semifinals, so no problem. And then the finals are Glade of the Everqueen, Black Ark, and Proving Grounds. And Borderlow Landing is potentially the third game, depending on how this goes. So, yep, it's all good. Screwed up a little bit, but no big deal. It's okay, Professor Pone. That was your high school football moment. That was like a moment you'll tell your grandkids about, you know? You'll just be like, I was playing Total War Warhammer in 2021, and I took a game off Evenstar, the Warhammer 2 World Championship. Your grandpappy was a real winner. How would you feel if the dwarfs get like a Rattling Gunners? I'd be stoked for that, dude. I'd be stoked for that. I know. Hey, Medley, don't worry. It's going to be in the other... We're casting the other semifinals guaranteed, so your map is going to get shown today. Don't worry. Pone says I need Turin to stream the early rounds where I can get a couple wins. Yeah. I'll do that for you, dude. I'll do that for you anytime. Yeah. It's good times. Okay, so it looks like Void. Did he disconnect or something? I don't know. Where are they going? Let me check here. Oh, the lobby's bugged. Okay. No problem. We'll have them reinvite me. All right, cool. So we just had to remake the lobby. It was bugged. Apparently, it wouldn't let him start. Just some janky shit. What day of the week is today? What year is it? Is it Monday? Yeah, today's Monday, right? Got up super early today, like, I don't know, 6:30. Had some coffee. It was nice. All right, Black Ark. Here we go. Pone says that was... Oh, yeah, that's right. So... Yeah, I think Professor Pone's college football or high school football moment that he tells his grandkids about was actually in... So in Warhammer 2, we had a Legendary Lords tournament, which was really fun. Basically, you had one player representing each Lord in the game, which I'm going to do it again soon. I'm going to wait for the hotfix, and then I'm going to start scheduling it. But you have one player representing each Legendary Lord, right? And Professor Pone was representing Imric. And at the time, Grom the Paunch was like the most bullshit Lord in the game that just like won every game. The Greenskins in general got like crazy buffs, and Professor Pone knocked Grom out of the tournament with Haggard Imric. So that Bray Shaman looks like he's out of one of those like weird animated shows. Look at him. Look at the paint job on that Bray Shaman. Oh my god, that's a rough looking one there. Losing track of time, old man. Yes, I am. I'm sorry. All right, guys, it's the Beastmen versus the Dowie, and it's a lot of gyrocopters. For the dreaded quad gyrocopter brimstone gun. You're going to have to find 87 players. That's not going to be that hard, honestly. It won't be that hard. Yeah. There'll be some Terminators on there. We'll get people like Void Lulls in there and just make him play like a terrible Lord. He'll have to play like Tretch or something. Yeah. He looks like he's from a late 90s game. Yeah, that's true, isn't it? So guys, it's the Bray Herd, a lot of archers for Void Lulls. Backed up by Bestigor Herds, a Bray Shaman on the chariot. It's going to be the Lord with Manticore and Amber Spear, and it is the Butchers of Kalkengard. So, he's going to take the low objective, the high objective. When the Dwarves try and get another one, he'll try and maneuver and take those guys down. Now, looking at the Dwarven army, it's going to be having a Runesmith Lord, backed up by Gyrocopters. So, 4 Brimstones, pretty good against Beastmen. They hammer chariots, they kill Minotaurs. They can even shoot at Bestigors and do relatively well. so they can do their business for sure. Thunders, Dwarf Warriors, a couple Iron Drakes in the back, good for roasting chaff, and a Runesmith for the slows and other utility. Ross, thank you so much for being a member for 15 months. It's time. He will just unsummon... Wait, we didn't see Tretch, did we? Wait, no. He will just unsummon... Oh, you're talking about in the tournament. I was like, wait, Tretch isn't in this game. I got confused for a second. Oh, I'm so confused. But yeah, Bestigor Herds will wreck Dwarven Infantry if they're not being shot for sure. They hit hard, they have a good charge bonus. Really low melee defense, but they are very much a glass cannon as it pertains to Great Weapon units. But they also have, I think, really high speed. Like, Great Weapon units usually have like 28 to 32 speed, but these guys have 36, so they can definitely do a little bit of kiting as well and get into your back line if you're not careful. So Bestigors are very cool. The dreaded Gyrocopter Air Force, yes. We love it. We love it. Dwarves going to be deploying for the low ground. I actually really like this tactic. I think it's good. He is going to deploy down here, fight over this very narrow objective, which he should be able to get, and then use gyrocopters to cover this one while he holds it with a couple longbeards. I think that's actually a very viable tactic. So the battle is on. Void Laws is deployed. He's got his Ungor Raiders here. He's got his Butchers of Kalkengard moving up, and the Bestigor Herds. So moving on in. But I think that is the best tactic for the dwarves for sure. Hey, Aravind, thank you for becoming a new member. Or is it Aravind or Aravind? Hopefully, let me know how to say it correctly, and I'll try my best, man. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, good times are coming. Thank you for joining the Dukes of Haggard, my friend. Yes, yes. So gyrocopters with the old brimstone guns going to be rolling dirty. They're on their way in. Maybe going to be dropping some pot shots into the Raiders. He doesn't see the Raiders yet. They do have stock. Centaur's throwing axes, also very quick. They can not quite keep up with gyros, but they can cause some problems. And will the Raiders shoot? The Raiders are popping out, so now Roflin is aware of this, so he's going to be able to kind of sweat and micro. Get some of those moves like Jagger going. We'll have to see. On the other side, we do have Dwarf Warrior Grey Opens, as well as more Dwarf Warriors, and the Runesmith coming up, so this should be a very solid objective victory for the Dwarves. But the question is, can the Dowie hold the high ground objective? Fidel, thank you for the $2. Fortunate son at full blast for the Dowie, truly so. But Harpies are now out, and this is the problem with bringing gyrocopters against Beastmen. In my experience, it usually does not go well for you, because Harpies will just chase you down. Centaurs with throwing axes will chase you down. It's Arawind. Arawind. Nice cast as always. Arawind. Okay. Hopefully that was good. I tried. Let me know if that's close. And we'll get you in the future. Cheers, my friend. So Brimstone guns with a little bit of a bombing run there. Not bad. I mean, you can mitigate the Harpies, but it takes a ton of effort to micro away from those. And now the Brimstone guns turn about face and they get a couple nice shots. Are the Dwarves going to be summoning in any guns? We see Miners with blasting charges coming out. The Dowie obviously going to be securing the low ground. Gyrocopters are on the run. And we do also have Iron Drakes, but the Iron Drake's probably going to get hit by Centaurs. And the first Gyrocopter squad here has landed, trying to bait them onto the ground where the maybe Dwarf infantry can hold. And is there some sort of artillery back there? No, it's the Brimstone guns. So where are the Iron Drakes going to go? Are they going to try and roast some of the Harpies? It looks like that's going to be the case. So this is a kind of an old school Dwarven tactic where you use Iron Drakes to kind of protect your gyros a little bit. Although if he's moving like that, it's going to be a little bit harder because the Iron Drakes have to turn and kind of line up. And there's also going to be a Beast Lord moving down here. So Voidlaw is getting a big Bray charge as he does run over those guys. And the main Dwarven core is getting ready to hold, but it seems like the Gyrocopters are certainly struggling a little bit. Two of them are landed on the ground. The other one is being hunted down by the Harpies here. More Miners with blasting charges coming out, but we do see Chariots pushing into the Dwarven forces. And the Ungor Raiders definitely going to do some work. Bestigors will beat Longbeards on the charge. Well, the Longbeards do have charge defense, but only against large foes, so it's not going to be pertinent here. And this is why you bring Raiders, because Raiders just absolutely wreck Slayers. Like, it's just a rough trade here, so... Tough stuff, guys, for the Dowie. It seems like the trading is even, but really I feel like the Beastmen are in more control of this game. A lot of the Dwarven assets are sitting down on this objective. I think you could afford to maybe pull one unit from there to come help up in the high ground. The Beast Lord, in the meantime, really running through the Iron Drakes, but the Beast Lord is getting popped by the Gyros a little bit, but he should be fine. Should be able to escape here. We do now see Manticores coming in, so the dreaded Manticores, another tool the Beastmen have. I've never been a big fan of using Gyros against the Beastmen in Warhammer 2. I thought maybe they would have more, tools and domination with reinforcements being able to be summoned in, but in this case, it seems like the same thing is true. He's taking him to church. Just makes me think of that song, like taking to church, and like just a montage of somebody being run over in Warhammer while that plays. I don't know why that's funny, but yeah, like this is just I've played against Void Lulls. I actually got to the grand finals of one of my own tournaments like a week ago, and I was excited. I was like, hey, you know, maybe I'll be able to win this one. And then Void Lulls just appeared in the grand finals. Like, oh god. And you can definitely feel his micros on another level. So both gyrocopters getting plowed here horribly. And we do see the Dragonback Slayers moving up to try and help, but the Beastmen have taken the home objective of the Dwarves. Void Lulls has taken a massive value lead, killing these Iron Drakes. All the gyrocopters getting Shadow Realms, and yeah, man, it's looking like Void Lulls is on the warpath to the grand finals, and he is coming for blood. It's going to take a mighty foe to bring him down, as the Dwarven army gets crunched and folded like a piece of paper here by the Beastmen. Yeah, the quad gyros just against the Harpies, man, it's so tough. It's so tough. GG, well played. A very one-sided game, but still, you know, showing that the Beastmen do have some teeth in Dom. Like, Dwarves are considered to be a decent faction in Dom. But I think that map is probably not good for Dwarves against Beastmen. I probably wouldn't have picked that, considering that, you know, the objectives, it's a little bit hard to control too without mobility. So, you're glad you didn't go to this church. All right, so 2-0 victory for Void. And let's go ahead and cast another game. If we can find one. So Void is going to go to the grand finals. So we have to wait for the bottom side before we cast the grand finals. So Void will also report the score. I didn't see the Amber Spear. Yeah, more like Unfortunate Son playing. More like the first game was much closer. So let's see if Seraphon's in the game. We'll try and cast that one. So let me go ahead and message those guys. I believe they probably just started. Seraphon. Hey. Did you two start yet? And let's see if Voin started. Did you two start yet? All right, we'll see if we can cast our game. If they didn't, then we will get in there and have some fun. Otherwise, worst case, I could even play some ladder battles in the meantime. So, I see some maps up. I see a Proving Ground lobby. Maybe it's this one. I think it's these guys. So we'll see if they can get in there. All right. If not. And let's do this as well. Very good. It is on. It looks like they just... Oh, they might have finished actually a while ago. Okay, so that match might still be going. And Reginald's... You guys still going? If not, encode if so. Inspect slot. Okay, so it looks like they're both in the middle of games right now. I would wager. It looks like that's going to be the case. We need some Nurgle. I'd be down to play a Nurgle game. How's it going, Sophie? Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. So Void Lulls just tearing through the competition, getting to the grand finals. The bottom side was running a little bit behind, but no problem. We should have a consistent stream of games going. So Reginald says he's currently in the game. No problem. So what I'll do in the meantime is I'll play a quick battle. It'll be fun. So let's just do this. We'll do a domination battle. And let me see if they started. Just got to... Okay. Oh, actually, never mind. They have a match. Okay. So let me tell him. Let's see here. And we have a spec slot. They're actually in a rubber match. Very cool. So we will join that. There it is. And outstanding, ladies and gentlemen. So, they just apparently finished a Skaven match. Let's go ahead and get you guys going. So it's going to be Voin S and Seraphon. And it's going to be 1-1. So these guys are actually in the rubber match of their series, which is very exciting. Zyphos didn't play today. You know, the thing is the tournament started at 9, which I think in France, what is like 4 or 5 p.m.? So he probably hadn't got off work yet. I know he was signed up, but he didn't check in probably because he didn't get home quick enough. So typically I start a little bit later, but I wanted to have a more accessible stream time for people today that didn't go till like the wee hours in the morning. So, hey, thanks for helping you get through work. I got you, Ordinary Bat. I got you covered, man. No problem. Okay, so Skaven versus Skaven appeared to be the match from before. They are on the Graveyard of Altdorf right now, I think. And then we have Broken Lake Gully for the next map. So I did put Broken Lake Gully in, I think. No, but is it Glinty Tooth's Crag? I don't know what map they're actually on. We'll have to see. We just played Skaven versus Skaven. Nice. All right, good luck in the next game. Have fun. Should be a good old jolly time as they do glorious, glorious battle. So taking a look at upcoming tournaments, I don't think we have a beginner's tournament scheduled yet. Maybe the dreaded houseplant will, not houseplant, platypus will appear. So in schedule one, but coming up, we have today's tournament, which is happening. We have apparently a land battle tournament being hosted by Human Boy, an Australian World Championship. Vermin League going down as well. If you want to get more involved in land battles, Human Boy is really carrying the torch for that. We got the Warhammer World Championship. So this is going to be the first World Championship qualifier, which is being hosted by Logic RTS. So we have 14 qualifiers, each of which is being hosted by different people in the community. So that's going to be super exciting. So this is the first qualifier. They'll all be on Total Tavern, so you can follow them here. If you want to see where it's going to be streamed, you can go to his YouTube channel, and you can see when it's going to start. So it's going to start at 9 a.m. on the 29th. So yeah, super exciting. If you guys want to follow that, got all this good stuff. A lot of great players signed up. I'm very, very hyped for that. And there you go. So players are on Broken Lake Gully for their next map. Let us see what they will choose today. And while they do this, I will go get a quick drink of water and we'll play our little hype trailer.
More Lord of Death, keep our souls, lest they fall prey to him.
All right, guys, I'm back. Got some delicious water. That little hype trailer that we made is so good because the amount of time it takes to play is like the exact amount of time it takes me to walk to my kitchen and get like a drink of water, like to refill my mug. It's perfect. It just like times out so well. Armored State Troopers is such a tease. Well, State Troopers are supposed to have a little armor. Like the tabletop models of State Troopers, they have like plate mail breastplates and helmets on a lot of them and stuff. They definitely got done dirty in the game. Like State Troopers should get like a 10 to 15 armor buff because they're just so terrible. If you put them up to like 45, 50 armor, I think like suddenly the Empire is a pretty solid faction. Watching your stream really ignited my passion for Warhammer. As soon as I have a graphics card, hell yeah, get in. I'm hyped. It's going to be fun to have you. That thing is amazing every time I know. It's always good. So Void Law's awaiting atop his throne of skulls. The Eternal Tyrant. He's there. He is a tough opponent, man. He is a really tough opponent. Dude, the Season 2 Grand Championships are going to be crazy loaded with talent. So we just finished Season 2, and the way that the competitive circuit works in Total War Warhammer, at least from my perspective, is we have seasons. And when one of the leaderboard season finishes, it should load in a second, we take the top 16 players for that season, you can see, and they play in a major Royal Rumble. So these are the top 16 players from last season, which was like a week ago, right? Like, what, a week or two ago? And yeah, dude, look at that. Moffat was number 1. Houseplant, Hadri's Random, Anticity. Again, don't know how to read his name. Void Laws didn't even play last season until like the last 3 weeks, okay? And then Void Laws comes out, and he just starts crushing people and wins like 3 tournaments in like 2 weeks and qualifies. It's absolutely nuts. And then Broflin, of course, just got defeated by Void Laws, a very strong player. Platypus Sandwich, Shubatai, Tim the Wilder, Ulrich, Kark, and Housecat of Warren Zone. So yeah, these are just heavy. Yeah, this is Void last season. Like, we can look at Void Law's record. Let's see the last time he lost. It's been a while since Void Laws has lost, dude. Look at his record. Oh my god. Yeah, see, this is where he beat me. This is a tournament he got me in. Yeah. Last time he lost was like in a best of 1 a long time ago. Yeah, dude. He's Void Laws has only ever lost 3 games in Total War Warhammer. Oh my god. Subutai doesn't have a YouTube channel. I should talk to him though. I think he'd be really good at. He should be casting tournaments. Will you compete in the championship? No. Even if I made an attempt to qualify and I did, I would probably give my spot to someone else because I need to focus on casting it. You know. Oh, we got the Empire versus Grand Cathay. That is a heavily favored matchup for Cathay. However, Empire can still win it on this map, especially using rocket batteries. Yeah, and Firmum says I'm on there somewhere, yeah. Void has always been really good, though. He was very good in Warhammer 2 as well. Hey, he's a very strong player. Very, very strong. Yeah, he's only lost, well, 3 matches since Warhammer 3, including best of 1, so yeah. Yeah, it's pretty insane. He probably has the best record, I think, on Total Tavern. I don't think anybody else has lost that little. Yeah, Subutai hosts a lot of events, but I don't think he like streams or anything. He could do it. I think Subutai would be a great at it. He's got an awesome personality. He's a really nice guy. Very fair and also very skilled, so he kind of knows what he's looking at, right? Yeah, it's Empire versus Grand Cathay here, guys. I don't know if Void played Warhammer 1. We actually, on Total Tavern, so going back in time to Warhammer 1 competitive, which was just the Wild West of just haggard balance and just ridiculous stuff, Shetland Apache compiled records of Warhammer 1 competitive, right? So we have the Hall of Fame for Warhammer 1 on our website. And these are the top players from top to bottom here, you can see. So the only person who was a top player in Warhammer 1 who's still active is Xiphos, really. Like, none of these other guys really play anymore. For Warhammer 2, we have, yeah, you can see. Voidlaws didn't really start playing competitively until the end of Warhammer 2, from what I remember. Because, like, when Voidlaws showed up, he started just crushing, right? Like, you could see he won several faction wars in a row. Well, not quite in a row. And then he also claimed the final ECL season, which was hyper competitive format. I don't know how he did in the World Championship. I don't know how he did. Everchosens were cool, but at their core, Everchosens were more casual. I mean, I would still say they were competitive. The first like 2 Everchosens were, I would say, more on the casual end of things. But once Everchosen 3, 4, 5, and 6 happened, these were pretty competitive Everchosens. But 1 and 2, these were not competitive. Everchosen 1 had maybe 2 competitive players in it. And they, of course, met in the finals, right? But the other 8 players were all campaign players, casual, that sort of thing. Or memers, that type of thing. Yeah, faction wars are obviously pretty awesome. You can see Felcon had a really dominant run. Felcon won 3 seasons of the Eternal Challenger League. 100%. Felcon was a tyrant for a long time. Very, very strong. And then you got Flying Taco winning 1. Xiphos winning season 2. Xiphos had a really impressive win in season 2. Yeah, a lot of cool history here, guys. A lot of cool history. Yeah, those were good times. Good times indeed. It's cool that we have a record of it. We have a website now where it could be immortalized, right? All those accomplishments people had and art, yeah. No, but just the fact of the matter is that the first Everchosen was not competitive. Yeah, it definitely wasn't. But after that, I think the second Everchosen was won by Sooth, was it? Yeah, I can't wait. We were just looking at it. Let me just double check that. Yeah, the second Everchosen was won by Sooth there. Yeah, the third one was by Aerocrastic. Aerocrastic came into the third Everchosen, and he played Goblin King in the first round. I think it just smashed him with the Empire. Actually, he used Empire against the at the time very overpowered Vampire Coast. Yeah, that was definitely a really surprising one. That was kind of when he first came onto the scene. Yeah. No, Shangar, he just no misunderstanding or anything. I think he just kind of stopped playing, that sort of thing. Not really sure. The Everchosen was the original kind of Creative Assembly sponsored event. Yeah. So Creative Assembly essentially used to do in-person events, and they used to bring us out there and we would cast and it was super fun. But we changed it to Summer Championships, which is being held by Creative Assembly now, and then we have the World Championship, and then the Total Tavern seasons are now for me the premier competitive format. For me. Yeah. Yeah, the Everchosens are really fun. It was really cool. It was a lot of fun indeed. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, Everchosens had a lot of issues too because of land battle rules, right? Thankfully, it was mostly like, you know, we didn't have too many issues, but there were still some. That was Aerocrastic winning the Everchosen with Chaos vs. Tomb Kings. Yeah, he used Setcher the Imperishable on a chariot and fought Kolek. That was super cool. Back in the days of old. Yeah, it was Aerocrastic was the third one. Man, I remember all those vividly. It was so fun hanging out with Italian Spartacus. We went to England and or to the UK, and we went out and went to Horsham, and we got to cast in the CA studios and everything. It's really, really fun. The World Championship is after we have our 14 qualifiers. It'll be going down. There's a blog on the website on the front page. You can read all the details about the World Championship. We need Italian Spartacus to dress up as a goblin. That'd be great. I'd love it. All right, guys, here we are. It's going to be Voin leading the forces of the Empire. Balthazar Gelt with Final Transmutation, which is basically a terrible cleansing rune. And Searing Doom. Searing Doom is good against Cathay. We have a Hellstorm Rocket Battery, double cannon, swordsmen, state troopers going to get pounded by Jade Warriors. And War Wagons are okay against Cathay. They're definitely good at sniping the Lord, but they definitely can get shot down by cannons as well. Kolek would be used. If Chaos didn't have other just overpowered shit, Kolek would definitely get used. Peasant Long Spearmen, Jade Warriors in the front, massively dominate. Oh my god, I'm so happy we were casting this game. Oh yeah, dude. Oh baby. This is going to be so good against the Empire. If it can get close to those artillery pieces, dude, if you just bull rush this thing and use the... Oh, did he bring the invisibility spell? Oh, he got Missile Mirror. Oh my god. He didn't bring the invisibility spell, though, to make the Green Guardian invisible and have it sneak up. He didn't bring that. That's my one sorrow. But 2 Grand Cannons will typically lose. Sunmaker and Empire Cannons will trade pretty well into them. But the Jade Warriors will absolutely dominate the front line. Oh my god, it's the Green Guardian, guys. The Power Ranger, the Green Ranger is upon us. Yes, here it goes, baby. The Green Guardian is moving up. He's hoofing it. He'll eat some cannonballs to the face, but oh my god, are we going to get a Missile Mirror on the Sunmaker right away? Please use the invisibility spell. Oh, he doesn't have it, man. So this matchup is Cathay favored for sure. I would say this is probably a 60-40 matchup in favor of Cathay, if not 65-35. Cathay's infantry just dominates you. Their shooting is on par. You know, Cathay is very favored here, I think. Yeah. But here it comes. Dragon-Blooded Lord is going to be trying to get a Missile Mirror. I'm so excited he brought the Green Power Ranger. You got to watch out for the silver bullets, though. They're invisible. Seraphon, if he just gets his Lord sniped, is just going to lose the game. Okay, he's juking. You got to juke very well against silver bullets. Okay, Scales of the Celestial Court's going down. Are we going to see a Missile Mirror? Come on, pop it. Pop it. Get it on the Sunmaker. Get it on the Sunmaker. Oh no, Gelt's going to Final Transmutation you. That's not going to... We need to see the Missile Mirror. Come on, stop teasing us. Cast it. Okay, so Ancient Warriors being dropped. Time to peace out. Cannon shooting downtown. That's pretty good, though. Those Warriors will definitely shut down silver bullets if used well. And where's the Green Power Ranger? His whole job is to run up and eat these shots. Now, the Dragon-Blooded Lord did get karate chopped, but it's still alive, so it's not useless. The Halberd's going to be chasing back. Really good control here by Voin, though. He detaches the silver bullets and starts to run. That's exactly what you would want to be doing, so... Very, very good play there. Obviously, that opening, very good for the Empire. But Balthazar Gelt's eating cannonballs to the face as well. So he's getting hammered very, very hard. We do see the Empire Captain here in the back getting chewed down by the Ancestral Warriors. And the Sunmaker has retreated. So good recovery. Very good recovery. Now you can see the silver bullets going to be putting some hurt on these guys. Cutting through their physical resist with the magic damage. So that's not bad. Now the Jolly Green Giant's going to be coming. Oh, how come we're not calling him that? It's the Jolly Green Giant. I would have loved to have seen a Missile Mirror casting the silver bullets there. That would have been pretty powerful for sure. Up in the trees, we got Peasant Horsemen waiting to ambush these wagons. There's a reason wagons are so rough. They have 90 armor, so they're going to be able to kind of tank that. And here, Peasants will, you know, they'll eat those shots, but overall it's going to be a win for the Empire. Basically, they're just going to get some freebies. The Jolly Green Giant's kind of hanging out. Grand Cathay has their 2 objectives, and also some Jades coming up here. I really like this. I like the Jade flank, I guess. I think against the swords, like, and Reichsguard Knights will take like 3 hours to kill them because of their armor and durability, so maybe it'll work out okay. The Jolly Green Giant's getting cannon, though. He needs to move up and get, like, on top of the shooting, if he's going to be used at all. So here he comes. He's hustling, getting cannonballed. He doesn't reflect cannonballs till he gets close, and Cathay doesn't have any healing, so it certainly sucks to take that damage. Cathay trying to snipe Gelt, and I mean, they're getting some hits on Gelt, because because Gelt seems to be kind of like dropping micro a little bit here and there and getting caught. We do see the Peasant Horsemen, Free Company Militia, and Halberds moving up. Halberds are a decent trade into Cathay. They have enough melee defense and armor piercing that they can fight Jade Warriors for sure. But the Jolly Green Giant needs to move up. He needs to just get deep into this line and like just be rampaging back here. And it looks like maybe that's going to happen now. Seraphon is on the move. Cannon still shooting. Iron Hail Gunners being summoned up. Jade Warriors getting reinforced here. And here comes the Giant. So 8,000 HP left. Oh, he gets staggered. Always a little bit unfortunate when that happens. Silver Bullets getting a big shot. This is where you need a Talons of the Night on top of Silver Bullets. Like right now, you get in range, you Talons of the Night, they one-shotted. Then this guy gets into the backfield and causes problems. So he does get his Karate Chop, able to hit those swordsmen, but that's not that much value. It's really just 34 value, actually. Yeah, doing his cool spinning animations, but that's not going to do much if you're just getting kind of gadded down here. So seems like a little bit of a micro issue. He's really blue balling us. He needs to get in there with that thing. So there's going to be some sort of witchcraft going down here, not sure. Oh, missile mirror. Here we go. Let's see if it works. Come on. Give us the missile mirror. Shoot your guns. Come on, fire it. There you go. The silver bullets are reflecting them. Quit hitting yourself. It's like with, you know, siblings. Yeah, classic. So the missile mirror actually got one volley off, which was pretty cute. Is the aura in range? Not quite. Trying to get in range of the cannons, which will reflect back. Oh man, with slightly better positioning, this Jolly Green Giant could actually be really good right now, but sadly it's not. Cannons aren't shooting, silver bullets are just being allowed to kind of free willy shoot at that thing. Yeah, it was, you know, I really like the build theory from Seraphon, but just the execution was a little bit off, but it's okay, everyone makes mistakes. So hold your head up high, Seraphon, if you're listening to this. Don't stress it, my friend. Spears moving into halberds. Iron Hail should turn and take out that Empire captain. Cathay still has a decent cap situation just because they're that good in this matchup. The Jolly Green Giant trying to make his way to the Sunmaker. Come on, give us one reflect. Fire, Sunmaker. Come on, give us one. Come on, fire, fire. Oh yeah, the Sunmaker reflect. Oh, and the silver bullets, but it's too late. Oh no, the Jolly Green Giant. He tried. He was disruptive, I guess. But the Empire is pulling pretty heavily ahead on value. Jade Warriors might be able to get onto the point. We do have a double crap for Grand Cathay. But now the Sunmaker is able to shoot and get a lot of work going here. Cathay definitely could have shut this down pretty effectively back here. They definitely could have shut it down. But hey, you got to give props to Seraphon for bringing the fun stuff and trying to make it work. Could have worked. It definitely could have worked with a little bit better micro, but it happens. Now, back objective for Grand Cathay is being threatened by the Sons of Sigmar. It seems like there is some pressure, some halberds back here, some free company up in the hills, and Reiksguard Knights waiting, but there's a lot of spears, so they're not going to be easy to remove. And now we got Jade Warriors getting in and battling Swordsmen. Swordsmen will lose pretty bad. Jade Warriors are just so much better. And they only cost 100 more, and they just bring so much more to the table, right? Harmony, armor, better stats, just special formations, just all sorts of crazy stuff. Now, can Cathay win this somehow? The Jolly Green Giants tried. He tried. He got in there, caused some problems. We got one like partial Sunmaker reflect. It wasn't like a full volley, it didn't look like, so it didn't quite finish off the Sunmaker. But Gelt is running. Grand Cathay still holding on to the middle objective. What are they going to be summoning out? Ooh, this isn't good. The Ziltner's Reiksguard that were hiding in the bushes, they were hiding over here. They snuck around, it looks like, and they got onto the back line. So the Reiksguard of the Empire are going to be rampaging through the back line. So going to be very, very tough. Losing both your expensive artillery pieces. He summons in a crossbow unit out of desperation. Iron Hail Gunner's putting a little bit of hurt. You can see Iron Hail is very, very good at killing heavy cavalry. But the Empire's still going to have to get these objectives. I mean, this objective did flip to Grand Cathay. So over here, we did see the Jade Warriors move up, and they just took that objective straight up. It's going to take the Empire quite a bit of effort to get that one back. Honestly, bringing a couple greatswords here isn't terrible. I think it can help. This one's being taken by the Sons of Sigmar, the middle by the Sons of Sigmar. And it looks like they're going to have a double cap. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Cathay tap out soon, especially with the Empire securing this. They have their halberds, their free company. The wagons, of course, are really good at maneuvering around and grabbing points. We get Reiksguard Knights charging into the back of these Jade Warriors. Sunmaker is still firing this whole game. Been able to just pretty much shoot nonstop. Only got 1,200 value, but still really, really disruptive to the formations for sure. So the Empire has welcomed their opponents to Astalia, that's for sure. I don't know why that was such a tongue twister. I have no idea. Nonetheless, silver bullets still blasting away. Middle objective taken by the Empire. The only thing Cathay really has going for it is the back objective. Obviously, just some miss micros with the Jolly Green Giant and the Empire just pushing have given them some pretty good tools here. And is the Sunmaker shooting up on the high ground? Yes, classic. Empire using Skaven tactics. Absolutely obliterating their own soldiers with the artillery to try and liberate the objective here. So, Sterling's Revenge, going to be turning. Nice armor-piercing shooting. Not a bad choice. I always bring them against Cathay. I think having that Vanguard armor-piercing shooting is pretty useful. They'll be able to take that objective back soon. The Empire has a stranglehold on the middle. Reiksguard Knights are basically just rampaging in the backfield, riding down any of the reinforcements that do come out there. And on the other side, we do see the greatswords. Okay, I do like this. Yeah, a greatsword unit is actually good against Cathay if they're not being shot to pieces. Like, if you can mitigate Cathay's shooting and then summon in a couple of greatswords to kind of clean things up a little bit, they can definitely do some good stuff for sure. So there they move. There they go. This one's going to be taken by the Empire. These greatswords will methodically cut through this whole formation. They're, a relatively elite unit. They're fighting peasant horsemen and peasant spears, so that should be very, very easy. Cathay in the backfield summons in some Iron Hails, but the Reiksguard Knights and the wagons are just kind of shutting them down. 11,000 to 4.8. I'm surprised he hasn't left the game yet. I'm surprised he hasn't left. Will I do any land battle tournaments? Oh, yeah, I might do one eventually. I don't know when, but something will be going down. Balthazar Gelt, Overcasted Searing Doom. That's going to be a breadwinner. That's going to nail that whole Cathay army. Brutal stuff right there. Brutal stuff. So they get absolutely pounded off the objective. And now we get the Reiksguard Knights coming in from the point over here, and it looks like they're enveloping the Cathay army. That's a triple cap. Really should be a tap out at this point. There's not really any way Cathay can come back. And there's not anything entertaining he can really do either. Understandably, if he's trying to entertain us and put on a show. But, don't worry, brother. This one's definitely super, super over. The Empire has done it. And that is going to be that. So GG, well played. Cavalry charging into Iron Hail Gunners. Middle objective is held. Empire does have its Free Company Militia routing off some Jades here. They're probably going to win just due to sheer numbers. A couple tattered swordsmen holding on to the point, but a big value lead for sure. A very, very big one. And not normally how that matchup goes. This one's usually very Cathay favored in my experience. Like, Cathay can make their caster go invisible and just drop Talons of the Night on top of your artillery. They can basically massacre the Empire artillery position, and then cannons just shoot at wagons for the rest of the game, and basically you win if you're Grand Cathay. But, I mean, Empire can win it, as you saw, with good execution and positioning, and there are tactics the Empire has to kind of get back for sure. So halberds, greatswords moving up. It is a triple cap. Hopefully it doesn't make us sit through the whole game. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Yeah, Domination is by far a better competitive format than land battles. As somebody who's hosted a million land battle tournaments and played in them as well, the nuances of not having having to have player-made engagement rules and things that have a lot of gray area as it pertains to interpretation is not good for competitive format. It's just not. It's very fun to watch, and when it was all we had, we made it work. But Domination is just better for competitive. Hey, turn in chat. Do Lizardmen are on the lower end, but I don't know. They have a lot of unexplored stuff for sure. GG, well played. GG, well played. Yeah, dude, that was fun. Shout out to Seraphon for bringing the Jolly Green Giant. And honestly, with a little bit better aggression and micro, the Jolly Green Giant could have maybe worked against that build. Just diving into the backfield. I think if you're going to go Green Giant, you go with Miao Ying and you regrowth it. And you just let it raid boss in the backfield, and it could be really, really nasty. Yeah. So, Miao Ying probably is the way there. So, Voin is going to be advancing to the next round. Let's go ahead and check the old brackets. GG, well played. Cannons did good. Wagons got, only a couple hundred value. They didn't really go that crazy that time. So, let's see what's going down. Let's see what the next tournament is. So, go to tournaments, and we will find out. Where are we? Monday tournament time. And let's see who's ready to cast. So Puggington versus Voin. We will cast the hell out of this game. It's going to be a fun one. So let me message Reginald. Lobby, please. Code. Look, have fun. So we'll make sure they play the correct maps here. Celestial Lake is the first one, which is a lovely new map. It actually won the map making contest. Medley, I sent you your prize. Hopefully you got that. And cool. So Puggington has it. He's hosting a lobby. And this will be the Dread Pug. Puggington versus Voin S. Should be a fun series. Voin seems to be a son of Sigmar, which I always approve of. For the Emperor and all that. Cool. GG. Yeah, the nation did indeed call. Well, Sipe, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. There was always underdogs and upsets. It's the spice of life, It's the good stuff. Okay, so Puggington's going to send a code right now. There it is. I think maps are Celestial Lake, followed up by Itza and then Borderlow landing. Okay, cool. So there we are. Let's get in there. We got to wait for the opponent to get in. Don't want to accidentally steal their spot. All right, inspectate. Perfect. Puggington versus Boyne S. Outstanding. Hey, sounds good, Medley. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. Glad it all worked out. Can you play the heavy metal OST during the next Dom battle? That'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? Yeah. The Grand Cafe, yeah. Yeah. I do enjoy myself a diner or cafe. I'm a big coffee guy. I love coffee. That's probably one vice I would really struggle to give up. Although I could. I gave it up for a long time. Yeah. Coffee's so good, though. Nothing like just having a late night coffee, too. Like getting one at like 5 or 6 p.m. and just like, oh, man. That's the best. It's living dangerously, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, poor Kislev needs some love, too. They just need more units. Hopefully they'll get one of the first DLCs. Cathay is pretty damn strong already. Cathay doesn't need stuff as much as Kislev does. All right. So Reginald Puggington is here on the High Elves. That's who he wants to play. You can see he's taunting with the High Elves here. They're much better. I would love to see some High Elf play, actually. That'd be a lot of fun. And looks like Voin is joining the lobby in a second. Pug hosted. Cool. Tomorrow we'll have Age of Empires for anybody who's been thirsting for that. The new factions come out, the new civilizations. So I believe it's the Malians and the Ottomans, I think is what they did. I haven't had a chance to play either of them, but it should be interesting to see. Well, vampire counts are bugged right now. That's why you're not seeing them. So vampire counts and Tomb Kings are just banned because you can't avoid the bug. They're just super, super ridiculous, yeah. Zeech is pretty good without DLC. Plus they just got the Champions of Chaos stuff. They're fine, yeah. You need to hit the mortal factions. You need to hit Kislev, you need to hit Cathay. They need to get their DLCs. 100%. Coffee just makes the day workable. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, tea is good, but tea doesn't like, man, sometimes it's fun to just go like super hard into like a 200 milligram caffeine coffee and just like, and then just get a ton of shit done, It's kind of fun to do that. AoE Wololo this weekend. Yeah. I heard about that. I'll definitely watch it. You're going to love both factions. Both are fun. That's cool. I'm glad to hear it. Who needs more help between Kislev and the demons? Kislev. Yeah. The demons are kind of like not like, I don't think they were made as like a faction for multiplayer in general. They're more of like a campaign thing. Kislev definitely needs it. So let me see where his opponent is. All right. Let's see here. No. We will advance. Pug. All right, so Void had the drop. So what we'll do is we'll just advance Pug to the finals and just go straight to the finals. Screw it. Yeah, we've been streaming for 3 hours. It's not like it's been a short stream. All right, so Puggington will advance to the finals. Invite him here. Your Oppo had to drop. All right, just updating the players. Let me do the brackets, get the appropriate drop. So refresh this. Hey, so we're moving on to the finals, guys. It's on. It is on. So let's go ahead and drop you. Very good. And now we're all set. So Puggington versus Voidlaws in the finals. And let's see how this goes. Should be fun. This is going to be a heavy-duty one. Puggington's going to have to play against some very heavy-duty meta stuff. But now we're all set. Yeah, I think we'll see High Elves maybe. I think we could see them. I think we definitely see them. So we'll go ahead and do the maps for the semis because we were going to show these maps anyways. So we'll display these maps. Let's do this. Celestial Lake, Itza, and Borderlow Landing. So we'll go ahead and do these ones. Go ahead and play these maps for finals. All right, cool. So Void should be on his way. Let me go ahead and shoot him a message. Make sure he knows finals time. Okay, fun. He might have gone and taken a little bit of a break. We'll have to see. Hopefully he didn't AFK. If he did, I can just play some ladder games until he comes back. Because he probably saw there was another round, so assumed he had a little bit of time. So Completely understandable. What counters High Elves? Oh, there's plenty of factions that do well against them. I mean, you can go in Total Tavern and look. It's still early to have really like concrete data, but High Elves have been doing well against. Okay, High Elves have been doing well against Cathay, against Empire, against Greenskins, most of which are low tier factions. But High Elves have been losing against Khorne, actually. Losing to Vampire Coast, losing to Norska, trading evenly with Dark Elves so far and Wood Elves, so it's kind of interesting. Yeah. Dark Elves are doing good. Dark Elves, as far as what they are struggling against this season, it seems like Dwarves have been, but it's only like 3 or 4 games, so you don't really want to draw any conclusions from that, for sure, you know. All right, Void Lulls is here. Celestial Lake is our first map, and it is on. Yes. They're going to do their picks and bans. Hopefully we don't have any sort of lag or anything like that, and we'll get into the finals here. Thank you all for joining. It's been a fun stream. I think we had 3 best of 3s. Yeah, it's very similar to actually how I used to do my tournaments. I used to only cast the top 4, and today's kind of similar. We had 1, 2, 3 best of 3s, and then this one, yeah, so 4. Although 2.5, I guess. High Elves, I think, can beat Khorne, though. I think they really can. Spam high armor, silver shields. Yeah, exactly. That's how you beat them. Yeah. Even still, High Elves can do it. Like, Swordmasters and White Lions can trade well into Khorne Warriors. They definitely can. Some other ranged options other than Chameleon Skinks would be nice. Salamanders, Razor Dawns aren't terrible. They're not like amazing, but they're not useless either. Yeah, Malekith is strong. It's not Malekith that's overpowered. It's just the combination of him and Soul Stealer that's very good. I wouldn't say it's like... I don't think we need to talk about like nerfing that kind of stuff until we deal with Chaos. Like, I don't want to throw too much at Creative Assembly, you know? Let's just get them to hammer the really broken stuff that's actually game breaking and super unfair, and then we can talk about that kind of stuff. Yeah, we will see. 2v2 line battles. Hey, it's going great, Gochi. We're in the grand finals right now. It's Puggington versus Void Lulls. Puggington has been a top player. Let's go ahead and change this. We got tourney best of 3. Yes, good. And Celestial Lake is the map. Yes, yes. If Salamanders and Razordons could turn faster. Yeah, turning speed is always a variable with a lot of things. That's why things like wagons are so good. They don't need to turn to shoot. Like a handgunner unit, if you're like juking them, they need to like reform ranks before they can shoot. So it's like, that can be a little bit problematic for sure. But I wonder if Puggington's going to play High Elves. They're doing their global bans right now. Against Void Lulls, I'd probably ban Skaven. I'd probably ban Skaven and ban Dark Elves maybe. Let him play Vampire counts because they don't have healing. So I would like try and bait him into that. That would be my game plan if I were playing against Void. I would love to see play. You know, I've been practicing Nurgle. I think they have some matchups that aren't horrific. What could Ogres get in DLC? I don't know. I don't know what Ogres are really missing, to be honest. Somebody in chat would have to tell me. They're a faction I never had a ton of interest in. Granted, they are a fun faction to play. Yeah, Saurus are very strong in lore, but a lot of things are very strong in lore, you know? When you read the lore like line about certain factions, it's like the mightiest unit in all of the realm, unrivaled. And it's always something like that. Like in every codex, every like fantasy tome, like it's always like that. Yeah, it's good times. Yeah, Striders need to get nerfed. How's it going, Caden? Hope you're doing well, man. What's the matchup? Let's see. Has not been decided yet. I seriously doubt it's Bretonnia versus Elves. Obviously, this is the grand finals, so players can take a little bit longer. We'll chill out a little bit. Oh, Yetis, huh? They have Yetis? That's pretty cool. Noblar Manbiters? Big elite Noblars. Oh, that's a thing? Oh, man. What do those look like? Noblar Manbiters? Is that actually a unit, or do you just make that up? Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, Ogres are fun. Ogres are doing way better this season. They actually have like a 50% win rate or something. They're doing... Now that they have better capture weight, they're definitely enjoying themselves a lot more. Isn't there a Brewmaster for Ogres? Yeah, like something like that. That'd be kind of cool. I want a new Vermintide only with fighting Lizardmen. Yeah, that'd be kind of fun to have like a Vermintide like DLC where you could play a Saurus or something. just taking it to all the rats. Yeah, like in the lore, like a Saurus warrior could probably just take countless numbers of clan rats, right? Just like easy. There's like a legion of them. Bretonnia is actually not bad against High Elves, I think. I think Bretonnia's got some teeth there. Knights of the Realm do reasonably well against their Cav. Fey Enchantress is very disruptive and hard to snipe. You know, you got some cool choices. Elite Noblars is like elite peasants. Just like, look at the balance of the game though. Zombies should cost more too. Like, zombies should be like 150, like maybe 175. Like, why do you pay the same price for just an absolute piece of crap peasant mob and a zombie? Peasant mobs have like less HP, they break, they rout. Zombies are literally like unbreakable, like crumbling doesn't matter to them because they have so much HP. Like, they should not be costed the same. It's so bad balance, like those units. Like, you need to pay more for stuff that's like unbreakable. Like peasant mobs compared to zombies, dude, come on. Peasant mobs will rout after fighting for like 5 seconds usually. It's just like, oh, anything that does damage, okay, I'm gonna run. I'm just gonna flee the scene. So no matchup info yet. They're still doing their global bans. Probably really scheming and calculating. Probably going to each other's profiles on Total Tavern and seeing what avatar they represent to know. I gotta start baiting people with that. I'm gonna use like an ogre bull so people globally ban ogre bulls against me, or the ogres, instead of Empire every game. Although for me it probably wouldn't work. The cat's already out of the bag, but yeah. SARS have been fighting Chaos since the beginning. They need to be better. SARS are pretty good. I mean, I don't know. They have really high weapon strength. They hit super hard. You could give SARS afford to give them maybe a little buff, like maybe +2 melee attack, maybe like +2 melee attack would be good on them. I don't know. You don't want to go too crazy because they're borderline like pretty good. Yeah, state troopers are pretty terrible. They need to be cheaper. Oh yeah, they're really bad. The only good state trooper that's decent is the spearmen with shields because they have like 40-something melee defense. They trade okay, but yeah, most of the times Empire players will always use spearmen with shields and then flagellants and Sigmar Suns. That's like your core. Yeah, lower leadership plus more crumbling damage would make sense for zombies. Yeah, they nerfed crumbling a little bit, but I don't think it really made a difference. Like, I haven't seen it be significant at all. Zombies can crumble for 60 seconds without really feeling it. Yeah, it's true. Hey, Jay Phoenix, how you doing? By the way, Jay, you have Samurai was telling me you're adminning on the first qualifier. You have like admin access and everything, right? Like, it worked? You can like start tournaments and edit things and do all that? Do let me know. So yeah, so have we gotten the matchup yet? I don't know if we have. Is it High Elves versus Bretonnia? Let me just double check this. Maybe they did it like super swift. No, they're still just picking or doing their picks and bans. Okay. So I'll give them a heads up. After picks and bans, 5 minutes to build. Okay. And let's grab you. Do this. Outstanding. All right, got your message. Just giving them the deals. I just told both Void and Reginald after they do the picks and bans. Oh my god, are we getting a Kislev pick? No way he's playing Kislev. Yeah, so global bans for the series are Wood Elves, Warriors of Chaos, Tzeentch, Empire, Slanesh, and Vampire. So what the hell is like an Empire doing in there? Who the hell is globally banning the Empire? Is that a joke? Yeah, I mean, maybe one of them's really good at the Empire. I don't know. Perfect. Yeah, that's a wild one. I think we might be getting a Kislev game. Kislev versus Skaven? Whoa! This is why we love Reginald Puckington. If he, like, imagine if he was able to win this with Kislev. That'd be nuts, right? That'd be absolutely nuts. But I just feel like what can Kislev do against Globadiers? Like, nothing, right? Globadiers are just going to absolutely pound this entire Kislev army. Their roster's just so limited. I mean, I guess sleds, but then ogres just counter sleds. Man, guys, we got a Kislev versus Skaven matchup. You got to globally ban Skaven against Void. He's very good at Skaven. Very, very good at them. Who is considered the best Kislev player in the community? I don't know. I don't know too many Kislev maids, honestly. Yeah, he's got Void Lulls on the rats. This feels so doomed for Kislev, man. I mean, I guess the Kossovite Dervishes are really good here. Like, semi-unbreakable cavalry that can dive into the Skaven back line. Winged Lancer is also very good. Maybe double Little Grom, but Void's going to be able to dodge that. Void is very, very good at dealing with artillery, so. The Elemental Bear? Ooh, man, I have to look. Okay. Okay. Void Laws is already ready to go, dude. He's got all the filth that's possible. He clearly has a build for this. The Dread Elemental Bear. Yes. I don't know how he wins this with Kislev. I really don't. I just feel like it's kind of a doomed matchup. Yeah. Maybe you got to go with the dreaded Rasputin rush. You just bring in Kostaltin and, you know, make one last charge with 1,000,000 cavalry. That actually could be something that might work. If you had like Falcon level Warhammer 2 micro and just had like 8 cavalry units, like 4 winged lancers, 4 dervishes, like 2 Griffin Legion, and like a cheap Rasputin Lord, like charging in there. Not yet, Goji. I haven't seen that. Maybe that could work. I don't know. Kossar's spears are going to get wrecked by catapults and probably by Jezzails. Pretty bad. They're going to get shot to pieces. Yeah, Kislev seems like it should be good on paper, but their magic is terrible and their roster is so limited. It's so limited. They really the Kislev magic is really not good. Like a lot of factions have like OP magic, like Undead are all overpowered. Skaven have OP magic with Flensing Ruin. You know, Cathay has really good gimmicks with their magic, but like Kislev's magic is just so horribly mediocre. Like Heart of Winter should literally do like 3 times more damage than it does. That spell should be so devastating with how slow it is and how long it takes to wind up, but it just does like dog shit damage. Like there's so many weird little nuances like that. Yeah. What do you think about the Ogre Skaven matchup? Probably heavily Skaven favored because they have so many cheap spears. You could bring like max Skaven Slave spears, max Clanrat spears, mix in some Storm Vermin if you want. Just like Jezzails, or, you know, it's just brutal. It feels brutal. Rats are really good. Skaven are very strong. They're hard to play for newer players, but once you get them into the hands of high-level players who can handle their low leadership, and which isn't even that bad with the Unsummoned Lord thing, it's very, very tough to deal with. Yeah, it's very tough. Lore of Ice just is like Ice Sheet is okay. Okay, so he's going with the sled build. He's got the triple sled and a bow line, which isn't terrible. The bows can outrange Globadiers. The catapults are going to put some big hurt on them, as will the Jezzails. But he does have a Little Grom. Little Grom, if Little Grom, here's the rock, paper, scissors of this. If Little Grom can kill the catapult, then the archers might be able to kill the globes, and then the chariots could maybe run through whatever infantry there is, and the archers could maybe then kill the ogres. Like that's if like the stars align and like everything goes to plan. But I mean, that's way easier said than done. That's way easier said than done. Yeah, Heart of Winter needs to be way more punishing. Like if you get somebody in it, it needs to just absolutely thump. Yeah, it's a very similar build that he used before. So he's clearly got like a play style that he likes to use with the rats, and he is here. So this is a beautiful map by Medley. This one won the map making contest. We'll do a little bit of a show off here. You can see the beautiful kind of Cathay city with like look at that, with the flowing tapestries there and the floating rocks. I love it. It's so cool. And then on the other side, we got a little temple to the Dragon Emperor here. You can see it's like a shrine. You can walk up and check that out. Big walls there. Objective 3, Objective 1, and a contested objective here in Ye Old Middle. So this is Celestial Lake. Beautiful map. One of my favorites. It is an absolute beauty. Little Grom going to be shooting. We got an Ice Witch of Tempest with Biting Wind, Gust of True Flight, and Hailstorm. Pretty much some of the better spells you can go with. And for the Skaven, you have Night Runners. You got Ye Old Chieftain, Rout Ogres, and Warplock Jezzails in the back. Obviously, Warplock Jezzails will be very, very good against sleds. Granted, there's line of sighting on this map as well. You can come here. Like I wouldn't hate this play for Pug. Like you play your back objective and you bring the sleds here, abuse the trees to mitigate Jezzail fire, and then you just get the sleds to go in there and kind of run those guys in. Yeah, the stairs are steep, but got to get that workout in Grand Cathay. Those Jade Warriors, this is where they exercise. They do stair reps. They run up the stairs, and that's why they're so fit and jacked. Love Celestial Lake. Yeah, it's a beautiful map for sure. So Little Grom's gonna scoot up, start shooting at the Skaven army. Not sure where they're gonna go first, but we will certainly find out. Have you seen the Terracotta Sentinel with the orc stuff on it? Where is that? Where is the Terracotta Sentinel with the orc stuff? Okay, yeah, let me know where that is, Medley. We got the dragon statue. How cool is that? We got like a couple of the little dog statues here, which is cool. You let me know where that terracotta is, and I'll find it, Medley, and we'll take a look. So Little Grom gets the Gust of True Flight, shooting downtown after the Catapult. The Catapult's trying to light of sight. You can see Voidlaw's trying to get it behind the train here. And the Sleds are doing the same thing to the Jezzail, so both players going to be utilizing the terrain. Back objective should be pretty easily taken by Kislev here, as Kossars are spread out across the entire map. Man, look at his Kossar formation. He's got them all over the place, all over the place. But Sleds just kind of chilling out a little bit. They are heavy war Sleds. They have a shit ton of armor, 110 armor, so even the little Night Runners shouldn't do that much damage against them. Honestly, just exchanging in that won't be terrible. Is it behind the Skaven army, the Terracotta? Okay, I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it. We'll get to it. We'll wait for Medley. It's behind the red spawn. Okay, so I'm behind the red spawn. I'm looking for the Terracotta. Am I just missing it? We don't want to look too long because we got to focus on the action. Maybe it's on the other side, huh? Is that it right there? No, it's just a rock. You see a Terracotta Sentinel. Oh, there it is. Okay. Look at that. It's a Terracotta Sentinel with an orc mask on it. I love it. The orcs have defiled this lovely Cathay land. That's a really nice touch. Very, very aesthetic. I love it. So the heavy war Sleds trading pretty well, eating the skirmish fire like champs, and Jezzail's obviously will open up on them pretty soon. The objective has been yielded to the rats, which is a little bit unfortunate. I think that could have been contested there. I feel like the Sleds could really bully these guys and then maybe go shoot the Plagueclaw Catapult from a distance. Puggington is taking his own approach here, shooting at the Night Runners, but now the Jezzail's going to be pouring in a lot of firepower. Little Grom still shooting at the Plagueclaw Catapult, but it is line of sighted a little bit here, so not going to be able to get that. Yeah, we saw it. It was a really, really fun touch there. I certainly love it. So heavy war Sleds juking about. Trading okay, but overall the value is going to be favoring Void a little bit. Obviously those Jezzails will pack quite a bit of a punch on these Sleds. Puggington juking and dodging. One Night Runner is getting its bread buttered, and I don't think there's any Ogres over here. Now we do get Ikit Claw coming out, and Voidlaw's, look at Voidlaw's, the Predator and the Knight. He's got the Rout Ogres waiting around the side. Flensing Rune has come out from Ikit Claw, so you can see him rolling. He's going to be trying to get a Flensing Rune on these Sleds, and oh man, God, I can already see the Flensing Rune going down and just absolutely wrecking this game. I can already see it. So there's going to be a Brass Orb right here. Really nice. I think it traps units, sort of. Flensing Rune going down on the Sleds. We'll see if Puggington knows how Flensing Rune works. And he does. Really good play. So Puggington gets a big cap charge going. He summons Kossovite Dervishes, gets him into Skaven Slaves. Not going to be that good, but he does have his Dervishes, and the Sleds are now advancing up. So that only actually hit one unit. Now this objective isn't being contested. We do get the archers moving up slowly. So Kossars should start shooting at Night Runners if they can. Void's Micro obviously going to be focused over here. And now the Griffin Legion and the Heavy Cavalry are coming out. Got to get globed though. Got to get that charge. Here comes the big one. Lance's couched for Urson. So here comes the Thunderous Charge into the Skaven. Should be pretty nice as those Globadiers do get punted. And that's got to feel pretty good for Puggington, shutting down a lot of those ranged units and then bouncing over, so very good control. And he immediately grabs his cavalry and moves over to the other Globadier unit. The problem is going to be when the Ogres get in. The Rout Ogres are pretty nasty, although in the backfield we do have a fair amount of Kossars at range, shooting into the Rat Ogres, getting a little bit of value. But those Globadiers just do so much damage. Now, Kossovite Dervishes are unbreakable for a period of time. It looks like overall 2 Globadiers were finished off. These Jezzails are certainly open as well. Wouldn't be a terrible idea to take the Cav over here and try and get on those Warplock Jezzails. And now there's going to be a Biting Wind coming down there. Okay, Kislev's getting some action going. Nice Biting Wind actually does wreck those Clan Rats a little bit. Value trading, though, favors the old Skaven. No surprises. Charging into Globes is usually going to be doing that. Most of the Sleds have pulled back, and on this side, we do get some Kossovite Dervishes moving up. We do need to see these archers move up and get that point as well. It's kind of a freebie. Also back here, the Catapult's very vulnerable. These Kossovite Dervishes could get it. The Skaven army definitely has a lot of things that could be compromised. Globadier's doing a little bit of friendly fire. Look at that, the Globadier's friendly fired the Warplock Jezzails. Oh man, but Griffin Legion getting swarmed, but the Globes are doing a mega ton of friendly fire damage to all these Skaven units. As the Griffin Legion's going to be unbreakable for 26 seconds. Back here, we see a little bit of a scrap as the heavy war sleds charging into Ogres. We have Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves inundating all the different Kossar units, and the value is pretty even, man. Puggington's playing very well, considering it's definitely on the weaker end of the factions, right? Here we get the Ice Witch pulling back. The friendly fire from the Skaven, pretty rough back here. A lot of the Globes definitely got messed up. Griffin Legion unbreakable for another couple seconds. Gonna get a charge. Maybe we'll break the Warplock Jezzails, and he does. And he also gets these Dervishes who are just fighting to the bitter end on top of the Plagueclaw Catapults. So there's actually a fair amount of things here that's going pretty well for the Pug. Puggington has pulled a value lead with Kislev, ladies and gentlemen. Is he going to be able to get a Kislev W? That would be absolutely insane. That would be absolutely insane. Okay, this could be really bad, though. Flensing Rune's going down, going to be hitting the Ice Witch, so that's going to be hitting everything. You need to get these units out of the aura. But that was a brutal Flensing Rune. That's going to get this Skaven their value lead back. Looks like, yeah, I think it stays on you until you move out of the range. So he does get one sled out, and the other sled is going to get out in a second. So it does get one unit and the Lord as well, but the sleds should stabilize. Now, as far as value, Skaven pull back ahead because of that OP magic. And the backfield, the Skaven backfield definitely got hammered. We see a lot of globes that are in a little bit of a dicey situation. Looks like the Ice Witch is still getting hit by that really, really absurd spell. Doing a lot of work. Skaven Chieftain, going to be fighting the Patriarch. Patriarch has the support of the War Sleds. He obviously has some healing as well, so Kislev does have healing. That Ice Witch definitely needs to make sure she stabilizes. Buyer Blood is active. We see some Wolf Rats coming in. Wolf Rats are on their way in. Coming after the Kislevite Lord, maybe. That would be very, very strong. We get some Winged Lancers coming in to try and help out the situation. Try and keep the Wolf Rats from getting onto the Ice Witch. The Ice Witch needs to live, 100%. Kislev doesn't really care about losing your Lord penalty. They have really good base leadership. Winged Lancers on the run here. We do also see Kosovo Dervishes. They could probably turn around and fight. They'll for sure beat these guys. Winged Lancers moving in. Ice Witch trying to escape. Going to be casting a Biting Wind here. And the Winged Lancers arrive. They get a big charge. Hammer down those Wolf Rats. Value trading 6.1 to 7.3. That Flensing Rune really did a lot of work. But this game is pretty contested for sure. This should be a pretty favorable trade with the Kosovo Dervishes against these, although not with the Night Runners moving up. Maybe going to need some more Vanguard. Maybe get another one of these. There's going to be a Brass Orb going down on those units from Ikit Claw, causing some serious problems. And now it looks like Kislev getting in with another big charge into the backfield. Sleds, Patriarchs, Winged Lancers moving in, more sleds moving in to try and shut down the globes. Value being pulled up to about 7,000 here as the globes are hammered down. In the backfield, we do have some Dervishes against Ogres. Totally a fine trade for Puggington. And more sleds moving in, trying to stabilize that objective. So this is a really, really wild game for sure. Winged Lancers get those Globadiers down. We do also see the heavy war sleds continuing to rampage about. The Patriarch, most likely going to be dropping Salak's Lullaby every chance he gets, but this does happen to Skaven. Sometimes as the game progresses, they can have problems kind of keeping up with mobility, but the Flensing Rune is just such a busted spell. It's going to be hitting this entire blob again, because obviously Kislev is moving in a big blob, right? So the Flensing Rune is going to be very, very nasty, So there it goes. Winged Lancers and the Patriarch are going to get melted pretty hard by that, unless they get the Salak's Lullaby up right now. The value is 8.2 to about 9,000, so it's not that far apart. And we do get Winged Lancers in the backfield feasting on a lot of Skaven units, like all these Wolf Rats. This is a lot of stuff, and Skaven don't have a whole lot of units on the battlefield either. It's a very, very close battle. Very, very close. So the Ice Witch has fallen. But hey, you know, the great thing about losing your Ice Witch as Kislev is the magic's terrible anyway, so it's not like you're actually losing that much. So back here, Kislev is stabilizing, buckling the Ogres, probably going to be able to shut down the Globadiers now with a big cavalry charge, Winged Lancers, and Little Grom. It's probably not been doing that much this game, although I guess it does have about 900 value. If Little Grom just methodically switches on to Ogres, it's probably going to do pretty well for itself. So nice Globadier shot. The last of the sleds being dragged about. And here we do have these Winged Lancers in the backfield just looking for freebies with the Patriarch, trying to find any skirmish units that they could perhaps shut down. Value lead is actually taken over by Reginald Puggington once again. So the Skaven are kind of getting routed across the backfield here, but still the objectives are favoring the Rats. You need to get a double cap soon. I mean, I know you can value trade against Skaven all day, but Puggington is taking it over. This Pug is unleashed as he continues battling, up 700 points with healing against Skaven. So the value trading is favoring Kislev here, guys. So Winged Lancers with Salak's Lullaby, going to be getting on top of Night Runners, avoiding those Clan Rat Spheres. That's a pretty cost-effective trade. One last sled here to rule them all is being punished a little bit, as we do get the Winged Lancers here being shanked by the Eshin Triads. Really, really nice inclusion here. We do have the Eshin Triads with their anti-large going to be going after the War Sleds, and Puggington is going to be re-microing all of his different units here. Puggington definitely has pretty insane micro too, so it's pretty cool to see somebody who can match Void's micro, right? Little Grom going to get attacked by Ogres. Those Dervishes, you're going to need some sort of an archer to finish them off, something or other. In the backfield, Winged Lancers and the Cavalry still kind of sweeping about. Looks like we have some more Wolf Rats here, as the side objective is finally going to be taken by Kislev, which is good. They need to get that soon, because if they can just take that and then trade evenly, it'll feel way better. So Flensing Rune goes down, not that bad. It hits the Kosovo Dervishes, but that's it, so it's not really worth the whom. The Ice Witch is back. I don't know if I like that. Like, she doesn't really do much. Like, her spells, I guess, maybe against the Eshin Triads will help. But overall, it's not like she has, like, Ice Vein's Kiss. And Ikit Claw is just going to run her over again. This could have actually been the throwing play from Puggington, bringing the Ice Witch back for, 800-900. Doesn't feel terribly cost-effective. We'll see if the bombardments can actually do anything here. Now, looks like the Dervish is going to pull back. If they just countercharge the Wolf Rats, they'll be able to do some good work. It looks like there's some Night Runners coming in, but it's going to be a situation where Kislev is going to need a lot of objectives. Ikit Claw on his lawnmower is really, really running these guys over. He's got anti-infantry, and oh man, he just gave her a good bump right there. She needs some support for sure, or else Kislev is just going to lose its lord again. In the backfield, more cavalry coming out. We get a big dervish around, so dervishes get in. They run over these globadiers who only have 400 HP. Patriarch tries to come in to help out, but he just gets immediately crunched. His passive is already procced. And I guess you just got to deal with these triads, but with the brute force, just kind of running them down. More clan rat spears. Kislev doesn't really have any infantry, so they're starting to feel the wrath of all these different spear units. As the Ice Witch here is getting poked by globadiers, which actually is probably helpful for her because it's hitting Ikit Claw and also hitting the wolf rats that are running by. Dervish is kiting back, and I believe there's going to be some sort of witchcraft going down here. Is that going to be a bombardment? Yeah, it is. It kind of hits those Ixchus triads, but not quite enough. Man, Skaven have like nothing in their backfield, guys. Like everything the Skaven have is committed. We get another heavy war sled coming up, but the rats have triple capped, guys. They've triple capped here. So they do have the back objective, and now Kislev is really in a tight situation. I mean, they do have a value lead, but they've really, the only reason they're getting a value lead is because the rats are fighting so close to Kislev's spawn that Kislev is getting reinforcements out pretty quickly, right? So big charge here, battling into the wolf rats. Heavy war sled getting into combat versus the triads, as well as these dervishes who are locked down, but do have the Buyer Blood passive, so they're going to be fighting. Big globadier charge, really, really melts those dervishes pretty hard. But the globadiers are on deathbed. They're almost out of here. But that Ice Witch summon, I don't know. Yeah, she feels kind of useless, honestly. But Kislev looks like they're saving up for a Griffin Legion, I would wager. Maybe some sort of a Winged Lancer. And in the backfield, we are going to get some Kosovo Dervishes coming out. So, yeah, they seem like a decent unit to just spam out. But, yeah, really impressive that Puggington's able to value trade this well. But it just seems that without, like, any infantry to move up, it's just hard to get these points. And the Ice Witch is such dead weight. Like, honestly, I think if Puggington brought a character like Kostalton, you know, just to self-heal on a bear, like, I feel like the trading would be going better. Like, Kislev's magic is just so terrible, like, that it's not doing anything. You see how good Skaven's magic is? It's nuts. If Kislev had some magic that was on par with that, then that game is won by Kislev, in my opinion. 100%. Yeah, great game by Pug and by Void. They both played very well. The sleds all did pretty good, except one. 1200, 1300. Little Grom was okay. We do see the Ice Witch doing decently, but she was just such dead weight. Such dead weight. Yeah, the Dervishes and the Winged Lancers are a great choice, though. They do very well there. They do very, very well. It's just that magic, the lore just did nothing. It just did nothing. Yeah, it's crazy. So, let's get to the next game. That was a really impressive showcase, though. Oh, this should be Void. I'm sorry. So, it should be Void. Sorry about that. That was Void lols. The names are actually close enough that you couldn't really tell. Looking at the cavalry value, 800, 500, 700, and 700. Yeah, so not great value. One dervish got 1700 value, though. That guy probably got the catapult and the Jezzails and things like that. Yeah, nothing insane. We got the name changed. We're good. So for the next one, the map is going to be, let's see. Have some water here. What is it going to be, ladies and gentlemen? Did I accidentally just click generate bracket? Okay, no, I didn't. Good. That would have been pretty bad. It is Itza. Yeah, so we're doing Itza, a classic. Going back to the old school. As the players get their picks and bans ready, thank you all for joining today. It's been a very, very fun stream. Puggington and Void, I got it right now. Yeah, I think Kostalton's good, though, because he hits hard, he regenerates, he's got healing, so he can heal. You don't need to have a Patriarch. Honestly, Kislev's magic is so terrible that there's times where I wouldn't even bring a caster, I think. Yeah. There's time. Ikit Claw, 3,800 value, yeah. I mean, Flensing Rune is a OP spell. It's definitely, like, needs to be tuned down heavily. Yeah. And he got really good Flensing Runes on several units, right? He was hitting like sled blobs, and, you know, Pug did a decent job of dodging it, but it was hard for sure. If I was playing against Void, I for sure would globally ban Skaven. He seems very good at them, so I would ban the little rats. They're foul little globes. Okay, so if I were to bring a caster, though, how would you optimize it with Kislev? I think Ice Maiden's Kiss is better. Like, Ice is better than Tempest. Because Ice Maiden's Kiss can at least hit... it can kill the cheap halberd units and clan rats, and then maybe you go with, like... I don't know, the Death Frost just for like a Spirit Leech, like a terrible Spirit Leech. Yeah, it just doesn't feel great. Rune and Dwellers both need looking at, yeah. The little rats that could. I don't know what changed with Cleansing Rune. Something changed with its effectiveness, because in Warhammer 2 it was pretty terrible, but it got some sort of a change. Either the base damage values or something. I have no idea. Yeah, Ice Kiss and Sheet is pretty good. Yeah, I agree. No, Arena Emperor. Trust me, it is. Trust me. There's a lot of good spells that do damage. Like Burning Head is still good. It clears things out. Fiery Convocation does a shitload of damage, but it can dodge it. But and here's the thing. Arena Emperor, go fire up your game and test Cleansing Rune versus Final Transmutation. Final Transmutation lasts like 1/3 as long and does exponentially less damage. They're the same spell, but Cleansing Rune just lasts like 3 times longer for some reason. It's just weird bouncing. Like you could I think if you maybe took down Cleansing Rune a notch and buffed Final Transmutation a little, then you like have balance there, right? Heart of Winter just doesn't do that much damage, and it takes too long to get going. Yeah, it's too easy to avoid. It's too easy to avoid. Yeah, the poor Kislev magic is really bad. So let's see what they pick here. Man, I love Puggington's factions. The fact that he's playing Kislev and almost beating, one of the best players in the world, or at least trading evenly. Not almost beating him, because Void definitely had control over that game. I wouldn't call that almost beating. But trading evenly with him on Kislev was very impressive. Yeah, Age of Empires tomorrow. Yeah, I'm streaming tomorrow for Age. Yes, correct. Yeah, Final Transmutation kind of sucks. Yeah, Cleansing Rune is what Final Transmutation used to be, like back in the day. 100%, yeah. That used to be the scourge of the days of old. So Battle for Itza. It's a great map. It's a really, really good map. I think most people like Itza. The Kislev spell that gives charge bonus. Yeah, it's okay. It's too conditional. It's too conditional. Yeah. That was a sweaty game, dude. That was very micro-intensive. Both these players, I hope to see both of them play more. Like Puggington, I know he's been busy with school and stuff, but I'd love to see him climb the leaderboard and qualify, because I think he could be a contender for sure. Very, very strong. Lord of Heavens is okay. Windblast is fine. Urian and Thunderbolt, like, they have their place. It's not like amazing, but not amazing. Yeah, anti-blob magic should be strong. Yeah, it should be a little stronger. Cleansing is crazy good though. It's been very dominant. That's the thing about Warhammer too. Buff spells are typically pretty terrible compared to direct damage, because direct damage just guarantees you value, whereas buff spells are so conditional, and I feel as if they don't last long enough to actually like match the damage spells, right? MTG Arena. Oh man, I haven't played Magic in so long. Guys. It's been a while. Yeah, Puggington doing well with Kislev. Like, look, if that was me on Skaven, and I'm a decent player for sure. If that was me on Skaven, I would have probably lost it, like straight up. Like I think a lot of people would have. I think a lot of people. Any tips for a new Norskin player? Get really good at using Marauder Horsemasters and max them out with Horsemen, and then just bring whatever infantry suits the opponent you're fighting, and you're gonna be feeling pretty good. That's how you play Norska. Yeah, I haven't seen... Lord of Heavens is almost never used. Yeah. It's a shame, because buff and debuff spells suck, and 2 of their main spells are those, right? Comet of Cassandora is good, but it takes like 10 years to cast, so it's too easy to dodge. It's the same problem with Fiery Convocation. Okay, Khorne! Oh yeah, it's a Khorne mirror match. Oh, I was hoping to get like Khorne or something else, but we got a Khorne mirror match on Itza. Alright, this is going to be interesting. Is Red Olgor going to make an appearance? I wish we were on the Crucible. I'm just like, oh man, take us to the Crucible here. Yeah, that would be the business for sure. Take us to the Crucible, brother. Yeah, here it comes. It's Khorne versus Khorne. Let's get some high fructose corn syrup in this battle. Yes. Marauder Champion Smash, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Dude, this is gonna be fun. Yeah, it's thematic. At least one of them has a different banner. You can see Reginald Puggington like switching his banners. We actually used to run into this matchup quite a bit. Let me look and see what they're going to be doing here. Okay, very strange build from Void. Very strange build. Puggington with a more traditional build, I suppose. Okay, I dig it. It's pretty fun. Do you guys think it's going to be a Red Olgor Duel of Fates? They're just going to have the Boagrius versus Achilles duel from Troy. They'll just have Red Olgor and Valkia meet in open field and do battle. That would be pretty fun. I'd be down for that. I would definitely be down for that. Yeah, Pug changed it to a distinctive sub-faction. Yeah, he did us a favor. What part of the bracket? We're on the grand finals, Teddy. Yeah, we're on the grand finals. This is Reginald Puggington versus Void Loss. It was a little bit of a shorter stream today, and by shorter stream I mean 4 hours instead of like 7, which definitely will be better for for my hands and whatnot. It's good. But tomorrow we got Age, and then after that we'll maybe do another back-to-back Age stream for a couple days, and then we'll of course be back with tournaments. This weekend I might do one on Friday. I think I'll schedule a Warhammer tournament for Friday. Friday is the 28th, yeah. So that's the day before the qualifier, which I think will be good. So we'll do like a Friday Royal Rumble, maybe a single faction tournament as well on like Thursday. We'll do some fun stuff. I'll host one because I'm gonna want to play in one, so I'll try and host one there. All right, so it's Corn. It's going down, man. Yeah, Valkia would probably defeat Red Olgor in a duel. Yeah, she would. The shield would probably do it. The anti-large bonus. Although the thing is, guys, Red Olgor has bonus versus infantry, and Valkia is infantry sized. So maybe Red Olgor would actually win it, because he's got more HP. Because Red Olgor could probably run away from the shield, although if they're just fighting and not running, maybe she wins it. Yeah, I'm really out of practice for Age as well. It's going to be fun. I'm just going to get Rex, probably. It's going to be great. Yeah, single faction tournaments are a lot of fun. They're a lot of fun. So, Corn versus Corn. I think we'll definitely see some Valkia. She's really good. Sleipnir is just too good not to take. Sleipnir is like what Pendulum used to be. You guys remember the age of Pendulum being broken? That's what Sleipnir is. It's so good. It could just wreck any sort of a halberd or elite unit. Just cuts through those guys. We are used to the insane 8-hour tournaments. I know. Loopy made a balance and bug fix mod published today. Not sure if you... Yeah. It's a tricky thing, Melon. About those, like I do like those, but also when it comes to balance, it's the different balance mods are up to certain people's interpretations. So even myself, like if I were to make a balance mod, I might not know it. I would try my best not to, but it'd probably have some biases in it, right? So yeah, hopefully CA will just see the suffering and they'll have a hot fix coming. I don't know. Maybe I'll try and ask and see if I can get an answer on that. Yeah, Red Olgor hits harder too. I mean, he's a big demon. He's scary. I would imagine they'll be ready soon. Oh man, got up so early today. Not used to this. I would love to see Olgor though. Sign me up. Scarbrand too isn't terrible in the mirror, although he's a little bit weak to Marauder Horseman spam. But yeah, if you get like a rampage on Valkia, like Scarbrand will just absolutely just karate chop Valkia in a duel. He's even though she's anti-large, like he is a monster. And if she's Rampage there, okay, Herald of Corn, interesting, with the Brutes of the Hound. Okay, so for Puggington, we have a Herald, 2 Cultists, very, very old school, a bunch of Exalted Bloodletters, well, a pair of them, and then a Brutes of the Hound and Horsemen. And now for Void Lulls, he has Valkia, a Soul Grinder of Corn, Minotaurs, Horsemen, and Marauders. Very, very different. Yeah, this is interesting, guys. This is going to be wild. Yeah, the double cultist, I wonder how they'll be. They could be okay, actually. Like, if they're on foot, they might actually be kind of hard for the army of Corn, for Void's army to kill, because he doesn't really have anything that's good against infantry in his army, except, I mean, look, the throwing axes can kill infantry all day. But it's not like Puggington is without his own skirmish cavalry to protect them, so. Yeah, Corn is for sure going to win this. Yeah. Herald of Corn to the back, just very cheap. A couple cultists just to mitigate some of the shooting of Void, which I think will be very, very interesting. The Turin balance mod. Wagons are free, and greatswords cost 300 gold. Yeah, that would be my mod. No, I wouldn't do that. The thing is, like, I don't know. If what I do plan on doing in the next few weeks is putting together like a document with like suggested balance changes and then getting feedback on it. See, since I'm not trying to win or compete in seasons or big tournaments, I don't really have any stakes in the game. Like, I just want to make the game better. Granted, my biases still do leak through, right? Because I've played mostly from the Empire, so I've felt suffering from their perspective. So it's kind of like I would need to get other people to kind of, have input there. The double cultist is giving flashbacks. It is to the launch of Warhammer 3, right? One of these is the Hellforged host, including another Exalted Bloodletter, 2-foot cultist, both of whom have summons. And the skirmish duel should heavily favor Void, though, because he's got 4 horsemen as well as a soul grinder, which does shoot, even though you can't aim it, which is really funny. We'll see who has the horseman skirmishing advantage here. Chaos Warhound's coming out for Void. Bloodletter's moving up. Some shielded Chaos Warriors probably feeling very wanted right now, because Void Lulls does have a big advantage in the skirmish game. A couple horsemen maneuvering over, throwing axes, throwing into the Exalted Bloodletters here. My accursed phone going off here. So let me turn that off. Very good. And now the Duel of Fates is upon us. The dreaded Total War Warhammer Horsemen, which has been the meta for a long time. Horsemen are a very, very good unit. Throwing axes, throwing down into the Chaos Warhounds, getting a little bit of poke, so certainly not bad. Khorne Horsemen could actually charge into Warhounds and just absolutely take them apart, because they have that bonus versus infantry, and Hounds are infantry sized, right? Soul Grinder doing his little 360 shoots. I love that Haggard Void Lulls micro there, where he attacks with the Soul Grinder and then has to manually turn around, which is really, really funny. So Soul Grinder is going to be pulling back here. Meanwhile, not too much damage being taken by Puggington despite the disadvantage in the skirmish game. And he does end up taking the fight here, which is not going to go super well for Pug, I don't think, considering that Void does have a Soul Grinder here. But the Marauder Horseman will probably pull back at this point, and there's going to be a little bit of chase. Uh-oh. Man, if those horsemen get chased off the map, that's going to be a huge blunder. So taking that fight was definitely a bit of a mistake. And they're actually broken too. These ones will probably come back. And now the objectives are going to be opening up, so it's time for the Coordinated Infantry to move up. Do we see any summons coming out for Pug? I think it's mostly horsemen. And Khorne Fleshhounds. So we do get Fleshhounds. This would actually be a power play by Pug. If Pug notices this, he could have corralled in those horsemen with his Fleshhounds and could have won that fight there. That would have been a really nice pick, but again, easier said than done. So far, Void Lull is playing a very cagey game. Using his horsemen, using his skirmishing. Valkia is kind of flying overhead, looking for some opportunities to fight. The Bloodletters are on the objective, so obviously that one's going to be going to Khorne. Brutes of the Hound, I think you got to just play the objective game here as if you're Pug, right? The Herald of Khorne probably won't be terribly impactful. Void Lulls, still has that big mobile advantage, and having one of the horsemen get routed off the battlefield, quite painful for sure. I really like using the Cultist as a silver shielded kind of screen, though. I think that's a really nice play. So firepower going in. Exalted Bloodletter is going to be taking some damage. Valkia looking like she wants to land there for a second. Kind of changing her mind. Oh, she does get in there. Doing some fancy attacks and activating the Demon Shield. Cool plays going into Duel the Cultist. But does retreat, trying to be careful so as to not eat all those throwing axes as she stays there in perpetual combat. Horseman skirmishing back here. It looks like Reginald Puggington is on the run. And on the side point, Brutes of the Hound going to be holding that one down, but still mostly mobility. And the Haggard Soul Grinder shooting up on the high ground is so ridiculous. A bit of an overextension from Void, though. Right here, we see a lot of units pushing into the spawn of Pug. Pug could potentially summon out a couple Fleshhounds and trade super well here. Granted, there are Minotaurs with Grey Opens, but this is actually very cost-effective hiding for Pug because he's getting the throwing axes right into his opponent's face. We get 2 throwing axes into Furies here, Fleshhounds into Fleshhounds, and enemy Hounds and Furies. Pug does have a lot of reinforcements, as well as the Hellforged host coming in, and suddenly the Locust of Wrath is active, and this is going to be a big, big value win for the Pug, I think. He's going to cut through a lot of these units. Meanwhile, Furies are being kited. Brutes of the Hound intercepting the chasing units, and Puggington able to get those horsemen away and micro, but he does micro into enemy horsemen here, so not going to escape that. Really nice Sleipnir going down from Valkia. Minotaurs with great weapons coming in the back here. Here they come. Going to be going fisticuffs to some of these Hound units. Definitely getting some work done. The big, heavy metal Minotaurs. Now, that trade for Pug didn't go horrifically. However, we still do see a pretty substantial value lead. Objectives probably going to be owned by Void. Dude, Void is like a chess AI just playing right now. Just Cav running in every direction and just oh my god, it's crazy. The Exalted Bloodletter is not working out too well yet. It seems like they're very vulnerable against the skirmishing elements of Void. You see the Horsemen continuing to kind of kite these units around. Minotaurs here, though, getting caught a little bit. So using Furies on the Minotaurs, Puggington pulls in his own Minotaurs, and he also does get the Herald and the Cultist in here. Could this be the comeback in terms of value? He has the Minotaurs of Void Lulls trapped up, his Bloodletters chasing back here, trying to shut down some of the cavalry, and both players going to be losing their Minotaurs. Granted, this objective is still owned by Void, although there are some Brutes of the Hound here, and that Cultist maybe should just chill out and try and capture that. But a little bit of a dicey fight. If the Soul Grinder does get caught and beaten down, Maybe that gives him an angle back into the game, although the Minotaurs for Pug also break. It was a very attrition-heavy fight. I mean, there were Warhounds in there. The Soul Grinder is obviously a very good melee combatant that does cause terror as well, so you have to take that into account. In the backfield, we do have a big Royal Rumble, but it looks like Void able to come out ahead here, although Chaos Fury is moving into combat with supporting Marauder Horsemen. Maybe they're going to be able to trade okay. Bloodletters here, cutting through Marauders of Khorne, no surprises. Brutes of the Hound being taken apart by just sheer numbers. So Horsemen and Furies getting into the Brutes, and the Brutes really just don't have great defensive stats. So 31 isn't terrible, but their armor is very, very low. So that's going to be very, very dicey. And here we have Marauders of Khorne moving in. A big surround, though, for the Pug. The Pug is not going to be off-leash this game, though. It looks like Void has taken this one over. Unless Void Lulz makes some colossal blunders, I think he's got this game in the bag, considering he has a triple cap and is really forcing Pug to fight back here. It does allow Pug to get some favorable trades, but even still, you can see there's nothing contesting any of these points. This objective is being taken slowly, but there's obviously some horsemen can just park on the point and throw axes at him, and they're going to be fine. So Puggington does have the big goon squad moving around. The Hellforged Host, the Marauders, the Furies, maybe going to be able to move up and take an objective. But Khorne, obviously, it's a symmetrical match, right? They're both Khorne, so being behind on value is not going to be pretty. I love this play, too. Using Valkia as a distraction card effects to keep your opponent off the objectives. Because, right, your opponent's going to see Valkia. Like, all right, let's move in here and deal with her. But she's just going to, like, occupy these rather expensive units. Hellforged Host is not cheap, right? So they're going to be fully occupied here. Valkia just keeping them off the point. Puggington does get his Bloodletters, finally having a good trade here. High ground, we see some Fleshhounds chasing down those Minotaurs from earlier. So I don't see any way of a comeback being possible here for our beige Khorne player. Oh man, Sleipnir, not a bad cast. Not perfect, but it still managed to hit both units, so call that one a win right there. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that Void Lulz is doing it. He's showing why he's currently the highest ranked player in the world, hands down, is the dreaded Void Lulz. He is a force of nature for sure. So horsemen being unsummoned to replenish their ammo and get them back in the pool, bring them back a little bit later. Puggington going to be scrapping through these Fleshhounds, trying his best. You know, Void has an interesting style. I've noticed in a lot of his games, he's more aggressive about keeping people off the points. You know, than just, like, he's not like a pure value trader. The way he plays is very aggressive with mobility and enemy spawn points, which force them to deal with it and keeps people off points. It's a very, very different playstyle than I've seen from other really high-level players, right? So this objective, obviously, the two cultists didn't really do much this game either. There was some inefficiencies. Pug's build was certainly a build from a different era. Not that it wouldn't have worked if Void had come in with like warriors trying to contest in that way, maybe. But even still, like the point differential is just getting so big. And I think like some shielded warriors would be huge against Void's build. They would be absolutely huge. And maybe, just maybe, the Pug is going to be off leash here. We'll see. We do see the Herald of Khorne trying to battle Valkia. Valkia, of course, probably just wants to get away from that. You know, not a great fight. But the Pug is going to get the point. We do get the Minotaurs of Khorne with great weapons back here in a pretty heavy fight versus Warhounds and Fleshhounds. And it'll be a pretty favored fight for the Minotaurs. High armor, anti-large. You know, generally, you can cut their infantry, so 6.4 to 9.2, though. Void Lulz is maintaining his lead as he continues to just really, really push. And yeah, Void Lulz almost never leaves units defending his back objectives, I've noticed. Like, every unit is focused into trading. He doesn't, like, it's kind of a thing, like, I often leave things to guard objectives, but he doesn't really do that. He's always just so aggressive. And yeah. Total Tavern shouldn't be down right now. Try refreshing your browser, yeah. If it is down, I'll take a look, but regardless, should be fine. It was working a couple minutes ago. Minotaurs of Khorne heading on over. Going to control the side point, and we do see Puggington coming in, trying to salvage his Exalted Bloodletters here. Hellforged Host, and maybe he has an opportunity to wrestle this or at least get some value. Puggington is clawing the value back a little bit. He does get the middle objective, but currently Void has a big, big value lead. But is Void going to somehow squander this value lead? I don't think so. I really don't think so. Some Marauder Horsemen throwing at the Minotaurs there, able to kind of wear those guys down. Pretty cost effective for the Pug. Closing the value gap, but, you know, again, a testament to how good of a player Pug is to play. Even despite his build being a little bit inefficient against his opponents, he's still playing very, very well. We get some Marauders of Khorne moving up on the point to try and grab that and make sure that Void Lulz doesn't take that one back. And Pug is also playing the high ground. He's got some Fleshhounds, Exalted Bloodletters, and Minotaurs coming to try and contest this one. Now, if the Minotaurs can get a good circle on the Soul Grinder and just get like a quick 2,000 value from that, that would be a pretty big win for the Pug. Maybe would give him a glimmer of hope. But like I said, it's going to take some substantial misplays from Void for sure to get back in this game. So Bloodletters chopping through. We've gotten about 51 kills right now, backed up by Minotaurs of Khorne. And the Soul Grinder's kind of getting mashed up a little bit. That thing's getting the Hammer of Justice. It's coming down, or I wouldn't say that, Hammer of Justice from Khorne, but you get the idea. Just kind of Metallica reference there. In the back, you see the Hounds of Void still harassing, still, you know, poking and prodding a little bit. Void with some idle Minotaurs over here who look to be working their way to the middle. Objective could potentially be contested with the Horsemen sitting on it and taking that one back. Up on the high ground, we do have the Minotaurs of Khorne from Puggington with the Horn of Khorne active, Horsemen moving up, and the Cultist. I think one of the Cultists did die earlier. And look at that! Finally the Cultist gets his summon off! I didn't think he was going to get that all game, but he does get the Bloodletter summon. So maybe, just maybe, he gets that high ground objective, guys. Could the Puggington find a way back into this? That would be real crazy. Could Voidlaw's lack of like actual meat in his army start to cost him? That would be an incredible comeback. That would be an incredible comeback. So Valkia a little bit trapped up. Uh-oh, Valkia's in danger, guys. She's surrounded. She's immortal though. She's not going to crumble. So she'll just route like a normal balanced unit. Although Demons of Chaos or Demonic Crumbling isn't imbalanced at all. It's actually a little. It should probably be better for them. It's Demons crumble too quickly, I think. Void trying to hold on to the point. Capture weight is for the Dread Pug. On this side, we do get some Fleshhounds coming out to contest this. Honestly, these Marauder Horsemen could probably just fight these Furies. So I think Void is going to have to end up Helm's Deeping on that side objective for real. It looks like he's trading okay here, but Valkia is kind of getting smashed, guys. Could the Pug become unleashed and bring this game back? What an excellent series between these two players, for sure. It's going to have to be a triple cap, though, for the Pug. It's not, and that's not going to be easy. Valkia being beaten down. She's getting the treatment from the trailer, and she's at about 1,000 HP. Minotaur's getting those big axes in there, but there's not a whole lot of capture weight here, I suppose, for our beige Khorne player. The Minotaurs and the Cultists doing very well for themselves. We got Furies coming in, so probably going to turn around and fight those Horsemen right now, but he's going to have to get a triple cap. So right now, we see Puggington moving over, which I do like this play. You got to just say, screw it, I got to go for a desperate triple cap here. That's really your only chance. Here are the Horsemen and the Fleshhounds trading, but you got to go, like, right now. There's not much time left, because, like, this high ground objective is very contested. The value has been pulled back. It's 12.4 to 12.6, guys. And this is a really, really tight game. Horsemen still skirmishing. Cultists going to be bouncing after that Soul Grinder. Looks like the Minotaurs are going to get a big charge, which is going to do a bunch of damage. He's rapidly running out of time, guys. Puggington really showing the potential, man. Very, very strong play. Beautiful by Voidlaws. He screens. He's keeping these units from getting to that objective because he knows it's probably going to be Helm's Deep in time soon. So there, the Soul Grinder's broken down. Puggington pulls the value lead, but it's too late probably, guys. I don't think he's going to be able to get it. We got Hounds moving on to the point. Hounds obviously don't have great capture weight, so this should go to Puggington pretty quickly here. Furies will chase them off. And it's really going to come down to Puggington. Uh-oh. What is Void doing? Void's letting him get to the objective. Oh, that's a big mistake. And he gets the Bloodletter summon. This means there might be a slim, shady chance of this happening. Marauders of Khorne need to hustle to that objective. Bloodletters need to screen. Capture weight's going wild. Will he get this one? Void Elves is trying his best to kind of contest this. Dude, this is getting real close. It's getting real close. He chases them off. Definitely just keep the Furies on them. Keep the Minotaurs and the capture weight on the objective. Get some more Horsemen coming in. Horsemen are going to be getting up on the point. Oh my god, this is so close! But I think he just barely doesn't have enough time. I think if Pug had like another 2 minutes, I think he maybe gets it. Voidlaws is doing an excellent job harassing with the Horsemen and the Hounds to keep him from capturing. What a crazy attempted comeback by the Pug. Puggington is just such a scrappy player. And honestly, when he starts practicing more and getting more back into the game, he said he had been taking a break, dude. I think Pug is going to be a top contender. Yeah, I think he's going to be a top contender. What a beautiful series. Voidlaws in chat saying GG to Puggington. GG to you too, man. You played very well. Both of you guys did. That was a very impressive attempted comeback there by the Dread Pug and very clean mobile play by Void, obviously. So Puggington's opening build had some flaws, but, you know, he was still able to scrap back when he got that Soul Grinder. Man, GG. Well played. Great games. That was a beautiful, beautiful series. All right. GG, well played. That is going to be it for today. Voidlaws is going to be the winner. So Void, please report your score on Total Tavern if you're still here in chat, and we will make it official. That was actually a really fun mirror match. That was a really, really fun mirror match. All right, guys. that is it for today. If you enjoyed this tournament, please do drop a like. It helps out quite a bit. Helps more people find multiplayer. Thank you to the donations. Folks who donated. We also have new members, a couple new Dukes of Haggard. So welcome to the two of you. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun for sure. All right, guys. We'll see you on the other side. I appreciate you all. Until next time, which will probably be tomorrow when we play Age of Empires. But until next time for Total War, which will be a couple days from now. But that's it. Take care of yourselves. It's a lot of fun. Congrats to Void Lulz. He certainly earned it with some very convincing, crushing victories today. And we'll see you all on the other side. Take care of yourselves, and that is going to be it for today.